we present Kenneth Williams, Derek Nimmo, Clement Freud, and Geraldine Jones in Just a Minute. And as the minute waltz fades away, here to tell you about it is your chairman, Nicholas Parsons.
Thank you very much, and welcome once again to Just a Minute. And as you've just heard, four superb players of the game about to do battle once more in this verbal battle of wits, and try and speak for just a minute on some unlikely subjects that I will give them without hesitation, without repetition, and without deviation. And they will score points or otherwise as the game progresses, and you'll see how this works. Let us begin this particular game with Geraldine Jones. Geraldine, how to get a seat in a crowded train. That is the subject. Will you try and speak for just a minute, starting now?
As all audiences of this programme will know, chivalry is dead, so it's no longer possible to get a seat in a crowded train simply by getting on and looking beautiful by fluttering your eyelids. Everyone remains stolidly in their seats. The only way really to succeed is to do something spectacular. You have to feint. You have to come in hiding one leg under your coat so that they'll think you only have one leg. Then perhaps people will get up. It's no use either having a lot of baggage, because people are so distracted looking after your baggage that they don't think that you want a seat as well.
Derek Nimmo, why do you challenge?
Repetition, too much baggage.
Well, there was twice repetition of baggage, which means that Derek Nimmo, as his challenge was justified, gains a point. He also takes the subject. He has 30 seconds for how to get a seat in a crowded train, starting now.
As all listeners to this programme know, the best way of getting a seat in a railway carriage or in a crowded train is to get on and look beautiful and flutter your eyelids. The worst way is to come and pretend that you're maimed and have only one leg. I always get onto a train and flutter away, and you'll be surprised what happens. Immediately, people leap up and leave the...
Kenneth Williams.
Repetition. We had two flutters.
You're quite right, we did. You challenged a bit late on it, because it was a long time ago.
I just realised.
Yes, I know. Well, better late than never, anyway, Kenneth. Because your challenge was justified, you gain a point, and you have 7 seconds for the subject, how to get a seat in a crowded train, starting now.
The way to get a seat on a crowded train is, of course, quite obvious to anyone with brains. Book it in advance. Which is what I always do.
Well, as Kenneth Williams was speaking when the whistle went, which tells us that 60 seconds is up, he gains another point. And this means that on this particular occasion, at the end of this first round, we have an unusual situation. Kenneth Williams is in a commanding lead. He has 2 more points than Clement Freud or Geraldine Jones, who have yet to score. Kenneth Williams, will you begin the second round for us? Things people try to get me to do. Plenty of thought for that one, Kenneth. 60 seconds will do to talk about it, starting now.
Well, they once said to me in Singapore, why don't you get up and go on the stage and do a turn? And I said, well, what would I do? And they said, well, do your impersonations. You're good with them. So I got up and did Suzette Tari. And I said, oh, hello, I come ashore in my bush hat. And they said, are you one of Wingate's boys? And I said, no, I'm one of Colgate's girls. And it was disaster. And they said, get off, you're dreadful. So I got off, and that made a most inauspicious beginning to the time that I got...
Derek Nimmo, your challenge.
Hesitation. He was sort of giving up.
More than...
Expiring.
He was rather running down. The act had come to a rather sudden ending. 17 seconds for things people try to get me to do, Derek Nimmo, starting now.
People often ask me to recite...
Clement Freud, you're challenged. Hesitation indeed. There are 15 seconds for the subject, Clement Freud, starting now.
Dancing is one of the things most people try to get me to do. Come over here, they say, placing their left hand behind my shoulder blades. Push forward your right leg.
Derek Nimmo, why do you challenge?
Hesitation.
Well tried, Derek Nimmo. Completely unjustified. Clement Freud, because your challenge was not correct, gains another point. He keeps the subject, and there are 5 seconds for him to continue, starting now.
Left, right, slow, quick, slow, and off...
Derek Nimmo, why you challenge?
Repetition.
Of course, slow, quick, slow, yes. There we are. Is that right? Is that why you challenged?
Yes, repetition.
Oh, that's right. Yes, the ball.
Too slow.
Yeah, 2 slows is repetitious, yes.
Right, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, terrible.
2 seconds for you, Derek Nimmo, to things people try to get me to do, starting now.
They asked me to recite nursery rhyme.
Well, as Derek was speaking when the whistle went, he gains another point, which gives him just a small lead over Kenneth Williams, who is still in second place. Clement Freud third, Geraldine Jones fourth. Derek Nimmer, your turn to begin. Odd letters I have received. That is the subject. Will you start talking now?
I once got letters from a gentleman in Birmingham asking to wash my clothes for me, and he said he'd package them and send them back by return of post. I didn't reply. I did also get another odd letter the other day from a clergyman wanting to know why it was that he was a Baptist minister, in fact, actually, why on television...
Clement Freud. Hesitation. Clement, you take the subject with 2 seconds. Odd letters I have received, starting now.
The first, third, fifth, and seventh letters that I received this morning could, in every sense of the word, be called odd. What was particularly strange about this mail was that instead of starting, Dear Clement Freud, they said, Sir or Madam, unless... which is not...
Derek Nimmer, why...
Hesitation.
Derek, the subject is back with you with 19 seconds starting now.
The first letter I got this morning was a most curious epistle. I looked at it and I read...
Kenneth Williams, why did hesitation? Kenneth, subject is now with you.
It's a stutter. I have an affliction. It's very rude to make fun of it. I just happen to go ha, ha, ha all the time, and I can't help it. It's
Well, you
very
should
rude.
see someone about it.
Well, you've seen it on this occasion, Kenneth. You have gained yourself a point with 15 seconds for odd letters I have received, starting now.
Well, one of the oddest was from a woman who said, I know who you really are, and I know you did my operation. And I'm going to get you. She said, you've changed your identity, but I'm going to be round there at the stage door, and I'm going to get you.
Geraldine Jones, you've challenged.
Repetition of getting to...
Yes, he was going to be got more than once, wasn't he? So, Geraldine, you have a point, and you have the subject in 2 seconds, starting now.
One odd letter I got asked me to...
So, Kenneth Williams has leaped back into the lead again. Clement Freud, your turn to begin. Betting slips. That's the subject. 60 seconds, starting now.
A betting slip is a piece of paper that you make out giving the name of a horse and the amount of your investment. If you go into a shop in order to have what is called a punt, you put...
Derek Nimmer, why do you challenge?
Hesitation.
I don't think so, no. 49 seconds for betting slips, Clement Freud, starting now.
You put the amount of money to win in one column and the amount you wish to invest on a place in another, add the name of the horse involved, the time of the race, the place of the meeting, and your name or pseudonym at the bottom, and you pass it through a window at a counter and say, here is my betting slip, pray give me a receipt for it. And these slips are then punched by a machine and formed into a pile where the bookmaker puts them before assessing the amount that you have won or lost in order that he might make his returns, which the government...
Why?
Hesitation.
I must point out to the listeners, it was hardly fair. They were all trying to stare him out, sort of force him into an error. The error occurred. Derek Nimmer pressed his buzzer first, so he has 14 seconds to take out the subject of betting slips, starting now.
When I went to the last race meeting, on the floor, all over the paper, used betting slips. As I went towards them, the most extraordinary thing happened. You'll never believe it, actually. But I suddenly fell on
Clement
these bits
Freud
of paper.
challenge. Clement, why you challenge?
Hesitation.
Oh, I think he was in
Full
full
flow.
flow. As he said. No, I'm sorry. There's 1 second for betting slips. Derek Nimmer starting now.
Little green gauge.
As you see, I have a very difficult task sometimes. Those challenges, I think, were very borderline, but I gave the benefit of the doubt to Derek. So Derek Nimmer has a definite lead over Kenneth Williams and Clement Freud, who's now equal with Kenneth. Geraldine is trailing a little. But Geraldine, it is your turn to begin. The subject is the tonic sulfur. Would you speak on this for just a minute, starting now?
As I'm not at all given to sadism, I shan't sing the tonic sulfur to the audience because it would be such an unpleasant experience for anyone who's not absolutely tone deaf. Instead, I shall recite it. Do, re, mi, fa, so, la, ti.
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
A repetition.
Of what?
Doe was going to come up again.
Premonition, not repetition.
Yes, very clever. The thing is that you obviously wanted to get in before anybody else. Look, I know the only fair thing I'll put
Oh,
in the
no, I
audience.
concede.
You concede?
Yes.
You concede.
I
Well,
mistimed my challenge.
You mistimed
Just
your
thought-
challenge. Well, that's very fair of you. Geraldine Jones has another point, and she has the tonic sulfur still. 45 seconds left, starting now.
T followed by the first syllable of the scale. Those people who can't actually see me won't realise how agonising it was.
Derek Nimmer, your challenge.
Hesitation.
There are 37 seconds for the tonic sulfur, starting now.
It was green and leather-backed and rather beautifully buttoned, and it stood on 4 wooden legs.
Kenneth Williams,
That's deviation. It's not the sofa, it's the sulphur.
That's what I was doing, actually, rather.
can you justify very rapidly? Derek?
Can you justify it?
No, he can't.
I used to lie on it and sing my scales.
Oh, he did. You never said it, did
that
you?
is brilliant.
Yes, but Kenneth Williams, I've given you a point. And you have the subject of the tonic sulfur, 31 seconds. Starting now.
The only time my attention was really ever drawn to it was this woman who said she'd teach me the piano. I haven't hesitated.
Clement Freud has once again withdrawn his challenge, but there are
Middle of it I was.
if you can pick up it... Kenneth, without taking too much umbrage, if you can pick up in the middle, there are 25 seconds left for the tonic sulfur, starting now.
She said to me, if you get this in your ears, you'll easily be able to play. But the unfortunate thing was she had this terrible bad breath, and every time she leant towards me, I kept edging away. So I never really learnt the fingering.
Clement Freud, why do you shout? Yes, I do. I don't think this lady's unfortunate better than anything.
Tonic sulphur, I'm learning it.
Clement Freud definitely has a point on this occasion. 12 seconds for the tonic sulfur, Clement Freud, starting now.
When I went to this health resort, they said the most beneficial...
Derek Nimmer, why do you challenge?
Talking about health resorts, not tonic sofa. But
Can you justify it rapidly?
Yes.
Quickly.
Sulfur is tremendously tonic making.
No, this is sulfur. I'm so sorry. Derek Nimmer has another point. And there are 9 seconds for the subject, Derek, starting now.
do, re, mi, fa.
Clement Freud with a challenge, yes.
Hesitation.
Indeed. 6 seconds for you, Clement Freud, with a tonic sulfur, starting now.
This is a musical scale about which I don't know a great deal other than what...
Kenneth Williams, why do you challenge?
Well, if he doesn't know anything about it, why discuss it? It's ludicrous, isn't it?
So, why do you challenge?
Deviation.
All right, I'll give it to you. So you have another point, Kenneth, and you have 3 seconds for the tonic sulfur, starting now.
The tonic sulphur illustrates the octaves, and I have 3.
Kenneth Williams gets another point for finishing when the whistle
But I
went.
leapt into the lead!
You have leapt back into second place, Kenneth. And you're going to start this next round. It's apt, after the way you've been going on. Castles in the air. That's the subject, Kenneth. 60 seconds, starting now.
Castles in the air, I presume, would refer to things which are illusory. That is to say, one would never actually see one floating in the air. I don't really want to see one floating in the air.
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
Repetition.
Of floating in the air, yes. Alas. So there we are. Clement has another point. He has 45 seconds for castles in the air, starting now.
This is something which is a name given... yes.
Geraldine Jones, you've challenged. Why?
Hesitation.
Hesitation, yes. I think Kenneth Williams helped you a little there, because he... I must explain to the listeners how he helped. He actually tickled Clement Freud. And those who have heard previous editions of the game will know there's something very definite going on between these two. We'll go no further. We'll pass on to Geraldine Jones with 40 seconds for castles in the air, starting now.
Kenneth Williams is clearly one of those people who walks with his eyes on the ground, because if he ever lifted them...
Derek Nimmer, why do you challenge?
Deviation, just being rude to Kenneth Williams.
Rudeness is not a reason for which you can challenge, so Geraldine Jones has has another point, and she has 25 seconds for the subject, starting now.
If he ever lifted them up, he would see hundreds and hundreds of castles in the air. They're all...
Kenneth Williams, why do you challenge?
Yes, it's not castles, it's castles. She's doing this all the time. She said sardis,
Where were you
and everyone
born?
knows it's sardis.
Geraldine, where were you born?
born in Liverpool.
That's all right. She's born in Liverpool. She can say castles if she wants to. So Geraldine has another point. She has 31 seconds. For castles or castles in the air, starting now.
Looking up at them, you imagine that they're tremendously spacious and luxurious to live in.
Kenneth Williams, why do you challenge?
Deviation, how could you possibly look up at them if they don't exist?
Well, if they're castles in the air, Kenneth,
just
they
said
could
them.
be anywhere. So, Geraldine has another point, and she has 24 seconds.
They've
for the
rehearsed it
subject.
together.
You start now.
They're made, of course, out of clouds, and this means that although they look nice to live in fact, they're perfectly horrible because they're very, very damp. Far more damp even than they were.
Kenneth Williams.
Repetition, very, very.
And damp. And damp.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, Kenneth, the point is with you this time for the very, very, and with 15 seconds for castles in the air, you begin now.
They are, of course, illusions, and we all cherish illusions. And a very great man once
Clement
said...
Freud, why do you challenge?
Too many illusions. We've already had them, now we've got them again.
Yes.
You are allowed to do that when you're discussing it.
No,
said
you
so
can only use the word, any word, once. So Clement Freud has a well-deserved point, and there are 12 seconds for you for castles in the air starting now.
High up in the air, you find some of the very best castles. There's one in Carnarvon, and this is...
Kenneth Williams, why do you challenge?
Deviation, castles in the air has nothing to do with the
With a
enthroning
real
of Prince
castle. A
Wales.
castle in the air is a fictitious one, I quite
Exactly.
agree. Kenneth, you have a point. You have 3 seconds for the subject, beginning now. Clement Freud, why do you challenge? Hesitation, yes. Clement Freud, you have the subject back. There are 2 seconds for castles in the air. They're starting now.
Looking up, one sees these...
Showing the flag, Derek Nimmo. That's a subject for you to talk about, and we'd like you to start now.
I often walk down the Strand with a Union Jack in my right-hand pocket. And as people approach me, I say, "Come here a moment, young man. Would you like to have a look at my flag?" And I bring it out and I show it to them. And they're always terribly intrigued by this. I don't know why, really. They think it's a very funny thing to do. I have been to doctors about it, actually. And they say to me, "Why do you go around everywhere showing your flag?" And I say, "I don't quite know, actually." Another very funny thing. Now, I must tell you, it's one of the nicest flags you can possibly buy is a Turkish flag. This has a lovely...
Clement Freud.
Flag.
Yes, the repetition of flag.
Flag.
Showing the flag, Clement, 27 seconds starting now.
Showing the flag is something which could be called indecent exposure, and there are many people...
There's no need for filth, indecent. I've not come on this programme to listen to a load of filth. Indecent exposure, indeed.
So, why do you challenge...
Deviation.
all
We're
right.
discussing showing the flag.
All
Not
right.
indecency. There's nothing indecent about showing the flag.
You more than made your point. We're all with you. Aren't you the audience with Derek? So you have a well-earned point, and you have 23 seconds for showing the flag.
Showing the flag.
And you
is a-
start now.
Well, of course.
Derek Nimmo.
Hesitation.
That's not fair. He showed the flag too rapidly. He was too keen. I'm going to start again. 23 seconds for showing the flag, starting now.
It means, of course, a display of force. In other words, you reinforce your policy. If you've said before, we are not going to have this, you show the flag and you don't have it.
Derek Nimmo, why do you challenge?
Too many flags.
No, the subject
I
is
didn't
showing
say
the
one.
flag, so he can repeat that. So he has another
I wasn't
point.
allowed to, though.
I've not even said flag twice.
No, you said flag, but not out of the context of showing the flag, and that's why it was against you. This time he said actually showing the flag. Kenneth Williams, we're still with you. 11 seconds, starting now.
So you showed the flag and you sent a gunboat, you see, and they knew where they were when they saw the gunboat approach.
Derek Nimmo,
My
why do you
goodness, they
shout?
thought we can't go...
Not really. It's not all this gunboat diplomacy. That's not got nothing to do with showing the flag.
Showing the
It's
flag,
sailing into the
gunboats.
Mediterranean.
Derek Nimmo, gunboats are definitely showing the flag. You could have had him for a repetition of gunboats, because he said it twice. But it wasn't. I'm still with Kenneth Williams. There are 7 seconds, Kenneth, for you. Showing the flag, starting now.
Showing the flag can, of course, mean people going up the
Derek
mountain and
Nimmo,
they
Go
plant.
on saying
He can't go on forever saying showing the flag. No,
It's the
he's-
type you're allowed to. It's the subject.
not forever, though.
Oh, I think it's wicked. Definite persecution.
This time, I'm with you, Derek Nimmo. Another point to you. 5
Persecution,
seconds for showing the flag, starting now.
We steamed into Monte Carlo, all in our lovely white drill. It was a most inspiring sight. Everyone said, "Hello!"
Nothing to do with anything. Stephen Millie's drill.
It's still a fascinating state of play. Kenneth Williams and Derek Nimmo are equal still in the lead. Clement Freud is trailing by 2. Geraldine Jones is trailing by about 6. And we'll press on to the next round. And the ball's in your court this time, Geraldine Jones. Okay, Geraldine, over to you now with what to do with spare time starting now.
It's almost impossible to say what one should do with spare time because normally one doesn't realize one's had it until it's all over. And then you think, what I should have done. And it's all horribly nostalgic and retrospective and really rather sad. I always like to do nothing with my spare time. It's really quite an art to cultivate the...
Derek Nimmo, why do you challenge?
Deviation.
Why?
Well, you've got what to do with it. If you're doing nothing, you're not doing anything.
That's a clever challenge, Derek. I'll give it to you. 43 seconds for what to do with spare time starting now.
Well, I generally say to myself little things like, Once upon a time, I saw a fairy standing on a haystack. What a lovely fairy it was. And then I saw two gnomes coming down through the green trees. And then a little elf peeping out under a green bush. And then I saw an earwig crawling towards a funny little earwig. It was
Kenneth Williams, why do chat?
Deviation. This isn't spare time. He's got a whole cast there.
I think it's utterly devious. I don't know what it's got to do. It's all...
That's what I do in my spare time. I recite these little things to you.
these
No, Kenneth Williams has another point. 21 seconds for you, Kenneth Williams, for what to do with spare time starting now.
You should do something profitable with your spare time, and by that I mean profitable, of course, to the
Kenneth Clement Freud, why do challenge?
Repetition.
Of profitable.
Yes.
16 seconds, what to do with spare time, Clement, starting now.
An ideal thing to do is to sleep for at least half of the period and gainfully...
Derek Nimmer.
Hesitation.
Hesitation, yes, Derek. The subject's back with you starting now.
I take a hammer in my right hand. I take a nail in my left hand. And I bang it.
Clement Freud.
Repetition of hands.
Left hand, right hand, yes.
We've got to have two hands.
You could have said so.
What?
You should have said the
You should
other
have said-
hand. Oh, no, you shouldn't. Clement Freud has won a point. He has 5 seconds for what to do with spare time starting now.
Chewing gum is one of the most gainful things with which you can...
Derek Nimmer, why do you challenge?
Repetition of one.
That's true.
The subject of Derek Nimmo, what to do with spare time starting now.
Whistle a little tune.
Kenneth Williams, your turn to begin. Weddings as a subject. Would you talk to us on this delightful subject starting now?
Weddings, of course, can mean the joining together of two people. On the other hand, it could mean the joining together of two pieces of material. You would not be inaccurate in referring to such an operation in that manner. But weddings are something I personally abhor. I don't like going to them because, I mean, if people decide to commit themselves to such a step, you realize what fools they're being. And you think, oh, hang on, think again, tied for life, you'll never get out of it, it means endless. Oh, what's he on about?
Repetition. Too much thumping.
A very clever challenge, Derek. I don't think I can really give it, because Clement Freud did stop Kenneth Williams from thumping on the table. So I think it's only fair to award no points and ask Kenneth Williams to continue, if he can, with 27 seconds for the subject of weddings starting now.
Well, of course, you see, the idea is they join together for the rest of the natural...
Geraldine Jones, why do you challenge?
Repetition of joining together.
Yes, he said join together before. Geraldine, you have the subject. 24 seconds left starting now.
I have a rather jaundiced view of weddings because the only ones I've attended, I have done so in the capacity of bridesmaid. And as everyone knows, as it's the bride's day, she always tries to make the bridesmaids look as hideous as possible.
Clement Freud.
Repetition.
Of what?
Bridesmaid.
That's all right, yes. 13 seconds for weddings, Clement Freud, starting now.
Will you take this woman in holy matrimony to have and to hold in sickness and in pain until death do us part?
Clement Williams, why...
Inaccurate deviation should be in sickness and in health.
You're quite right. For someone who isn't married...
I'm allowed an explanation.
Yes, you are, but I just didn't say for someone who isn't married, Kenneth. I thought that was jolly clever of you.
Thank you, yes,
But what is your explanation,
I've rehearsed
Clement?
it a lot, you
Is something priests say by mistake?
Oh, yes. But now what can I do now? No, you were challenged before you made your mistake, before you said that. I'm not
You
to know...
didn't let me finish the sentence.
No, because we weren't to know whether you were going to say that
I see.
afterwards. So what you said was deviation. Kenneth got it in first, so he has another point, and he has 5 seconds left for weddings starting now.
Sometimes, of course, they have an abbreviation.
Clement Freud, why do you
The
challenge?
7th, of course.
But I don't think you can challenge him on exactly the same thing in the same game, I'm sure. You haven't said, of course, before in this particular round, have you?
No!
You haven't said in this particular thing, so you have another point, Kenneth. You have 3 seconds for weddings starting now.
Yes, and you see, they join them together for life. Well, of course, the idea...
Right. So, well, there we are.
I'm in the lead!
Yes. You're not only in the lead, but I have received a message from my producer that our time is up and I must wind up the show. But, Kenneth, I wouldn't worry about that because you are in a small lead. Let me tell you, first of all, that Geraldine Jones came fourth, Derek Nimmo and Clement Freud were equal second, and 2 points ahead of them was this week's winner, our Kenneth Williams.
chairman of Just a Minute was Nicholas Parsons. The program was devised by Ian Messiter and produced by David Hash. Present Kenneth Williams, Derek Nimmo, Clement Freud and Andre Melly in Just a Minute. And as the minute waltz fades away, here to tell you about it is our chairman, Nicholas Parsons.
Thank you very much, and welcome once again to Just a Minute. Just to remind you of the rules of the game, such as they are, I'm going to ask each of them to speak in turn on some unlikely subject which they know nothing about for just a minute, without hesitation, without repetition, and without deviation. In other words, they mustn't pause, they must stick to the subject, and they must keep going. Now let's ask the competitors to do their best and start with the only lady representative we have once again this week, Andre Melly. Andre, doing nothing. Can you try and talk for just a minute on that subject, starting now?
This is something I love doing, and I'm very good at it. I think the most nothing you can do is to lie on a beach in the boiling sun and roast gently. Or being a tiny little bit ill, not very, just a bit, and being in bed with chocolates and magazines and having people wait on your hand and foot. That's quite good. Then there's,
Derek Nimmo, you have challenged. Why?
Well, hesitation.
The hesitation was a definite hesitation, and as the hesitation is upheld by the chairman, that's 1 point to Derek Nimmo, who takes over the subject with 38 seconds left, starting now.
I lie in a gentle summer meadow, looking up at a cloudless blue sky. The birds are singing, skylarks perhaps. The bees are droning past through the forest.
Kenneth Williams, you challenge. Why?
Oh, it's deviation.
Why?
We're talking about doing nothing. He's talking about observing birds and bees.
I consider, Kenneth, that very clever challenge gains you a point, and of course you have the subject with 27 seconds left, starting now.
The subject is paradoxical. It is impossible, of course, to do nothing. Doing implies usage, and of course nothing is impossible to do.
Kenneth, Clement Freud, you challenge. Why?
Repetition.
Of what?
He's too much of a doer.
Well done, Clement Freud. 1 point to you, and 14 seconds left for doing nothing, starting now.
In order to do nothing, you must relax every part of your body, disassociate your mind from whatever it is that you had been going to do, and then lie back comfortably and wait for other people to perform all the functions that you might otherwise have.
Clement Freud was speaking when the whistle went. That means he gains another point, which gives him a lead. He has 2 points at the end of that first round, with Kenneth Williams and Derek Nimmo both having 1 and Andre Melly yet to score. Clement Freud, your turn to begin. Model making. Just a minute will do for you to talk on that subject, starting now.
This is something my wife is tremendously against me doing. Many times she has come into the drawing room and said, "Do not make any models. I particularly deplore this habit of yours." I haven't. I have spent the time writing books, published at 10 and 6pence, available at all good booksellers.
Kenneth Williams, why do you challenge?
Because it's totally irrelevant. It's deviation.
But it's true.
It's nothing to do with making models. He's
I
publishing
agree.
books
I
at 10
agree.
and 6pence.
I quite agree, Kenneth, yes. Clement Freud's books selling at the publishers have got nothing to do with model making, so you have the subject with a point, of course, and 41 seconds left for model making, starting now.
You shouldn't make models, and you shouldn't make anybody. You should let them do whatever they want to do of their own free will. After all, this is what freedom is about. You shouldn't make...
Andre Melly, you challenge.
Deviation is talking about freedom, not about models.
I think you probably need a certain amount of freedom whether you make them or not. So, Kenneth Williams, you still have the subject, and you have 32 seconds left, starting now.
Freedom, not to make people do anything. Freedom, after all, wasn't it, Jefferson?
Clement Freud.
Yeah. I've got a thing out, hadn't I?
You got out models a great number of times. No, freedom you came out with, sorry, a great number of times. And so Clement Freud has the subject back starting now.
A number of toy shops in most big cities in the country sell a kit whereby you can make your own models at home. And for an aeroplane, this is a very handy thing to have. You get the wings, the undercarriage, and the wheels and the propeller, also a rubber band and some small metal pins. And by use of this, you can make the most superb small model aeroplane, which many people use and go on.
Eric Nimmer, you challenge. One.
Hesitation.
Hesitation, you have a point. You have 4 seconds for model making starting now.
Glue, power preferably of the spirit variety.
Andre Melly, why do you challenge?
Hesitation, power preferably.
That was the name of the brand, you see. Glue, power preferably. It's a very well-known brand.
Would you like to say it again, Derek Nimmer?
Glue, power preferably. It's a very well-known brand.
I wasn't sure until you repeated it that it was, so Andre has a point, and she has 3 seconds left for model making starting now.
Tall, thin girls make expert models.
So it's a pretty keen game. Clement Freud leading Derek Nimmer by 2. Derek Nimmer leading Kenneth Williams. No, he's equal with Kenneth Williams. Kenneth, you're in second place for the first time.
Oh, how lovely. At last I've been vindicated.
You can say that when you win one time. Andre is 1 point behind you in 4th place. Kenneth Williams, it's your turn to begin. Osteopathy is the subject. If you'd like to have a little think about it and start talking for just a minute now.
Osteopathy deals with the study of bones, and it is to do with the manipulation of those bones. And I once had one manipulate me, and he hit my funny bone. And I started laughing. It was really a scream. If you'd been there, you'd have died laughing. Because I started going, you know, and he said, hang on a minute, I've only just touched it. I've not actually manipulated it. What I've got to do is to get the bowl back in the socket. I mean the socket back in the bowl. And by the time we both finished laughing, the thing didn't get back in at all, so I had to go again. Well, one visit led to
Andre Melly, why you challenge?
Repetition, because he had to go again.
Exactly. Well done, Andre Melly. It was quite a repetition of laughter, too, wasn't there? Anyway, Andre, you have another point, and you have 25 seconds for osteopathy starting now.
It's a very difficult subject to study because I imagine you have to know every bone in the body, starting with the toes and working up the legs, hip bones, pelvis, ribs, all those spare ones, collarbones, skull, and your coccyx and all the vertebrae. I believe there are...
Clement Freud, why do you challenge? Clement, you have a point, and you have 7 seconds for osteopathy starting now.
One of the nicest things about osteopathy is that osteopaths never have people who die on them. They just don't get very well, and they're never cured.
Clement Freud has a small lead over Kenneth Williams, who's now in second place. Who leads Derek Nimmer by 1, equal with Andre Melly. Andre, it's your turn to begin. Backing out of the garage. Would you like to tell us in just 60 seconds how you do that starting now?
The most important thing is to open the garage doors first. Then see that there isn't a rockery or a flower bed or a 20-foot drop just beyond the doors. Then you get into the car and see that the car is in neutral. Turn the engine on.
Derek Nimmer, you challenge. Hesitation, indeed.
I'm waiting for the engine to warm up.
A clever try, Andre, but alas, too late. The engine didn't fire quick enough for you. 42 seconds, Derek Nimmo, for backing out of the garage starting now.
Well, I usually crawl out backwards, actually. I usually find it more convenient that way. What I do is I roll my trousers up, you see, get down on my hands and knees, and shuffle gently towards the door. I hold a mirror in my right hand so I can see which way I'm going, and I hold a torch in my left hand so I can see, if it's a dark night, which...
Andre Mellich.
Hesitation.
Hesitation, indeed, yes. This clever idea of 22 seconds for backing out of the garage starting now.
Once in reverse, you look into the driving mirror, slowly...
Derek Nimmer, why do you challenge?
Repetition. She's looked in it twice.
I don't
you
remember...
looked in your mirror.
No, she looked in to see if the doors were open a moment ago.
Yes, I don't think she has actually repeated the thing really, truly. So it is 18 seconds left for Andre Melly with another point. Backing out of the garage, Andre, starting now.
I let my foot very slowly come up from the clutch and accelerate a teeny-weeny bit, seeing that...
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
Hesitation.
Yes, there was. She was getting more than hesitating, rather slow, which is...
Well, you can't do it quickly.
I know, but there comes a point when a very slow speech becomes a hesitation. I granted to Clement Roy with 10 seconds for backing out of the garage starting now.
Many instructors say that you must back out of a garage slowly. I've always thought this was a great mistake because the faster you go into a main road...
Andre Melly.
Hesitation.
Hesitation, indeed. You have 3 seconds for backing out of the garage still starting now.
Turn on your right lock and quickly reverse.
Derek Nimmo, your turn to begin. Useless household gadgets. That's the subject, Derek. Have you writing it down?
Yeah.
Right. Think a second and then start now.
Sorry, I'm about to write it down.
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry.
It's wrong. I've written it. I spelt it wrongly. You see.
USE. Well, that's devious for a start, isn't it?
Yes. Right. Now I'm already prepared. Right.
All right. Derek Nimmo has written down useless household gadgets, and he's going to try and talk about it for 60 seconds, starting now.
These are the sort of things that when you go to big exhibitions at places like Olympia and Earl's Court, you're always finding displayed by very capable people in white clothes, and they hold them up and say, look, this is a marvellous thing for turning an apple into a little flower.
Kenneth Williams.
Hesitation.
Hesitation, indeed. Kenneth, can you talk for the next 46 seconds on useless household gadgets, starting now?
Useless household gadgets obviously are those ones which don't work when you try them out in the practical sense of try out.
Clement Freud, you challenge, why?
Oh, it does make me laugh.
It makes us laugh, too. Clement Freud, you challenge.
Yes.
Why?
The lot. I mean, hesitation, repetition.
All right, hesitation, deviation, and repetition. No, not repetition, but anyway. You have a point, indeed, Clement Freud. You have 37 seconds for useless household gadgets, starting now.
The 2 most useless gadgets I've ever come across was a potato peeler which did not peel potatoes and a tin opener which failed to perform that simple function because it had no spear that pierced the metal as it was meant to do by the designer.
Derek Nimmo, why do you challenge?
Well, he's going so slowly now it's hesitation.
No, I didn't.
Yes.
Kenneth Williams, I must tell you, you won't get any points at all unless you keep your hand on that little buzzer thing.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I would have got
I got so worried during that thing. Anyway, no, Clement Freud, I don't think you were going slow on this occasion, so you have another point, and you have 22 seconds left for useless household gadgets, starting now.
There's not at the moment a shop in any town in this country which specializes in useless household gadgets. Every shop seems to take a fair share.
Kenneth Williams, you challenge.
Deviation is boring, completely boring.
It may be boring, but quickly think of a better challenge, otherwise you don't get it.
Oh, I can't.
Boring is not win the game, alas. I'm afraid all that happens
sorry.
is Clement Freud has another point, and he has 14 seconds for useless household gadgets, starting now.
Pot scourers that have no emery upon them, wallpaper that does not adhere to walls, a paintbrush that has no bristles.
Andre Melly, why do you challenge?
I don't think wallpaper's a gadget.
Oh.
Deviation.
Very clever. Well done, Andre Melly. A point to you, and there are 6 seconds for useless household gadgets, starting now.
I'm left-handed, so nearly all the gadgets are absolutely useless for me. Though I do believe a shop has just
Right, Andre Melly has another point there. Let me write it down. So, unfortunately, Clement Freud has just overtaken her. He now is 2 points ahead of Andre... Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
What do you mean, unfortunately?
Because... I'll tell you exactly what I mean, Clement. You see, I'm a naturally chivalrous person. There's only 1 woman here against 3 men, so I rather must admit I like to see the woman occasionally win. And it hasn't happened yet.
You mean you're biased?
Yes.
And more power to your elbow.
And I don't take my elbow to your osteopath, I tell you. Clement Freud has a small lead over Andre Melly, and Kenneth Williams is third. Derek Nimmo is 1 point behind fourth. Oh, I know, we'll have a penalty on this round. And, yes, because Clement Freud is going to start. That's a very good reason for having a penalty, because he's doing jolly well. The penalty is the word and. They must not, during this round, mention the word and. The subject is anniversaries, Clement Freud, and you begin now.
Anniversaries are occasions upon which you come up to a date which you've come up to before. There are a lot of dates.
Andre Melly, you challenge why?
repetition if you come up to it before.
Yes, indeed. Well done, Andre Melly. You have another point. You have 52 seconds for anniversaries. You mustn't mention the word and you begin now.
Wedding anniversaries have different...
Derek Nimmo, you challenge. Hesitation, indeed. Anniversaries, no and. Derek, starting now.
The Andes are the rather interesting mountains that go right around the sea, because, you see, if you want to go around them, sometimes it doesn't...
Kenneth Williams, why do you challenge?
Well, what's the Andes got to do with anniversaries?
quite
Nicholas,
agreed.
come, you knew very well why I was challenging. Deviation.
I know, but the general public wish to hear as well.
Oh, deviation.
All right, you've established your point. And you gained a point.
I
and you-
once spent a birthday in the Andes.
Ah!
Very happy anniversary it was, too.
Never been
Well-
there in his life.
Well, it's a bit late now to spend your birthday, unfortunately, Derek, because I've already awarded a point to Kenneth Williams, and we can't take them back. There are 42 seconds left for Kenneth Williams to talk about anniversaries with no ands. Kenneth, starting now.
Anniversaries are the celebrating of events, of course, with 1 year in between. Mafficking, Lady Smith, and...
Clement Freud, yes, indeed, and. So, anniversaries, Clement, and there are 29 seconds left, starting now.
Andrea, who is a friend of mine, lives in Andover, spent her anniversaries frequently in Andorra, which is an ideal place for celebrating this sort of occasion. Andrea is a girl of 19 who, when she is 20, will have an absolutely super day and a cake baked by one...
Andre Melly, why
And a cake.
Oh, yes!
And I think you're all listening so hard for the ands, you missed the hesitation as well. But anyway, Andre, you have another point. You have 9 seconds for anniversaries, no ands, starting now.
Birthdays are the kind of anniversaries which are celebrated most. Your first, then your second, your third, fourth.
Clement Freud.
Repetition of
Yes,
anniversaries.
yes, what a pity, Andre. You have another point, Clement Freud. You have 1 second for anniversaries, starting now.
Cakes, buns.
So anniversaries has put Clement Freud with another anniversary. In other words, he's kept the lead. 14 points, I think, over Andre Melly, who's second place, Kenneth Williams third, and Derek Nimmo still trailing a little. Kenneth Williams, your turn to talk. And the subject, which is probably something you can go very well about, talking big. Talk big if you can, for 60 seconds, Derek, starting now.
Talk big means really like walk big, and I walk big and I talk big. I mean, you've got to. It's all apropos of the image you have inside yourself, so that comes out in your conversation. Some people can be minuscule. What you moving my hand? Oh, sorry. Heard he was pushing my hand. Some people talk...
Well, I think hesitation, deviation, and repetition, actually.
Well, unfortunately, as the game is in progress, whatever happens, I've got to grant it to you, Derek. I quite agree. So it is... You want to say something, Mr.
Let Kenneth have it because it was an accident.
Our producer has signalled to me that it was an accident, so Kenneth Williams has had it. I have been
Do you mean
overruled.
to say that Clement Freud didn't know he was holding his hand?
We thought that they were holding hands. Our producer, who has the final judge, considers it was an accident that they were holding hands. So
We can go on holding hands.
so they could go on holding hands.
We are holding ours on purpose.
I must point out they are sitting next to each other. Otherwise, it would be very devious. There are no points awarded. There are 42 seconds left for talking big, Kenneth Williams, starting now.
Talking big is largely the result of psychological thinking. You see, the way you think of yourself is the way you will talk of yourself. Take Mao Zedong. He swam right the way up the Yangtze, according to the Chinese newspapers. But that's what I mean. You see, it makes you feel. If you feel big, you can talk big, you can act big, you can
Andre
be
Melly,
big.
why do you...
Repetition.
Yes,
a lot of big.
Lots of big, yes. Andre, you have a point, and you've gained a point as well, and you have 37 seconds for talking big. Will you two stop holding hands and let's get on with the game? Andre Melly, would you like to talk for 37 seconds on talking big, starting now?
Talking big means swanking or blowing your own trumpet about things you've done and things you think you are and what you want to do in the future. And
Derek Memo, you challenge. Hesitation, Derek. Talking big, starting now.
I want...
Andre Melly, you challenge. Hesitation, you have a point, Andre. 3 seconds left. Talking big, starting now.
it's better if you're talking big to have a very large mouth with which to do it.
Andre's talking big has taken her 1 point behind Clement Freud, who's still in the lead, and Derek Nimmo and Kenneth Williams are both still trailing a little. Andre Melly, your turn to begin. Perhaps you can jump into the lead on this one. The au pair girl, starting now.
The trouble with au pair girls is that they very seldom speak the same language as you do, which makes living with them rather complicated. They're often very pretty, sometimes Swedish, perhaps Danish, Italian, French, young as a rule, and they come to England to study English, and they have to go to classes and help.
Clement Freud.
Hesitation.
You came to our help because of a hesitation. Clement Freud, you have 40 seconds for the au pair girl, starting now. No, I'm sorry. That wasn't fair.
Oh, I thought it was lovely.
I'm glad you appreciate my jokes, Kate. I appreciate yours as well. I think it's only fair to start that particular phrase again. But I will still say it. You have 40 seconds left. Clement Freud, starting now.
Au pair is French for to the pair, which is a very good description of a girl because invariably you don't get one. She has an ugly friend who phones up and to whom she phones, reversing the telephone charges. They come into this country ostensibly to look after your children or do the household chores, and many of them do come from foreign countries and try and learn English or...
Andre Melly. Hesitation indeed. Andre, you have the au pair girl back with you, and you have 13 and a half seconds left, starting now.
It's always rather vague as to what they're expected to do. They think they should have a nice room with a
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
Deviation.
Why?
She's not said anything. She's being vague.
She's talking about the au pair girl who expected that she should have a nice room. Andre, I'm with you. The au pair girls always expect a nice room. You have 8 seconds for the au pair girl, starting now.
They're like a television set. Perhaps they look after your children for a bit and occasionally do a bit of washing up. And...
Derek Nimmer, you challenge. Why?
Hesitation.
Why? No, there was no hesitation. No, indeed not. No. There are 2 seconds left, Andre, for the au pair girl, starting now.
Nanette or Carla.
Andre Melly blanched when I gave her the subject, but in spite of that, it's taken her into the lead with 2 points ahead of Clement Freud, and Derek Nimmo and Kenneth Williams are still trailing just a little. Derek Nimmo, it is your turn to begin. Punctuality, a thing all actors, I think, have difficulty with, but would you talk, if you can, for just a minute, starting now?
Punctuality means arriving at the right moment at the right time. It is indeed something which I have great difficulty in managing to perform. I generally arrive a little late, I'm ashamed to say. But I would like to be punctual. I would like to be always arriving at the right moment. You know, one of the funny and extraordinary things about life is when you get off a little trolley bus in Glasgow and you suddenly...
Andre Melly, why do you challenge?
Deviation.
Why?
Because he's getting off a trolley bus in Glasgow.
Exactly, and that...
But it was on time.
Trolley buses in Glasgow are never on time, because I was born in Glasgow. I know Glasgow very well indeed. They're always behind time, so Andre has another point. 35 seconds left, Andre, starting now.
To be punctual if you're an actor and working in the theatre is quite difficult because you have to arrive 30 minutes before...
Derek Nimmer, you challenge. Why?
Well, because she's not an actor, she's an actress, you see. Deviation.
Ah, yes, but sometimes one often says inclusively the actors were good, meaning the whole cast. It includes the ladies as well. So, Andre, you have 30 seconds for punctuality, starting now.
30 minutes before the curtain goes up. And in fact, this means 35 minutes before, which is always very confusing. Then you're the... Oh.
Derek Nimmer.
Hesitation.
Hesitation indeed. You have the subject with 20 seconds left for punctuality, starting now.
I synchronized my watch with my friend, and I board my Glaswegian trolley bus. It is 8 o'clock by my watch. Precisely, exactly 8 o'clock.
Andre Melly, why do...
Repetition exactly is the same as precisely.
No, it's a different word altogether.
It's a different word. I don't think that's right. I mean...
Yes, a synonym isn't repetition.
Well done, Kenneth Williams. Marvellously done. But as it's a different word, I can't give you repetition. I don't think within the context of the game. Derek has another point. He has 10 seconds left for punctuality, starting now.
Did you mean to meet me here at this precise moment, I said? Of course I did. Of course I did. It's his uncle, do you see? Yes, I looked at my watch.
Lovely. Oh,
that is good. Well, I'll work upwards in giving the final result. I won't give the actual points. It might embarrass some people. But Kenneth Williams was, alas, just in 4th place.
But I tried, didn't I? I had a good try.
You
can't say I wasn't game.
No, as chairman, you were very trying on occasion.
Thank you.
And sitting next to Clement Freud, you were very game on occasion.
Oh, you're intrepid, you are.
Derek Nemo has gone definitely into third place. He's a little way behind Clement Freud, who is in second place. And for the first time, we've had our only lady challenger win. And so it's wonderful. Congratulations to Andre Melli.
The chairman of Just a Minute was Nicholas Parsons. The program was devised by Ian Messiter and produced by David Hash. We present Kenneth Williams, Derek Nemo, Clement Freud, and Andre Melli in Just a Minute. And as the minute waltz fades away, here to tell you about it is our chairman, Nicholas Parsons.
Well, thank you very much indeed, and welcome once again to Just a Minute. Just to remind you of the rules, or perhaps just to remind ourselves of the rules, each of the players in this game are going to try and speak for just a minute on some subject that they know nothing about, which I will give them without hesitation, without repetition, and without deviation. In other words, they mustn't pause, they must keep going, they mustn't repeat themselves, and they mustn't stray from the point. Now, these rules are very simple and they're very elastic, and I have the impossible task of deciding when they are guilty and giving points. This you will see as we progress, so let's start the game straight off this week with Kenneth Williams. Kenneth, you seem surprised, but a delightful subject for you to start the show with this week. Here's the subject: what you see in the looking glass. Would you try and speak for just a minute on that subject, starting now?
Well, what I see in the looking glass is, of course, perfectly obvious to everybody. For I'm beautiful, simply beautiful. When a rose sees me coming, it wilts. Oh, my physical charms so ample, I set Helen of Troy an example. That was, of course, said by somebody much greater than myself, but it roughly equates to my position when I am looking in the looking glass. Of course, this is obviously, it obviously could be.
Derek Nimmo, you buzz. Why? Challenged.
Hesitation.
Hesitation. Derek receives a point because it was a correct challenge, and he takes over the subject: what you see in the looking glass, starting now.
What I see in the looking glass as I gradually come up into the frame is first of all the top of my hair. Then I see my forehead, then my eyebrows and my eyes, then my nose, then my upper lip.
Clement Freud, why have you challenged?
Repetition of my.
You are entirely correct, Clement Freud. You have a point. You have 22 seconds for what you see in the looking glass, starting now.
When I look at myself in the looking glass and turn slightly to one side and look across, I see the bathroom cupboard, which contains bottles of aspirins, toothbrush, toothpaste, a shaving brush, and 4 different kinds of soap.
Andre Melli, you have challenged. Why?
Well, medicine cupboards usually have doors on them, in which case, how can you see all these things?
Doors open.
Well,
Deviation, by the way.
A deviation. Well, I'm assuming the door is open, otherwise he couldn't have seen them. So, Andre, it was a very good try, but I'm afraid it's another point to Clement Freud with 5 seconds left for what you see in the looking glass, starting now.
Moving smartly to my left, I actually see myself, a good-looking man with
Derek Nimmo managed to challenge just before the whistle went. What was your challenge,
Well,
Derek?
deviation. He's not a good-looking man. He's singularly repugnant.
I don't often do this, but I'm not going to get involved in personal acrimony between 2 of these contestants. I'm going to ask the audience to judge whether they think Clement Freud is a good-looking man or not. If you think that Clement Freud is a good-looking man, will you please cheer? And
No.
if you think the reverse, would you please boo? And would you all do it together now? Boo! Clement Freud, they all think you are a very good-looking man. And Derek Nimmo was wrong. Clement Freud has another point. He has 1 second left for what you see in the looking glass, starting now.
blue eyes.
Well, as Clement Freud was speaking, as the whistle went, that meant he has another point, which, and I thought Derek's challenge was rather a clever one, but he doesn't get a point. Clement has a lead of 4 after the first round. Derek Nimmo has 1, and Andre Melly and Kenneth Williams have yet to score. Clement Freud, will you begin this round, please, on plain speaking, starting now.
Plain speaking, as opposed to self-raising speaking, is to speak carefully in well-modulated tones without raising or lowering them from a certain octave which you have decided to pitch into at the beginning of your talk. I am a great exponent of this art because I speak probably more plainly than anybody else.
Derek Nimmo, why do you challenge?
Boastful.
Yes, but I'm afraid you can't get points for that.
Oh, well, can I also challenge on deviation?
No, it's too late now. I'm very sorry. All you managed to do is to give Clement Freud another point with 40 seconds left for plain speaking starting now.
And so I drone on.
Derek Nimmo.
Deviation, you see, because he says he's a plain speaker. It's already been established by the audience he's a particularly handsome speaker.
Very clever, dear Derek Nimmo, very clever. So you have the subject now with...
Utterly untrue. They said I was good-looking.
Oh, yeah.
Not handsome.
Clement Freud, you've had enough compliments paid to you for one day, so I would just rest on your laurels for the minute. Let Derek Nimmo have the subject of plain speaking with 38 seconds left starting now.
Some people tend to mistake plain speaking for being downright rude. Such, I'm afraid, is...
Andre Melly, you challenge.
Hesitation.
Hesitation, Andre. 33 seconds for plain speaking starting now.
I think it means telling the truth, the kind of truth that other people don't like to hear. And when they say you are a plain speaker, they mean that you are extremely rude. And...
Clement Freud, you challenge.
Hesitation.
Hesitation, indeed. Another point to Clement Freud, and 23 seconds for plain speaking, and you start now.
It does mean, in fact, that you speak your mind, whatever that is. You go up to a man and say, quite frankly, I think you are the most repulsive...
Kenneth Williams, you buzz.
Yes.
You want to say something. What
Yes,
is
but
it?
he's confusing it with rudeness, you see, so it's deviation. Deviation entirely. Speaking plainly is speaking plainly. It's nothing to do with speaking rudely. Going up to a bloke and saying you're repulsive is disgraceful. I might have a great goiter hanging out, but I don't want people coming out saying it, do I? Not very nice. They've got air coming out of your ear hole, is it?
Are you talking on plain speaking at the
No
present moment?
deviation, sorry.
I've never heard anybody justify their challenge with such a long discussion.
Sorry, yes.
I've gone on for just a minute and got another bonus.
Yes.
Anyway, all right, Kenneth, I will give you the point, and 12 seconds for plain speaking. See if you can do better than you've just done, starting now.
Thank you very much. Of course, plain speaking means speaking.
Clement Freud, you challenge.
Oh.
Deviations. Thank you very much.
He's a disgrace.
Why do you think thank you very much is not plain speaking?
I
It
was
has nothing
saying,
to do with the subject.
I was saying thank you for him for the point.
I think thank you very much is plenty
Subject
plain
of plain
speaking. Kenneth Williams has another point, and he has 10 seconds for plain speaking, starting now.
Plain speaking means, of course, speaking in the plain, as opposed to on the edge of a mountain. And Bidaric omens were all composed on the edge of a mountain. Ruin seize the ruthless king.
Derek
were the
Nimmo,
words-
why do you challenge?
I've rather forgotten, I'm so sorry. No, I'm so sorry.
Kenneth Williams, you have another point, and you have 2 seconds left for plain speaking, starting now.
The Pindaric oaths composed on the mountainside, and they cried out, ruin. Oh, I've leapt into the lead now, and I. Come out with it, tell us.
Don't be steady on. Remember where you are, Kenneth Williams.
Oh, sorry.
With some very plain speaking, Kenneth Williams has gone into 3rd place. He's ahead of Andre Melly by 2 points, but he's 1 point behind Derek Nimmo and 3 points behind Clement Freud, who's still in the lead. Derek Nimmo, it's your turn to begin. A subject I hope you can talk about for 60 seconds, how to eat a crumpet. That's what the inventor of the game has chosen for you, Ian Messiter, and you start now.
I always eat my crumpets orally. I tend to take them and butter them, put them in front of the fire, and then slowly pop them between my teeth. And then I masticate away until they're...
Andre Melly, why do you challenge?
Deviation, it sounds revolting.
It may sound revolting, Andre, but it, I think, is probably the way most people eat their crumpets.
Pop
so
a crumpet.
We'll have to carry on with Derek Nimmo's his crumpet.
Pop a crumpet.
Sorry, Derek Nimmo and his hot crumpet for 43 seconds, starting now.
I've always been a great crumpet enthusiast. In fact, I recently made a record which is called Toast and Honey and Crumpet for Tea, in which I explain the art of eating this particular delicacy. It really is a very interesting thing, crumpet eating. You know, if you take a sugar...
Clement Freud, you've challenged one.
Hesitation.
Hesitation, alas. Clement Freud, how to eat a crumpet with 27 seconds left, starting now.
The ideal way is not as propounded by Mr. Derek Nimmo, but in fact you toast the crumpet first, and when it is hot and coloured on both sides, you then add...
Derek Nimmo, you...
Deviation. You see, he's not actually eating the crumpet. He's preparing it.
How cute.
Give it to Derek Nimmo for another point and 14 seconds for how to eat a crumpet, starting now.
Get it firmly between your teeth. Dig in first your molars and then your wisdom teeth.
Kenneth Williams.
Repetition, he's already told us he masticated.
Repetition?
Of course, if he's already told us he's masticated, now he started gripping it between his teeth.
You mean you feel he's regurgitated it?
Of course! Well, you've got a larger vocabulary than I have. I can see that.
And you have fewer points than the others, so I'll give you one, Kenneth Williams. And 10 seconds left for how to eat a crumpet, starting now.
There is only one way to eat it. You put the napkin right...
Andre Melly.
To poop it.
What?
A tup poop is a hesitation. All
Yes.
right, Andre, you have the subject of how to eat a crumpet for 6 seconds, starting now.
Sit down in front of the fire. Put the crumpet on a plate. Then take it between the thumb...
Derek Nimmo, you challenge. Why?
Well, again, she's preparing. She's putting on a plate.
Yes.
Deviate.
That's the first time anybody's got 2 points in the same round on the same actual challenge. But well done, Derek. 1 point to you and 1 second to go for how to eat a crumpet, starting now.
When it reaches my stomach.
Derek has taken a lead of 2 points over Clement Freud. Kenneth Williams is still in 3rd place and Andre Melly in 4th place. And Kenneth Williams, it is your turn to begin paying the bills at the end of the month, Kenneth. Is this something you do? Well, anyway, talk for just a minute, if you can, on that subject, starting now.
Well, I will pay anything I owe at any time, never mind the end of the month, but I'm not paying bills. He can pay his own. On the other hand, when the account is presented, it is always a rather depressing incident. And I was once sent one from a certain store, which I shall not name, for 500 pints of milk and a mink coat. Well, obviously I don't walk around in a mink coat drinking 500 pints of milk. And so I rang them up and I said, here, I've had this bill, 500 pints of milk and a mink coat. And they said, what is the name, please? And I said, Kenneth C. Williams, my full name, Kenneth C. Williams. And they said, oh, it should have gone to Tennessee Williams. Of course, they could mix me up, you see.
Kenneth, stop. You've been challenged.
Tennessee Williams. They got me mixed up because I was Kenneth C., which sounds like Tennessee Williams.
You get no bonus
hello,
points.
does he go around in mink coats with half a crate of milk?
Well, I'm not going to even ask what the challenge was, Clement Freud. You have a point, definitely, for that. Anyway, better let the listeners at home know. Why did you challenge?
Repetition.
Yes, repetition, indeed, was right. Plenty of C's and plenty of Kenneths and plenty of Williams. That's a bit too much, really, but there...
I thought it was lovely.
And
They
so
was a
did the
dog
audience.
here.
And
They
so
was a
did the
dog.
audience, Kenneth, but you weren't playing the game strictly.
Oh, well, I got carried away. I mean, we're
Too
all
far.
human after all.
22 seconds left, you human. For Clement Freud, that's when he challenged. 22 seconds to go. Paying bills at the end of the month. Clement Freud, starting now.
Paying bills at the end of the month is sometimes a very dangerous thing because if you pay these bills too promptly, people are of the opinion that you are bankrupt because bankrupts have to pay their bills actually on the due date. Otherwise, they can go to court.
Kenneth Williams, you challenge. What?
Oh, deviation, of course. We're discussing paying bills at the end of the month, not bankruptcy. If you're bankrupt, you don't pay them at all, would you?
You could still be bankrupt by paying your bills or not. Is it
No, pay the bills at the end of the month is the question, love. Bankrupts couldn't pay them any time, could they?
Yes, dear, I know. But there we
No, it's
are.
deviation. What we're discussing.
Don't browbeat the chairman, Mr. Williams. Clement Freud has another point. I disagree with you, and there are 8 seconds left for him to paying bills at the end of the month, starting now.
January's...
Andre Melly.
Hesitation.
No, I don't think so. Clement Freud, you still have another point. 7 seconds for paying the bills at the end of the month, starting now.
January is a very good month to pay a bill at the end of because it has 31 days, and the day of 30...
Andre, your turn to begin. Kenneth, stop fooling around, please. Camping, that is the subject, Andre Melly. Can you talk for just a minute starting now?
This is something you either like doing or you don't. I've tried it once and I didn't really care for it. It's quite romantic sleeping out under the stars, but after a bit everything starts to smell of Macintosh and you're never quite warm enough and you find you don't wash as often as you used to. Boy Scouts, I believe, do it a great deal in groups of 20 or more and make campfires and sing round them, and it's not my kind of thing at all.
Derek Nimmer, your challenge, right?
Hesitation.
Yes, there was. Just a hesitation. I was so carried away with the sort of other ideas that were going in my mind. Derek Nimmo, you have 33 seconds left for camping starting now.
Well, quite honestly, I've never been a great camper. I mean, there's all sorts of people going for it a great deal these days, really, but never appealed to me tremendously. I don't know why. I think it's really that I don't awfully care for the outdoor life. I mean, there by your wigwam with your little fire and your billy cam to hand, it isn't really my way of spending a wet summer weekend.
Andre Melly, your challenge.
Hesitation.
Hesitation, indeed, yes. 12 seconds for camping, Andre, starting now.
You need a tent and some pegs to peg it down with, and tins of food and a tin opener, and a box of matches so as you can make a fire.
Well, as Andre was speaking as the whistle went, she gains another point, and that point puts her just ahead of Kenneth Williams, who's sunk back to 4th place, alas.
I've sunk. Oh.
Clement Freud is 1 point ahead of Derek Nimmo, who is in 2nd place. Clement Freud, your turn to begin. The cult of nudism. There's a good subject to talk about for just a minute, starting now.
The cult of nudism is one that doesn't necessarily involve taking off all your clothes. You can be a nudist wearing a vest and pants, a shirt and collar and tie, a suit with trousers, a waistcoat and a vest. And deep down, mentally, you are still a nudist because you feel that you would like to be rid of these clothes. But suppose you want to go in for nudism a little more actively, then it is essential to strip yourself of all garments. Can you stop, Nemo, looking at me? Nemo's looking at me. I won't have it. I want a 5-minute rest.
He wanted to be stopped.
Andre Melly, listeners, challenged because Clement wanted to be stopped because he felt
A hesitation coming on.
No, he felt his hesitation coming on because Kenneth Williams was looking at him in a very peculiar way. Andre Melly did the honours for Clement Freud, and she has the subject of the cult of nudism with 32 seconds left, starting now.
There was a very interesting programme on television on this subject. I was watching one programme, turned over, and there was this lady with nothing on, frying...
Kenneth Williams, you'll challenge twice.
Deviation.
Why?
The cult of nudism is the subject, not watching television.
Was
That is perfectly
on the
true.
subject.
What were you going to say, Andre?
It was a teleprogram on the subject.
Yes, but it was about nudism, actually. I don't think it wasn't called the cult of nudism, so Kenneth Williams has a point, and he has the subject with 25 seconds left, starting now.
The cult of nudism is to do with the worship of nakedness. And what more adorable thing could you have to worship? Here we have all hypocrisy swept away, all the foppery, all the dressing up, all the decoration, the embellishment, all the rubbish, in other words, is gone.
Clement's challenge you.
Oh,
Of what?
too many alls.
Well, when Kenneth Williams goes in, he goes all in, doesn't he? Anyway, Clement Freud, you have another point for the cult of nudism, and you have 7 seconds left, starting now.
I once went to North Middlesex to be...
Derek Nimmer, you challenge, why?
He's talking about a visit to North Middlesex.
A clever challenge, Derek Nimmer, another point, and you have 4 seconds left for the cult of nudism, starting now.
Take 'em off, I cry. Away with those.
Clement Freud, you challenge, why?
Hesitation.
Well, you have to pause for a moment while you take 'em off.
Actually, I think he paused because the audience laughed. It was difficult to judge it, so I'm afraid I must give it to Derek Nimmo, and 2 seconds left for the cult of nudism, starting now.
Off come my shoes, then my socks.
So the nudist scene has put Derek Nimmo into a small lead of 1 over Clement Freud, who still has a commanding lead over Andre Melly, who's 1 point ahead of Kenneth Williams. Derek Nimmer, it's your turn to begin. Public relations. But just talk for 60 seconds if you can, starting now.
Ronald Kershaw Sudbury Hardy of Port Meadow, Totnes, Devon, is one of my public relations. He is a local worthy, a keen sailor, a scout commissioner. Beatrice Mason, who lives at 44 East Athos Avenue, Flintshire, North Wales, is also a public relation of mine. She plays bridge. She is a keen member of the local Conservative Association. I have a sister, Valerie Williams, her name is by her husband, who lives...
Andre Melly, you can.
Hesitation.
Hesitation is right, yes. 25 seconds left for public relations. Andre Melly, you start now.
This is one of these mysterious subjects, PR officers, I believe that some of them are called, who try to publicize for you whatever you want to have publicized.
Clement Freud.
Hesitation.
Hesitation, yes, a repetition of publicized, too. Clement Freud, you have 14 seconds left for public relations, starting now.
There are people who have no private relations who are forced to go in for this in a professional way, and they appoint a gentleman to project their image to the world at large, saying, Clement Freud...
Derek Nimmer, you challenge why?
hesitation.
Yes, indeed. 3 seconds left for public relations. Derek Nimmer, starting
really?
now.
Aunt Gertrude, Uncle Charles.
Clement Freud, you challenge why?
Repetition of the telephone directory.
If you'd had a...
Aunt Gertrude is a private relation, you see.
No, she has a very public life.
She's not a public relation, because she's not everybody's Aunt Gertrude. She's
I'm going to
not
put it
Aunt
to the
Gertrude.
audience. I can't decide between public relations, whether if they're private relations and they become public. Do you think that Clement Freud's challenge is justified? And if you do, will you please cheer? And if you don't, will you please boo? And will you all please do it together now? Clement Freud, they're on your side today, without a doubt. You have another point. You have 2 seconds left for public relations, starting now.
In Fleet Street, there's a lot of...
So, the public relations has put Clement Freud into commanding lead equal with Derek Nimmo, with Andre Mello trailing in 3rd place and Kenneth Williams trailing in 4th place. And this, alas, is the last subject. Kenneth Williams, it is your turn to begin. You'd like to put your shoes on, I'm sure.
I've got bad feet now.
Well, the subject is holiday brochures. Bad feet or not, maybe you can think of one that'll do your feet good, but otherwise, will you please speak for 60 seconds on holiday brochures starting now?
Holiday brochures are always the most deceptive thing in this world. They choose a day when the sun's shining, the beach looks really lovely, and there are none of these nasty jellyfish around. And of course, everyone sitting there looks delighted with the whole place. But when you get there, the sun's never like that, neither do the hotels, and they all say all in. They don't tell you about the extras. There's loads of extras. If you want a bath, it's extra. I mean, if you want the meal, it's extra. If you want the manager...
Derek Nimmo, why you stand?
Repetition, too many extras.
Too much hesitation, I would have thought. All right, 32 seconds left, Derek, for holiday brochures starting now.
The cult of nudism has provided a lot of very interesting holiday brochures. I remember going down to Bournemouth last Sunday. Oh, I've stopped.
Hesitation, indeed, yes. 24 seconds left for holiday brochures, Clement Freud, starting now.
In my opinion, the best holiday brochures are those put out by the Hampshire County Council, and they put them out for Gasforth, Southampton, and Portsmouth. The beaches are beautiful, the sand is golden.
Kenneth Williams, you challenge, why?
No, there's no such place as Gasforth.
Gasforth? No, it does sound very peculiar.
Yes. Have you ever? I never heard of it. Gasforth.
All right. 11 seconds left for your Gasforth challenge, and holiday brochures are the subject, and you start now.
Yes, well, as I say, they're hopelessly...
Clement Freud.
What's happening there? I'm sorry, I was mystified. What?
I'll tell you what happened. You were challenged by Clement Freud.
Oh, sorry.
That's right, Clement Freud.
If he's already said it, it's repetition. He said, as I said.
Oh, how extremely clever. All right, did you say as I said?
I'm afraid I was guilty.
All right,
I am.
well done.
I'm in the position of
Well,
being.
honesty... All right, Kenneth, you're very honest, and we appreciate it very much. You're 9 seconds left for holiday brochures. Clement Freud, starting now.
Hotels in holiday resorts are tabulated into classes to which they adhere, like first class, which means that every room has a bathroom.
Kenneth Williams, your challenge.
Deviation. We're discussing the holiday brochure, not the classifications of hotels.
All right, Kenneth Williams, with 2 seconds left for holiday brochures, you start now.
Holiday brochures are glossy. They're lovely. They look all right.
Well, I don't know whether you were, but I was following that last round absolutely tentatively, because with Clement Freud and Derek Nimmo being equal, obviously one of them had to win on that round. And it happened to be Clement Freud who got the extra point. Let me just tell you that Andre Melli unfortunately came last, 1 point behind Kenneth Williams, who with his holiday brochures leapt into third place. Derek Nimmo kept definitely well in second place, but Clement Freud by 1 point is this week's winner.
Chairman of Just a Minute was Nicholas Parsons. The program was devised by Ian Messiter and produced by David Hash. Present Kenneth Williams, Derek Nimmo, Clement Freud and Betty Marsden in Just a Minute. And as the minute waltz fades away, here to tell you about it is our chairman, Nicholas Parsons.
Thank you very much indeed, and welcome once again to Just a Minute. May I just remind you of the rules? I'm going to ask each one of them to speak in turn on some unlikely subject which they know nothing about for just a minute, without hesitation, without repetition, and without deviation. I think the scoring will become obvious as we proceed, so let us start this particular game with Derek Nimmo. Derek, striking a fresh acquaintance. A good subject, and just a minute if you can talk on it, starting now.
Well, what I generally do is I prepare my equipment first of all. I tend to favor a Malacca cane. I take it out in the morning, make sure it's nice and flexible, and then I go out into the street, and it's curious, you know, every time you turn a corner, you come across a tolerably fresh acquaintance. If they're not fresh, of course, then you can make them fresh by baiting them with various well-chosen remarks. Having got them suitably game, then you take hold of your Malacca cane and strike them several times across the face.
Clement Freud, you challenge, why?
Several times as repetition.
Very clever, Clement. 29 seconds for striking a fresh acquaintance, starting now.
I have very few acquaintances who are other than fresh, so that my acquaintance has to be evilly...
Derek Nimmo, you challenge, why?
Yes.
Hesitation, indeed. You have a point, Derek. You have 22 seconds for striking a fresh acquaintance, starting now.
Well, I generally join the Lonely Hearts Club. I pay 17 and sixpence to this fund, and they put my name into a little ballot box, and they pull out a chum for me. They send me a little letter, and I go and meet this chum. And when I see this person, perhaps a female, I say, "Hello, Mary," if that happens to be her name. "How are you today?" And she says, "Is your name Derek?" And I say, "Yes." She says, "How charming to meet you." And I say, "It's delightful to meet you too."
Well, as Derek Nimmo was speaking when the whistle went, then he gains another point. Betty Marsden, your turn to begin, and here we go. What to do when you've ricked your back? Would you try and talk for just a minute on that subject, starting now?
Well, when you have ricked your back, the very thing you must not do is attempt to lie down, because this makes it very painful, plus the fact that it is impossible to get in that position. For as one bends over, as a human hairpin, and the pain shoots from here up to one's head, one finds great difficulty in even lifting an arm. Well, here we are then, unable to lie down because the pain is so tremendous, unable to stand up. So the only thing one can do on this occasion is to get a kind husband or friend to undo a door, take it off its hinges, and lean it in a very, very difficult way, but a slight angle, like that.
Clement Freud, you've challenged, why?
An angle is deviation.
It may be deviation, but it is not devious, and I think, therefore, I am justified in giving Betty Marsden another point. It was a very clever challenge, but there are 18 seconds left for you, Betty, what to do when you've ricked your back starting now.
Then
Derek Nimmer.
Well, hesitation.
Hesitation. 16 seconds, Derek, for what to do when you've ricked your back starting now.
I turn on my tummy immediately, actually. I lie there and I put my arms out akimbo, my legs out akimbo, and then I put a little...
Kenneth Williams, you've challenged.
Repetition.
Too much akimbo. Your akimbo got you in trouble there.
Yes.
Kenneth, 9 seconds left for you to talk about what to do when you've ricked your back, and you start now.
The obvious thing to do is to go straight to a bone setter, a good old-fashioned man who knows his job, who indeed has got in the surgery there the actual skeleton showing... Oh, thank you. Yes. Oh, I've leapt into the lead, haven't I? I've leapt into it.
Alongside Clement Freud and Derek Nimmer. Clement Freud, it's your turn to begin. Dentists, something everybody has experience about. Will you try and talk for just a minute, starting now?
Dentists are members of a professional class who tend to wear white coats for a reason which I've never yet found out. Who do
Derek Nimmer, you challenged.
Hesitation, I'm afraid.
Yes, it was.
What a shame.
Yes, it was, because something like that. Obviously, he's got some very painful experience at the dentist. He couldn't go on. 51 seconds, Derek, for dentists, starting now.
Open your mouth, Derek O'Fruit, he says. I open it, and there he looks at my molar, and then he produces a long, nasty instrument with a needle on the end, which spins round in a particular revolting fashion, and he plunges this deep into my tooth and fills me with most alarming and horrid pain. Then he gets a little scraper, scrapes round the edges, pulls away all the stuffing from inside, all the muck and rubbish and so on, and then puts into it some rather nasty grey or black stuff, or if I'm feeling particularly extravagant, gold stuff as well. Perhaps...
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
hesitation.
Oh.
No, I don't think so. He was in full flood. Derek Nimmer, you have 15 seconds left to carry on with dentists, starting now.
I lean back in my chair, and he gives me a little glass of pink-scented liquid. I swish it round in my mouth, and I swallow it or spit it down to a little basin beside me. I do. He takes away a little piece of paper from round my neck, throws it into the waste paper basket. Hello, old fruit.
Well, Derek's long discourse on his dentist, however unpleasant it may have sounded, has put him in a definite lead over the other two gentlemen, who are both leading Betty Marsden by 2 points. Kenneth Williams, it's your turn to begin. The Big Dipper. If you haven't been on it, imagine you have, and talk for just a minute, starting now.
The Big Dipper can, of course, mean someone who dips very largely into their pocket for charity, and that is something I'm not known for. On the other hand, because it can refer to the scenic railway. And quite recently, I was asked what kind of travel I preferred, and I named this kind of travel, and they put me on one for nothing. A photographer was put in the front to photograph me, and I was in the back seat, careering up and down that marvellous scenic railway at Battersea. Well, I was in a state of exhilaration, I can tell you. I was screaming with joy, because I love all the bits where you go right down. Ah! Oh, I was carried away, and some of the photographs, when they came out of me on the scenic railway, were a joy to behold. The mouth was wide open. It looked so...
Derek Nimmer, why do you challenge?
Well, his deviation. He's talking about his trips on the scenic railway rather than the Big Dipper.
I think the Big Dipper is part of a scenic railway. I think it could be described as such. So, Kenneth, I'm still with you and your joy. Carry on for 15 seconds. The Big Dipper starting now.
And as we came down the last stretch and I got off breathless and almost exhausted, the gentleman running it said to me, "Here, are you on the telly?" Because I knew my face straight away, you see. And he said, "It's unusual to see someone like you on
Derek Nimmer, why do you challenge?
Deviation. You're talking about his chums coming up to him and asking for his autograph and things.
Yes, I think he's got a little bit off the Big Dipper now.
Oh, shame. Shame.
Derek Nimmer has 2 seconds left for the Big Dipper starting now.
I have a Big Dipper which I keep stuffed in a glass case.
The interesting thing about this game is if you can manage to challenge someone just before the 60 seconds is up and take the subject over, you automatically gain a point because you manage to keep going when the whistle goes. So Derek Nimmer's got 2 more points, which gives him a definite lead over everybody else.
But you could make it half a point if you wanted to, couldn't you?
I can make it no points at all if I wanted to.
Why don't you do that?
That's the power that I have, Kenneth.
Because I never win.
Kenneth, you're getting all the audience sympathy. When I next appeal to them, you see what happens. Betty Marsden, it's your turn to begin. Slang, starting now.
Slang? Well, these are very small words used for very long words. For instance, one runs down the apples and goes round the Johnny, and one pushes down the old Scrumpy. All that sort of thing. And everybody varders you see, and your eeks are shining and your lallies are weak by the time you push down all this Scrumpy. And the whole thing is a language understood only by deep friends of yours to whom you've written small notes in this particular language. Now, the word S-L-A-N-G, the one that I am speaking about, is very interesting because there is a song about it called Old Slang Syne, which we use every New Year's Eve for everybody's benefit. And all those little Scottish words that, you know, we love, och and I, they all mean something very, very interesting indeed, but I can't possibly tell you about it.
Yes, 60
I can't
seconds
believe
flat.
it.
Well done, Betty Marsden, the visitor to the game, playing against the three regulars, and Betty has managed to speak for 60 seconds without being interrupted, so I think she deserves a bonus point. Well done, Betty Marsden. It's brought you equal with Clement Freud, who were both 1 point behind Kenneth Williams, who was still a little way behind Derek Nimmo. Clement Freud, Utopia. Will you talk to us, if you can, for 60 seconds on this subject, starting now?
Utopia, I seem to remember, is a rather boring poem written by Sir Thomas More in about 1516 about an island on which all the right things happen to the right people. And the word has now been taken up in everyday language to...
Derek Nimmo, you challenge.
Hesitation.
Hesitation indeed. Utopia, Derek Nimmo, with 42 seconds left, starting now.
I went to this pub in Devon, you see, and I was standing against the bar. And a man came towards me. He's an old gentleman with long grey hair and a big hat and sucking a straw in his mouth.
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
All that time without Utopia. Deviation.
May I just...
Very rapidly. Can you justify very rapidly?
Well, he came out to me and I was standing at the bar and he said, "Oh, Utopia." And I said, "Oh, okay."
All right. We'll give it to you, Derek. You have another point. You have 32 seconds left for Utopia, starting now.
It's what I'm always looking for. You know, every day when I get up in the morning, I always think, will I find Utopia today? I never do, but I always keep trying, you know. I think that's one of the important
Clement
things
Freud,
in life.
Repetition.
Of what?
Always keeps trying.
Yes, well...
No, not repetition. I said it once.
It wasn't that. It's the implication of the word, if you always keep trying, it must be repetitious.
Must be.
Which is a very clever challenge, and I think it does deserve a point. And Clement Freud has gained it. He has 25 seconds left for the subject. Utopia, starting now.
It is now described as something which everybody's looking for, but nobody ever finds. And cuckoo land in the House of Commons is the sort of meaning that Utopia has. Look where one likes, one doesn't find this euphoria among things that...
Kenneth Williams, you challenge.
Well, it was either hesitation or mispronunciation. Euphoria.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm very sorry, Kenneth. I think it was all
What is the
accurate.
word?
Euphoria.
Well, excitement.
Euphoria? What does that mean? I've
When-
never heard it.
When Kenneth Williams goes on the Big Dipper, that's a touch of euphoria.
You didn't say euphoria.
He did, Clement.
Well, that's a disgrace. You definitely hesitated. You mispronounced the word. And now you're trying to get
You
out of it.
cannot change your challenge, Kenneth. There's 9 seconds left for Clement
I
Freud to
dare.
go on with Utopia, starting now.
It is a lovely vision. The island where everything happens that should happen, where men are beautiful, where women are willing...
Betty Marsden, you challenge.
Hesitation.
Hesitation, Betty. You have 2 seconds left for Utopia, starting now.
So I wear it on my
Clement
head.
Freud, you challenge. Why?
Hesitation.
Hesitation. Right, Clement Freud, you have
I
another point.
didn't.
You have 1 second.
Hesitation.
Clement Freud for Utopia, starting now.
Oh, yes.
Wait a minute. No. Derek Nimmo got in first. Derek
Hesitation.
Nimmo. Hesitation, indeed. Right, the point to Derek Nimmo. 1 second left for Utopia, Derek, starting now.
Hello. How are you?
Kenneth Williams, your turn to begin this time. My favourite pudding, starting now.
My favourite pudding is Christmas pudding. And the best ones I have actually are due to a recipe which my Aunt Edith has, and she makes them like a dream. The only trouble is she does tend to put in these silver things, and someone or two of my fill-ins, once or twice, got caught on these, and I have had some very painful experiences because my teeth are particularly sensitive to any metal or metallic substance coming into contact with them. Next to Christmas pudding, of course, there's cabinet pudding. Now, Mrs. Wayne of Bicester holds the recipe.
Clement Freud, you challenge. Why?
Deviation.
Why?
My favourite pudding, and he's now specified that there was another pudding.
Yes, that's perfectly correct. Well done,
yes,
Clement
he's
Freud.
right.
Sir Clement Freud, you have a point, and you have 23 seconds for my favourite pudding, starting now.
My favourite pudding is bread and butter pudding, which is made with bread, butter, eggs, sugar, cream. You cake...
Hesitation indeed. 15 seconds for my favourite pudding, starting now.
My favourite pudding is known as black pudding because of the colour that it bears. It is made from all sorts of indescribable things like congealed blood.
Clement Freud.
Deviation.
Why?
It's just made from congealed blood.
Not only.
Not
you
all
get-
sorts of indescribable things.
There are other things besides.
Well, you
congealed blood.
can
The
make a
skin
black
round the
pudding.
outside
It depends
for-
how you make it. I'm sure yours, being a very pure black pudding, would be made that
I
way.
think it's revolting. I don't want to sit here and listen to a load of filth. Good gracious, I think it's disgraceful. You should have ruled him out.
Well, look, Clement Freud, can you, as a cook, I can't argue with you over culinary matters, can you justify the fact, is it really only made
Yeah,
of
I'm sorry,
black?
actually the skin round the outside.
But what are those little white pieces?
Little white
in
pieces.
there?
What little white pieces, Clement
it's
Freud?
turning
Come
me
on.
off.
I am not going to argue with Clement Freud over food. I let the audience judge about food with
Well,
Clement
they
Freud.
will know it's
You
got
judge
skin
it.
round
Do
the
you think
outside.
that Derek Nimmer was correct in his description? And if you do, will you cheer? And if you think he was incorrect, will you all boo? And will you all do it now?
Boo.
Derek Nimmer, they like your black pudding better than Clement Freud, so you have another point. You have 4 seconds left for my favourite pudding, starting now.
Well, next time I have one, I'm going to share it with the audience because they're so kind and sweet. And I shall put bacon...
Clement Freud, why?
Deviation.
Deviation,
Yes.
indeed, I quite agree. Clement Freud, you've got the point after all. You have 2 seconds for
want
my
to give
favourite
them a
pudding,
little
starting
bite.
now.
Butter the bread very generously and...
Oh, well, there we are. Betty Marsden, your turn to begin. My most unforgettable character, starting now.
His name was Mr. Morrison, Rover Morrison. He was called after dogs because he was a veterinary surgeon.
Kenneth Williams.
Deviation. What's it got to do with dogs?
He's a veterinary surgeon.
Well, he...
Called after dogs.
He
I've
was
never heard...
called Rover Morrison.
Have you never called after a dog? Ooh, Rover, come here. No, I'm sorry. You know, he was a man. He sounds a very unforgettable character to me, Kenneth. I'm very sorry. But don't look so hurt, please, Kenneth. Betty has another point. She has 53 seconds left for my most unforgettable character, starting now.
A veterinary surgeon, Rover Morrison.
Kenneth Williams.
Repetition.
My most unforgettable character, Kenneth, with 50 seconds, starting now.
My most unforgettable character was a character who came up to me in an hotel and said, would you come over and help me because I'm out here for the waters? And I said, what do you mean, the waters? And he said, I broke my leg and I've come here for the waters. You that thermal.
Derek Nimmer. Well,
Well, we've had the waters 3 times.
yes, we... Bitch, too much.
Good job I haven't.
Derek Nimmer, it's your turn now with 35 seconds for my most unforgettable character, starting now.
I met him, first of all, 45 kilometres outside Addis Ababa. I was walking down a little gully, and there, at the end of this little road, I saw a man with a green hat on and fur right round his...
Clement Freud.
Hesitation.
Hesitation, indeed, yes. 21 seconds, Clement. My most unforgettable character, starting now.
My most unforgettable character came up to me in the Odeon Theatre in Leicester Square and said, look at me well for a long time, watch my nose, my eyes, and my ears, because I want you to remember me for the rest of your life. And I looked at him most carefully and said, yes, you beautiful specimen of humanity. Never have I seen anyone as remarkably accurately...
Oh, no, Derek challenged us before.
Just that little hesitation. We'd rather sport it for Mr. Freud. What a shame to hesitate just before he finished. Never mind.
Well
He
tried,
did
Derek
try.
Nimmer.
Yes,
You're
yes.
in the lead.
So,
and you can
what do I do?
You're in the lead and you can afford to be magnanimous.
And
I
the subject's
don't think...
unforgettable character. Isn't it? Now, my...
Derek! You're trying very hard, but you're trying us too hard. I'm afraid Clement Freud has another point for that challenge, with 1 second left for my most unforgettable character starting now.
Goodness me, he said.
Well, I said you could afford to be generous, Derek, because in spite of that little bit of extra that Clement Freud got there, he's still in second place. And Clement Freud, it is your turn to begin. Automatic dishwashers. Will you try and talk for 60 seconds on that subject starting now?
The point about making a dishwasher automatic.
Derek.
I'm afraid an awfully unfortunate hesitation, wasn't
It was unfortunate.
Hesitation.
Well,
No,
muck up the
alliteration
word.
hardly is.
Well, it's a very fluent fluff.
A fluff.
You couldn't call that.
Yes, well, all right. Your
Hesitation.
fluff gets Derek Nemo a point on this definite occasion, and he definitely gets him a point on this occasion, and there are 51 seconds for automatic dishwashers, Derek, starting now.
I've been married 13 years, and ever since that moment, I've become an automatic
Kenneth
dishwasher.
Williams, why do you...
Deviation.
Why do you think it's deviation?
Deviation. Being married has nothing to do with dishwashers.
Kenneth Williams, if you were married, you'd know how essential it was for any married man to have an automatic dishwasher. That most husbands are automatic dishwashers. So, Derek Nemo, automatic dishwashers starting now.
I bought this particular machine in a well-known general store in the Brompton Road. I climbed 3 flights of stairs, met a man in a white jacket who was terribly kind and showed me the way to the department where I could buy one. And I said, could I have, please, an automatic dishwasher? He said, I would be delighted to serve you, sir. I would be absolutely thrilled to sell you one of these machines. So I said, can I take it away with me? He said, of course, well, why not? Why not? So I gave him my check.
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
Repetition.
What?
Why not? Why not?
Very clever. All right, Clement Freud, 25 seconds for automatic dishwashers starting now.
You put the soap in at one end, and a number of brushes and lathers revolve around the teacups, the saucers, and a small basket takes the silverware.
Derek Nimmer, why do you challenge?
Boring. Very, very boring.
But, alas, accurate. So it means that Clement Freud has another point, and there are 17 seconds for automatic dishwashers, Clement, starting now.
There's a special compartment that takes glasses and wares of any kind like that. Some of it in crystal, and much of it goes dirty at one end and comes out clean at the other, because this is why it is automated. My mother had one of these.
Derek Nimmer, why do you challenge?
Hesitation is grinding to a terrible halt now, isn't it?
He
All this
may
awful
be... He may...
dreariness slobbering down. One dreary word tumbling so very
Derek,
sadly.
I disagree. He may have been getting terribly dreary sounding, but he was keeping going, alas. So, there are three...
Lovely. I was throbbing.
Yes.
I love all that.
And you were sitting next to him, weren't you?
Yes.
There are 3 seconds left for automatic dishwashers, starting now.
An uncle gave one of these machines to an aunt of...
Kenneth Williams, it is your turn to begin. Things I keep under my bed. That is the subject that Ian Messiter has thought of you for you to talk upon for just a minute, starting now.
The things I keep under my bed are only kept there on certain occasions. That is to say, they are not there permanently. If I have the flu, then I do tend to have the box of tissues underneath the bed handy with the cough mixture or whatever medicine I happen to be taking at the time. On the other hand, I frequently do have under the bed an alarm clock. Now, the reason I have the alarm clock under the bed as opposed to a table beside the bed is because I haven't got a table beside the bed. So, when the alarm is to wake me in the morning...
Clement Freud, why do...
3 alarms.
You're definitely right. There are 3 alarms there. So, Clement, you have the subject. You have 26 seconds for the things I keep under my bed, starting now.
The most predominant thing I keep under my bed is a carpet, which is of hair cord and...
Kenneth Williams, why do you...
Deviation. How can a carpet predominate?
You obviously haven't seen Clement Freud's carpet. Clement Freud, you have another point. 21 seconds for the things I...
It's a huge, bulging, angry carpet that predominates all over the bed and on...
Derek Nimmer, why do you
Repetition,
challenge?
we've had the carpet twice. you see.
That's indeed right, yes. Derek Nimmer, you have another
Watch
point.
out,
You have
Nimmer.
17 seconds for the things I keep under my bed, starting now.
I have under my bed, and it's absolutely true, a wonderful Victorian Chinese potty.
Clement Freud.
Hesitation.
There was a hesitation before his potty. I'm not surprised.
Always hesitates before one's potty.
He's a disgrace, isn't he? No, that congealed blood and now potties. I think it's disgrace. I'm here to listen to all this.
12 seconds, Clement Freud, for you. Things I keep under my bed starting now.
I was recently given a medicine chest by my wife, which was placed under the bed, which is a...
Derek Nimmer, why do you challenge?
I'm afraid he said bed again. You see, that's 3 times he said bed, you see.
The things I keep under my bed, yes, but this does come in the title of the subject, so I think
We
he's
were
all
allowed
right.
3 times.
There are 8 seconds for things I keep under my bed, Clement Freud, starting now.
And a thermometer is the most exciting thing that there is in the medicine chest. A beautiful mercury instrument which starts at 96.
Betty Marsden, you challenged just as the thing went. Why?
Deviation.
Why?
He was talking about what was inside his medicine chest, not what was under the bed.
Well done, Betty. You have another
The
point.
medicine chest was under the bed.
Yeah, no, you went on and on about what was in the medicine chest and that it was closed.
You're trailing a lot, Betty. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt with another point, and 1 second left for things I keep under my bed starting now.
Things.
Clement Freud, you got in first.
Yes.
Why?
Hesitation.
Well done. Half a second for things I keep under my bed starting now.
Toothbrush.
I'm afraid that was it, definitely. So, let me mention, first of all, that Betty Marsden and Kenneth Williams were both third together. They both did, I thought, very well, particularly Betty, who hasn't played the game as often. Derek Nimmo was a very good second, but this week's winner by 2 points was Clement Freud.
Chairman of Just a Minute was Nicholas Parsons. The program was devised by Ian Messiter and produced by David Hash. We present Kenneth Williams, Derek Nimmo, Clement Freud, and Lucy Bartlett in Just a Minute. And as the minute waltz fades away, here to tell you about it is our chairman, Nicholas Parsons.
Thank you very much indeed, and welcome once again to Just a Minute. To remind you of the rules, in case you may not remember them, we sometimes don't. Every person here must speak on some unlikely subject that I will give them for just a minute, without hesitation, without repetition, and without deviation. And this way they will gain points or lose them, and this, I hope, will become obvious as we play the game. And Derek Nimmo, let us this week begin with you. Derek, the subject is Dogwatch. Would you try and speak for just a minute on that subject, starting now?
My favourite one, really, is the poodle turnip. I often think this really is perhaps the most useful one in many ways. What you do is, you strap it onto the left foreleg, and so that the poodle can see it when it turns its head towards this particular instrument. Another kind, of course, is the Alsatian paw clock.
Clement Freud, you challenge. Why?
Hesitation.
Hesitation, indeed. As I have upheld your challenge, that means you gain a point. You have 37 seconds left for Dogwatch, starting now.
This is a naval term signifying something you do in front of the mast.
Derek Nimmo, why do you challenge?
Deviation has got nothing to do with
It sounded extremely devious. I quite agree with you. All right, Dogwatch goes back to you, Derek Nimmo, and there are 34 seconds left, starting now.
It's a split watch, actually, of 2 hours. Between 4 o'clock...
Lucy Bartlett, you've challenged.
Well, I thought he hesitated a bit.
You're quite right. I quite agree with you. He did hesitate. Lucy, you have 30 seconds left for Dogwatch, starting now. Derek Nimmo, you challenged. Why?
Hesitation.
Hesitation, but it was totally unfair. She has just joined us. She's just about to open her mouth for the first time, so Lucy has a point, and she carries on with
always
the
lets her win
Dogwatch.
because she's pretty.
And a jolly good reason for doing it as well. Lucy, the Dogwatch, 29 seconds, starting now.
The Dogwatch is something that you buy in a children's shop.
Derek Nimmo, you challenge.
Well, hesitation.
Hesitation
So
indeed that
sorry, I do
time.
beg
Derek,
your
there are
pardon.
26 seconds for Dogwatch, starting now.
It's 2 hours, you see. The normal watch is 4 hours long. Well, it's between 4 o'clock and
Clement
6...
Freud. Hesitation. Never had so many hesitations in one round before. 22 seconds for Dogwatch, Clement Freud, starting now.
Many people argue that giving a watch to a dog is a pointless exercise. But this is not, in fact, so, because dogs need to know the time quite as much as anybody else. A poodle on regular feeds every 6 hours would have no idea of when to take his meals unless another animal of the same sort had a watch with hands that...
Derek Nimmer, you've challenged.
Well, too many watches, I'm afraid.
Yes, that's right. Yes, indeed there were. Far too many watches. There are 2 seconds left for Dogwatch, Derek, starting now.
And the second one is between 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock.
As Derek Nimmer was speaking when the whistle went, which told us that 60 seconds up, he gains another point, which puts him in the lead after the end of the first round. And Kenneth Williams has yet to score.
Ah, but wait, just wait.
We are waiting eagerly, Kenneth. It is your turn to begin this time.
Oh.
And something that you've managed to do, I think, on this particular game. The subject is how I get my own way. Would you try and talk for just a minute on that subject, starting now?
Well, funny though it may seem, I don't always get my own way because I'm a particularly selfless kind of person, but I do know how to get my own way on certain occasions. Now, take the example of when 2 people are consulting the list and one says, well, I'd like to do so-and-so tonight, and you say, no, I don't want to do that. The thing to do is when they say, I'd like to do so-and-so, you say, oh, all right, if you want to. And they say, well, don't you think it's good? You say, well,
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
I suppose, but...
Chairman Freud has challenged you, Kenneth. Excuse me.
The hesitation was quite deliberate. I was showing you.
However deliberate it may have been, it is still a hesitation.
Well, I think it's just great.
Clement Freud has a point. He has 31 seconds for how I get my own way, starting now.
I hit people. I find this is by far the best way, and if they try in any way to prevent me from having it as I want it, I get a stick and I beat them about the head and the face, causing them grievous bodily harm, at which point they say, you're
Kenneth
quite
Williams, why do you
right.
shout?
Mispronunciation, he said grievous. There's no such word.
Well, I thought you were going to challenge him for deviation.
Oh, deviation, then.
Yeah,
Yes, that's right.
Kenneth, 16 seconds. How I get my own way, starting now.
And this occurred with me in Venice, and I said I wanted to see this church, St. Mark's, and they said no, they wanted the gondola ride. So I pushed them right into the canal. And it was rather funny, actually, because they'd always been singing this song about waltzing in Venice, where you do fall in the canal, you know, waltzing in Venice.
Derek Miller, why do you challenge?
Repetition, 2 canals.
Yes, it was love the canals. It was very horrid, wasn't it? 2 seconds for how I get my own way, Derek Nimmer, starting now.
I crawl towards the person fawning.
Well, as Derek Nimmo got in just before the whistle, he gained not only 1 point for his challenge, but 1 point for when the whistle went. Clement Freud, it is your turn to begin. What to tell the children about the birds and the bees? A subject that we've all talked about at different times, but Clement, can you talk now for 60 seconds, starting now?
The best thing to do in this case is to take your children to see a film in which the most Swedish and sexual things take place. And then when you get them...
Kenneth Williams, why
This is a deviation. This has nothing to do with birds and bees, films and sex.
I just think it sounds very devious, Kenneth. I quite agree. Those films are devious, and there are 50 seconds left for you to talk about what to tell the children about the birds and the bees, starting now.
You tell the children about the birds and the bees quite simply by going out with them and demonstrating. Show them the beehives and show them the birds. And the best way you can show them birds is by being a tree yourself. Stick a load of branches in you and make yourself look like a tree, and then stand absolutely still, and then the birds come right up to you and eat out of your hand. I've had them eating out of my hand. Dressed up
Clement Freud, by repetition of out of his hand. You got so carried away. You shouldn't have had so much in your hand, should you? Clement Freud, want to tell the children about the birds and the bees? There are 25 seconds left, starting now.
Coming back from the cinema, I say to my children, you remember what those nasty people on the screen did? Well, the birds and the bees do roughly the same sort of thing. And the children say, oh, thank you very much. We'd always wondered how they went about it.
Derek Nimmer, why do you challenge?
Hesitation, I'm afraid.
Oh, I don't think so. No. It was debatable, but I don't think so. Clement Freud, there are 12 seconds for what to tell the children about the birds and the bees, starting now.
You also tell them the color of the birds and the bees. The bees, I tell them, are black and gold and fly about making a small buzzing noise, whereas the birds are any sort of color and have a beak and 2 eyes.
Clement Freud has now crept up after that round. He's only 1 point behind our leader, who is still Derek Nimmo. Derek, my favourite sport. Would you try and talk for 60 seconds on this subject, starting now?
My favourite sport is Clement Freud. What a jolly old sport he is, I say. Often I'd see him, out in the park, running along in rather nasty long pants and a striped vest with number 7 on the back on a summer's morning, and he's running down the road. And I say, what a favourite fellow he is. What an awfully jolly old sport. Sometimes I see him stop, though, and leap onto a horse, because he's full of all sorts of sporting activities, because he rides, you know. He rides terribly well.
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
Repetition keeps riding.
Yes, he rode more than once. Clement Freud, 34 seconds for my favourite sport, starting now.
My favourite sport is riding, which will surprise you a great deal. It needs a horse, a saddle, a bridle, stirrups, and the sort of clothes which...
Derek, hesitation indeed, yes. 23 seconds for my favourite sport, starting now.
My favourite sport is crown bowling.
Clement Freud.
Deviation.
What?
I am his favourite sport.
If I may say, there are 2 meanings to the word sport.
Yes.
Already established.
Yes, well, all right. I think the audience has well established it for us.
Yes,
They think that was a good challenge, a justified one. Clement Freud, 20 seconds for my favourite sport, starting now.
The great thing about riding is that it gets you fit and strengthens your leg muscles. It was of this sport that a man said, I sprang to the stirrups and jorks, and he galloped, we galloped all 3. I can't
Kenneth Williams,
behind
why do you
them.
challenge?
Deviation is completely untrue.
You could have had him for repetition of the gallop.
Oh, well, I wasn't going for that. It's completely untrue.
But it's bad luck.
Dirk galloped. It was none of
I'm
that
sorry,
Jorks.
it's still
Jorks
with
wasn't
Clement
even there.
Freud. There are 7 seconds left for my favourite sport, Clement, starting now.
Horse racing is a
Derek Nimmo, why do you challenge?
Horse. Too many horses.
Yes, he had a lot of horse,
ripples,
yes. A
very.
lot of horse. And there are 6 seconds for you, Derek. My favourite sport, starting now.
I jump onto Clement Freud's back, dig my spurs into his thighs, put my whip above my head.
No, Clement Freud challenge first. Why?
Too much Clement Freud. He said it 3 times.
Well done.
I must
Clement Freud, you have gained a point for your...
wholeheartedly agree. There is too much. Very willing to lose a point in such a good cause.
Well, all right. Clement Freud, with Clement Freud, you've gained a point. You have 1 second left for my favourite sport, starting now.
Spurs are...
So Clement Freud and his favourite sport and others' favourite sports have taken him into a lead. He's now 3 in front of last round's leader, Derek Nimmo. Lucy Bartlett, it is your turn to begin. Tatting. Can you talk for 60 seconds on this subject, starting now?
Tatting is a very, very favourite word these days with people. I think they slightly abuse it and they overuse it. If you really want to know what it means it's a lot of old ladies in the north of France who took a piece of silk.
Derek Nimmo.
Hesitation, I didn't want to do it either.
None of us wanted to do it, but still she'll come back again, I'm sure.
Yes.
There are 45 seconds for tatting, Derek Nimmo, which you're going to talk about starting now.
Well, I take my needle in my right hand, and I get the cotton in my left hand, and I thread the silk through the needle. And then I poke it into a piece of material, which I have in front of me, and embroider the most beautiful and delectable patterns. Sometimes peacocks, sometimes hens, sometimes little sheep.
Clement Freud.
Sometimes.
Repetition of sometimes, I quite agree, yes. Clement, you have another point. You have 27 seconds for tatting, starting now.
Many people feel that tatting is the art of seeing Jacques Tati in a maximum number of films, and this is a very good definition of the word because the actor is a very great comedian, a Frenchman, I admit, a man who is a foreigner to us, but nevertheless...
Lucy Bartlett, why do you challenge?
He's talking about Jacques Tati, not tatting.
Yes, he was, but he did establish that in his mind this was what tatting is. But I think I must, unfortunately, be fair and give it to Clement Freud. I'm very sorry, Lucy. So there are 12 seconds left for tatting Clement Freud, starting now.
But there are people who feel that the word means something to do with material, embroidery, taking old clothes around from house to house, getting people perhaps to purchase it, which is called...
Clement Freud, it's your turn to begin this time. Other people's manners. 60 seconds. Would you try and talk on that subject starting now?
They are quite extraordinary, other people's manners. My manners are exemplary, but look across the desk at a man called Derek Nimmo, and you will have some idea of the depth to which other people's manners can sink. I have seen this man kick elderly women and children. I have seen him fleece orphans. I have seen him accept presents without saying please or thank you, which I think is about as bottomless a pit as one can sink into. But when I talk about other people's manners, one should not forget that there are people possibly even ill-mannered than Derek Nimmo.
Derek Nimmo, why have you challenged at last?
Oh dear, repetition, too many Derek Nimmos.
And you were
There
reluctant.
couldn't be too many Derek Nimmos. Oh, no.
So you certainly try and address it all. Derek Nimmo, there were, alas, in that piece too many of you, so there are 16 seconds for you to talk on other people's manners starting now.
Little Carlton in Lincolnshire is my favourite other person's manner. Great Cardshalton, which is near Southampton, is another one of my more...
Kenneth Williams.
It's nowhere near Southampton.
Right.
Kenneth Williams' knowledge of geography gains him a point. And there are 5 seconds, Kenneth, for you to talk on other people's manners starting now.
Other people's manners sometimes do affront us when they're strangeness, but then, of course, they may be foreign. I mean, you never know.
Kenneth Williams, the audience are with you. Derek Nimmo, it's your turn to begin. Waiting for the phone. I must explain that Derek Nimmo's writing something. The subject is waiting for the phone to ring. Starting now.
What I do when I'm waiting for the phone to ring is to lie on my back on a green silken rug with a hooker in my mouth. And on my big toe I place very carefully, because it's a rather difficult thing to do, 4 jugs, one on top of another. The first one is a red one, the second blue, the third green. I then toss them into the air, and they fall on the ground, shattering all over the place, making a most awful mess. It's quite fun to watch, really. Another thing I do when I'm waiting for the phone to ring is to sing children's lullabies. Rock-a-bye, baby, in the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock.
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
Repetition, 2 rocks.
Well done, Clement Freud. 17 seconds for waiting for the phone to ring, Clement Freud, starting now.
It's a very negative thing to do, and the best thing that you are able to pass your time away in doing this is that
You fell in the same slough that I did.
You're both sitting beside, yes, you're
Yes.
sitting the slough over there. Derek Nimmo, who challenged, has 10 seconds for the subject of waiting for the phone to ring, starting now.
Somehow, I have
Kenneth Williams.
Well, fluff hesitation, call
Yes,
it what you
in
will.
slough. So you have a point, Kenneth. You have 8 seconds for waiting for the phone to ring, starting now.
Invariably, I find myself doodling. I get out a pencil and paper and I just doodle. I do lovely little drawings.
Lucy Bartley, why do you challenge?
Double doodle.
Yes, a repetition of doodle. You doodle too much, Kenneth. I'm terribly sorry. So your double doodle gives Lucy a point, and there are 1 second, Lucy, for waiting for the telephone to ring, starting now.
I do rather disgusting.
No, 2 points. Lucy, it is your turn to begin. Getting my high heel caught in the pavement, starting now.
Getting my high heel caught in the pavement is something I haven't done for a very long time, because these days high heels are not high heels or otherwise stiletto heels. They're very flat and round. So many years ago, I was walking down Oxford Street in my elder sister's high-heeled shoes. I was rather embarrassed about having them because I wasn't supposed to be wearing them. I came to a level crossing and...
Clement Freud.
hesitation is deviation, but a level crossing in Oxford Street.
So, Clement Freud, you take over this subject now. Getting my high heel caught. Would you like to talk on that subject? I'll tell you how many seconds. There are 37 seconds for that subject, starting now.
Getting my high heels caught in the pavement is something which seldom happens because I'm usually arrested as soon as I put on my high-heeled shoes. A policeman comes along and says, prior to stepping off the road onto the pavement, I have to inform you that you are behaving in a manner liable to cause a breach of the peace. Unhand me, I say unto the policeman.
Kenneth Williams, why?
This is all to do with interviewing this policeman, but it's nothing to do with getting your high heel caught in the pavement.
It's very devious, isn't it? There it is. So you can take over the subject for us, Kenneth, now. Getting my high heel caught in the pavement, Kenneth, starting now.
On one occasion when I had to wear these nylons and a pair of very high-heeled shoes was in this sketch of double dozen double dammers, you see.
Lucy Bartlett, why do you challenge?
Well, because it's nothing to do with getting it caught in the pavement.
You mean that
It's
double-double
sketch.
was a repetition?
Well, I thought it was...
Yes, double-double's repetition and... Well done, Lucy. 10 seconds and another point to you for getting my high heel caught in the pavement starting now.
The last time I got my high heel caught in a pavement was extremely embarrassing because there was a whole army behind me of soldiers. They all...
Clement Freud, why are you challenging?
Hesitation.
No. No. I mean, 2 seconds for getting my high heel caught in the pavement starting now.
So these soldiers said to me...
Well,
We'll never know what those soldiers said to her.
No, but she's gained another point. She's catching up, but Clement Freud is still in a definite lead over Derek Nimmo, who is leading the other two. Kenneth, it's your turn to begin this round. Don't look like that. The subject's gambling at 60 seconds, starting now.
Gambling is unquestionably evil. There are no two ways about this, and I don't think any religious body would oppose me in arguing on that score. It is a way whereby people imagine that by laying down something small, they will get back something big. And as such, it's a disgrace, because all of life teaches us that only virtue and the long way round is the right way round. There is no shortcut to good fortune, and if any of you think that you're going to find a shortcut to good fortune, I'm here to tell you that you're very much mistaken. And I think that when these governments do it, in the way of this...
Lucy Bartlett has a paid challenge, you, Kenneth. Awfully sorry to stop you, because we were enjoying it. Lucy, what's your challenge?
I think it's deviation. It's
it was
more
deviation,
of a
it was
lecture.
repetition, and it was absolutely everything, I thought. Lucy, you have now 21 seconds for gambling, starting now.
Gambling is something much more romantic. It's something that lambs do in the spring. There they are.
Derek Nimmo.
Hesitation.
Alas, it was. She was so overcome with her sudden inspiration that she lost a point. 14 seconds for gambling. Derek Nimmo, starting now.
Please can I put £2 each way on Little Buttercup? Yes, says the man. How awfully kind of you to place your bet with me. I always do. I always come here every time this year for Goodwood, because it's one of my favourite race meetings. 20 shillings for...
Well, what an interesting state of play we're at. Derek Nimmo and Clement Freud are neck and neck. And this is the last round. How to be perfectly happy. What a good subject for such a last round. Would you talk on this subject, Clement Freud, please, starting now?
The best way of becoming perfectly happy is to eradicate from your life every vestige of unhappiness that might lie therein. You examine yourself most carefully and say, what nasty difficulties do I have which weigh heavily on my poor brain? Here.
Lucy Bartlett, you challenged.
Oh, well, he hesitated.
Yes, he did. Yes, indeed, yes.
And
you
lost.
have a point. He who hesitates is lost in this game. 42 seconds for you, Lucy, for how to be perfectly happy starting now.
The best way to be perfectly happy is to be perfectly sane and normal. It's to be very kind to your friends, to eat an awful lot of food.
Kenneth Williams, why do you challenge?
Deviation.
Why?
Well, perfect happiness has nothing to do with sane normality. A lot of idiots are perfectly happy.
Speaking personally, I quite agree, Kenneth. 34 seconds for how to be perfectly happy, Kenneth, starting now.
The only way to be perfectly happy is, of course, to be only present in the conscious sense, and that is to say, to have no past sense, no fore sense, only to be living in the
Clement
present.
Freud, why do you challenge?
3 senses.
Oh, yes, there were a lot of senses.
Does
yes.
it matter? And it was so lovely what I was doing.
Loveliness doesn't come into this game. It's cut and thrust,
I'm just getting
Kenneth.
worked up. Cut off there, I was in my prime.
Yes, in your prime. All right. How to be perfectly happy, Clement, starting now.
Go round to all your friends and beg them to love you. Love me, you say, in order that
Derek Nimmo, why do you challenge?
Too many me's.
Love me, yes?
No, love you, love me.
There were too many loves, weren't there?
But he said me.
We had too many.
I'll put it to
me.
the audience. The game is neck and neck. I cannot come between these two men. Do you think that Derek Nimmo's challenge was justified? Too many me's. If you think it was, will you cheer? If you think it wasn't justified, will you boo? And will you all do it now? The boos have it. Clement Freud, you have a point. How to be perfectly happy, 20 seconds left, starting now.
And so, my dear friends gather around and say you really are a perfectly super chap. And I become enormously happy, in fact, perfectly happy. But there are other ways of reaching this. You can go to the milkman and say, "Dear milkman, fond of you as I am, it would be of enormous advantage to me if you could leave 3 pints..."
Derek Nimmo's challenge, why?
Just counting up the number of enormouses, actually. Repetition, too many enormouses.
Too many enormouses.
Enormously happy, enormous satisfaction.
Milkman, enormous
milkman.
Enormous
You usually support your friend on that
I
side
do,
of the table.
really, I do. I love him, I do. It's true, I'll make him perfectly happy.
Derek, Kenneth Williams and Clement Freud, I should say, are announcing their engagement at the end of the series. But right now, Kenneth has helped Derek to gain another point, because there's 1 second left for How to be Perfectly Happy, Derek Nimmo, starting now.
How to be perfectly happy.
Well, I think, seeing the way Derek and Clement played the game, I think the final result is fully justified. They are both equal. Let me first of all mention, though, that Kenneth Williams was in 4th place. Lucy Bartlett came up with a final spurt, but didn't manage to get anywhere near the winners. She is a very good second, but our winners in a clear lead are Derek Nimmo and Clement Freud, equal.
The chairman of Just a Minute was Nicholas Parsons. The program was devised by Ian Messiter and produced by David Hash. Present Kenneth Williams, Derek Nimmo, Clement Freud and Geraldine Jones in Just a Minute. And as the minute waltz fades away, here to tell you about it is our chairman, Nicholas Parsons.
Thank you very much indeed. Hello and welcome once again to Just a Minute. Well, as you just heard, we have 4 experienced campaigners at this game of Just a Minute. So just let me remind you first of all, in case you may not have heard it before, of the rules of the game. I'm going to ask each of these competitors to speak for just a minute on some unlikely subject which they know nothing about, without hesitation, without repetition, and without deviation, in other words, going off the subject. I think the rest of the game will become apparent as we go along, and let us start this week with Derek Nimmo. Derek, can you talk for just a minute on giving up smoking, starting now?
Last summer, on a beautiful day in the Mediterranean, I was sailing in a 3-masted schooner off about 45 miles off the coast of Mallorca. And there we anchored, and looking down to the sea, we saw bubbles coming to the surface. My old friend Smolensky King, Smo to his chums, had dived to the bottom of the Mediterranean, and there...
Kenneth Williams.
Deviation has nothing to do with smoking.
His name, I'm just explaining his name.
Well, and you're very rapid to
Yes,
justify.
because his name was Smolensky King. We used to call him Smo King, you see. That was his nickname. And as he'd gone to the bottom of the water, we were giving him up because we thought he'd drown. Giving up smoking.
Oh, very clever. It's very involved.
No words at all. I have no words. I'm completely flabbergasted.
Well, so are the audience as well. Anyway, Derek, you've managed with that cleverness to gain yourself an extra point, and with 34 seconds left for giving up smoking, you start now.
The best way, of course.
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
Terrible hesitation.
Oh, really?
Now, I must be fair here. If you'd said hesitation, I would have agreed, but it wasn't a terrible
All right,
hesitation.
hesitation.
No, it's too late now, Clement. No, it wasn't a terrible hesitation.
You're
so...
repeating yourself now.
Yes,
I know
you
I
repeated
am.
yourself a lot.
But I don't lose points when I do
Walk
it.
to it. Right.
Derek Nimmo. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, Derek Nimmo couldn't come
pity
today.
drinks
We have
isn't
Derek
it?
Nimmo instead. Derek, you have another point and 33 seconds left for giving up smoking starting now.
Get rid of the rubbishy stuff. This will do you no good. I look at advertisements and I say, those are not for me.
Clenith Williams.
Hesitation there.
No, there's no hesitation.
If I
You're
may
very
say-
funny
did
when
you
you
hear?
say it.
If I may say, Mr. Williams, I have a natural impediment, and it's unfortunate that you make fun of it.
Fancy
All I can say,
cashing in
Derek,
on
is-
all that rubbish.
Derek, do watch your natural impediment in case it goes against you the next time. This time I'm with you with another point and 24 seconds left for giving up smoking starting now.
I had a fire in my flat 2 weeks ago. This has made me give up...
Clement Freud.
Hesitation.
Hesitation that time, undoubtedly, yes. Giving up smoking, Clement, with 20 seconds left starting now.
Giving up smoking is an absurdly easy thing to do because people do it over and over again.
Derek Williams. Derek Nimmo.
Derek Williams.
Repetition.
I must point out that Derek Williams couldn't come to the show either today. Derek Nimmo.
Thank you. Repetition over and over again.
That is
It's
absolutely
very
correct.
repetition.
Yes, it's a very obvious type of repetition.
Oh,
so you have
absolutely.
14 seconds left.
Well, that's really...
Over and over again sounds to me extremely repetitious, and I'm entirely with Derek Nimmo.
I think you should ask the audience. That's what you should do.
All right, I will ask the audience if that's how you feel.
Yes, go on, ask them.
I am not afraid, and the audience here will
He's
be the...
gone white. Look at him.
Well, you've gone red, Kenneth.
No, I'm naturally valiant. I'm always valiant.
Well, keep your ebullience down for a moment, please. Well, I put it to the audience without fear. I will ask you to be the final judges and arbiters. Do you think that Derek Nimmo's challenge was justified? And if you do, will you please cheer over and over again? And if you don't think it was justified, will you please boo? And will you all do it together now? Kenneth Williams, you will be the judge. Which do you want? The cheers
the
or the boo?
booze most definitely had it.
Oh, yes, don't they?
Kenneth Williams,
Oh, tell him Milo.
you're on that side of the room with Clement Freud. You have helped Clement to get a point. I hope he remembers it when you're in difficulties, because Clement has a point and he has 14 seconds left for giving up smoking starting now.
It's not...
Derek Nimmo, you challenged.
Hesitation.
Hesitation. You have your point, Derek, with 13 seconds left for giving up smoking starting now.
Kenneth Williams is one of those people that when they're hot, steaming and smoking, one should certainly give up. I've always said this to my friends. If you
Clement
see
Freud,
this
why you
fellow...
try?
I've always said it's repetition within the meaning of the act.
Well, it wasn't a moment ago.
If
when
you
had
always
your
said,
organ, it will
if
have
you
a cheer
always
and
said
boo.
it, then
Yes,
it must be
besides,
repetition.
totally
All I can
inaccurate
say
anyway.
is the audience decided that over and over again was not repetition, which to me is more repetition than I've always said. So I think I must be fair here. Derek Nimmo has still got it, and he has 5 seconds left with another point for giving up smoking starting now.
Drink a bottle of...
Clement Freud, you challenge why?
Hesitation.
I don't think so, no. 4.5 seconds left for Derek Nimmo starting now.
I wanted to go to see a woman, and there she was on a high
Geraldine
hill.
Jones.
Deviation.
Why?
Nothing to do with giving up smoking.
Going to
Seeing
see a
women.
woman? I think seeing a woman is a jolly good way to give up smoking. Derek Nimmo is rushing into the lead with another point, and he has 2 seconds left for giving up smoking starting now.
Rotten Row is full of fag ends, that's why.
The non-smoking kick has given Derek Nimmo a commanding lead of 9 points over Clement Freud, who has 3. Kenneth Williams... all right, Mr. Nimmo, please, just continue. And Kenneth Williams has 1. Geraldine has yet to score, but it's only the end of the first round, so, Clement, let us carry on with you to start this time. Hackneyed phrases. Would you please try and talk for just a minute on this, starting now?
A hackneyed phrase is the sort of
Derek Nimmo.
Hesitation.
Yes, it does seem a pity, but he hardly got
Yes.
going.
No,
but,
what a shame.
Alas, it is true. Hesitation, you
He's
have
a bit
point.
shaken, I think, actually. A bit shaken, yes.
All right, 6 seconds for hackneyed phrases, Derek, starting now.
Whoa, gee up. Come on there. Meh. These are the phrases
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
Yeah, is not a phrase.
It is, if I may say, may I justify?
Yes, if you can, yes.
If you're in a hackney cab, a horse-drawn hackney cab, it's a very hackneyed phrase.
It's not a phrase.
I think...
Goodness, the audience is with you, isn't it?
The audience may be with you, Derek, but I think a hackneyed phrase does mean a phrase that is intelligible to an audience. So, Clement, you have the point and the subject. You have 52 seconds left for hackneyed phrases starting now.
Do you come here often?
Geraldine Jones, you wish to reply?
Hesitation.
Hesitation is correct, yes. Hackneyed phrases, Geraldine Jones, starting now.
A long time ago, when Clement Freud was a young man, "Do you come here often?" was a hackneyed phrase. Nowadays, however, the fashion has changed, and hackneyed phrases tend to be much more obscure and multisyllabic. Things like counterproductive and participation of the people, democratization of factories, all these are...
Clement Freud.
Hesitation.
Hesitation, I think she was giggling, actually.
Very lovely giggle.
Lovely stuff, lovely stuff.
Lovely stuff. Shall we
Not
let her
really
continue?
very gallant,
Shall
is
we
it?
see if she continue with her lovely stuff? All right, yes. The audience want to see, Geraldine, if you can continue with another point with the lovely stuff. Hackneyed phrases starting now.
The audience is proving that it is really again me, but I shall try and continue. Hackneyed phrases are often those phrases which come most readily to mind in moments of extremity, like the moment that I am experiencing now. Phrases like...
Derek Nimmer.
I'm afraid I hated this, but phrases, there have been too many, actually. I'm so sorry, it's repetition. I do beg Miss Jones.
Are you saying there were repetition of hackneyed phrases? Or
No, just phrases, just the word
phrases.
Not a gentleman, I think.
No, you could have had her for hesitation. I'm not going to let you have that one, Derek. No, Geraldine is one woman against three men,
One
so she
woman,
has another
that's all
point.
she is, against three.
Well, Kenneth Williams is on your side, Geraldine, as well as the audience, I think. So you have 14 seconds left for hackneyed phrases, starting now.
There is a type of romantic novel which is particularly rich in the sort of disease that we're discussing at the moment. Falling in love, eclipsing...
Clement Freud.
Hesitation.
No.
No.
Start raving mad.
You want to give it all to Geraldine Jones, do
It
you?
was fluent, wasn't it? Beautifully fluent.
It was very fluent, but there was a slight hesitation there. So Clement Freud has another point, and he has 7 seconds left for hackneyed... When you win a point, do you want to give that one to Geraldine Jones as well, Kenneth?
No, I might feel like it later.
All right. Clement Freud, 7 seconds for hackneyed phrases starting now.
On a clear day, you can see the seaside is one of the most hackneyed phrases that landladies in boarding houses along our coast...
In case people haven't spotted it already, whoever is speaking when the whistle goes gains an extra point. Clement, you have taken second place behind Derek Nimmer, who still has a very definite lead. Geraldine Jones in third place, and Kenneth Williams has 1 single point at present. Kenneth, would you discourse, if you can, for just a minute on the pop scene starting now?
There are various descriptions of the pop scene. It can, of course, refer to the time when the curtain goes up on these rows and rows of ginger pop bottles, and that's made of this sort of mineral water, sparkling, impregnated with ginger, and used by the comics, and they pretend to get drunk. It must be mixed up with kumis, which is, of course, fermented mare's milk and frequently drunk in Outer Mongolia, and lovers drink it with their arms intertwined and sing the traditional air, "There's an old scene by the mill, Nellie Dean." It's all wrong, of course. There's no old mill there anymore, because it's all nowadays done by electricity. But
Derek Nimmer, why you challenge?
Well, deviation. We're onto electricity and old mares and very little of the pop scene.
Well, I thought, according to the way Kenneth started, that he was onto this curious type of pop drink.
Yeah.
And I felt I was still in a sort of poppy drink. Is that right?
there was the pop scene, the pantomime I was talking about. There's various kinds.
Oh, you're on the pantomime? Oh, then it's definitely deviation. We've got off it now, yes.
Yeah, but I was going on to the other one in a minute.
I don't think...
I should have it, yes, I'm still on it. Yes, not on the mare's milk, I think you're...
Yes. I think out of your own mouth you have committed yourself to complete deviation. You don't know where the dickens you are, do you?
No, well...
No, there you are.
I give up gracefully.
All right.
Very gracefully.
Well, I didn't know you brought grace with you, but you can give... Anyway, Derek Nimmo, you have the subject, an extra point, of course, and you have 28 seconds for the pop scene starting now.
There are many kinds of pop. Sarsaparilla, dandelion and burdock. Ginger fizz, ginger pop. Lemonade,
Geraldine Jones, why do you challenge?
Hesitation.
Hesitation is correct. The pop scene is with you now, Geraldine, with 23 seconds left, starting now.
The pop scene is such a hackneyed phrase that I'm reluctant to talk about it altogether. I suppose...
Clement Freud.
Deviation.
Why?
She's not going to talk about it.
I said I was... I said I was reluctant. I was going to force myself.
No, however you justify, Geraldine, I think that challenge deserves a point and the subject. Clement, you have it. You have 15 and a half seconds for the pop scene starting now.
We seem to have established in the last round that if you giggle, it can't be counted as hesitation. I'm therefore going to giggle for the next 14 seconds.
We enjoyed the giggle, Clement, but during your giggle you were challenged. Derek Nimmer, why do you challenge?
Well, on 2 scores, there was a repetitious giggle.
Yes.
And deviation.
Why? Why was the deviation?
Well, he was talking about giggling instead
That
of the
is
pop
the pop
scene.
scene. It's a very happy scene.
Yeah, but that doesn't justify. I can't give you 2 points, I'm afraid, Derek, but you have
No.
1 point, and you have 10 seconds for the pop scene starting now.
Down we go, twanging our guitars in dark, dank cellars with our long hair swishing round our...
Kenneth Williams, why do you challenge?
Nothing to do with a pop scene.
It sounds extremely explicit of the pop scene as I've seen it on
He's
occasion.
mixing it all up with mods and rockers. That's not the pop scene.
Well, we obviously have some mods and rockers in the audience. I think it describes a certain pop scene that I have seen, if you'll forgive the pun. So, Derek Nimmer, you have another point. The audience obviously haven't forgiven the pun. So you have 5 seconds for the pop scene starting now.
Half a pound of twopenny rice, half a pound of treacle. That's the way the weasel goes. Pop goes the weasel.
Geraldine, why I believe in fairies is the subject, and would you talk, if you can, for just a minute, starting now?
I believe that a Frenchman once wrote that if there were no fairies, we would have to invent them, and this essentially is why I believe in them. If it were not for my belief, how would I know that when a little girl loses a milk tooth and puts it in a saucer of salt overnight, it wouldn't be replaced in the morning by a sixpence? The little winged creatures...
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
Hesitation.
Hesitation, alas, is correct. You have 35 seconds for why I believe in fairies, Clement Freud, starting now.
I believe in fairies because I meet them so very frequently. Mostly in Hyde Park, but also in Green Park, St. James's Park, and many other greeneries around London, where they dance in little rings of an evening.
Derek Nimmer, why do you challenge?
Hesitation, he's sort of grinding to a halt.
Well, I definitely
Kindly
think...
stopped when you buzzed. I saw your finger on the...
You were
don't
grinding
remember-
away a little
Well,
bit, yes, definitely. Derek Nimmer, you have a point. You have 20 seconds for why I believe in fairies starting now.
Down in Wiltshire I saw my first fairy. There he stood, with gossamer wings, a little silken shroud enveloping his legs, and 2 little green shoes. He was an unusual fairy. In fact, people have told me that they've never seen such a beautiful one as the one that I saw. It was a lovely...
Kenneth Williams, why do you challenge?
Deviation. How could they have talked about it if it was you the one that saw it?
I said that I described him.
Actually, you could have had him for deviation because the subject is why I believe in fairies. He's talking about the fairy he saw. Clement. Kenneth, you have the subject with, of course, an extra point, and there are 2 seconds left for why I believe in fairies starting now.
Well, I had to because we were in this pantomime through Peter Pan, and...
Well, as Kenneth was speaking, as the whistle went, he's gained another point, but he's still trailing a little behind Geraldine Jones, who is still a little behind Clement Freud, who is still behind Derek Nimmer, who's still in the lead. And, Derek, it is your turn to begin. What to do if you get stuck in the elevator? Some people might say the lift, but the elevator covers many countries. So, Derek, there's the subject. Have you thought about it? Would you please try and talk for just a minute, starting now?
Well, it's tremendously dependent upon who you're stuck in the elevator with. If I was stuck in the elevator with Clement Freud, I should try and keep a dignified and distant silence. If I was stuck in the elevator with Kenneth Williams, I should be apprehensive. If I was stuck in the elevator with the lovely Miss Chilwell Jones on my side, I call her Chilwell Jones, incidentally, because that's where she hails from, then I perhaps would not be so silent, and maybe would behave...
Clement Freud.
Hesitation.
Hesitation, yes. Yes. Clement, you have the subject for 35 seconds for what to do if you get stuck in the elevator starting now.
If you get stuck in an elevator, the best thing to do is to scream loudly and strongly until help comes. If you get stuck in a lift, which is sometimes also called an elevator, then there's nothing for it but to pick up the small telephone if provided, dial the numbers which are written on the telephone, and say, "Excuse me, I am in the position in which you have asked me to do what I'm now doing, which is dialing. Please send someone at once to assist me and help me to get out of this predicament." And in the fullness of time, when this happens to...
Kenneth Williams, you challenge.
Hesitation.
Yes, it was a pity because he was going so marvellously.
shame, yeah.
Yes, it's pretty... Kenneth, you have another point. You challenged at just the right time because there's only 1.5 seconds left. For what to do if you get stuck in the elevator starting now.
You absolutely scream
Clement
your
Freud,
head.
you challenge. Why?
Hesitation?
Hesitation, undoubtedly. Yes, Clement Freud, you have the subject back. Another point. What to do? What to do if you get stuck in the elevator for 1 second starting now?
Scream your head
No,
off.
you mustn't. I'm sorry. No, just a minute. Derek Nimmer, you challenge. Why?
Hesitation.
Undoubtedly hesitation. Derek, you have another point. You have 1 second left for what to do if you get stuck in the elevator starting now.
Help!
No! Geraldine, you challenged.
It's my turn to get a point for hesitation.
Yes, definitely. Geraldine's got another point for hesitation. You have half a second left for what to do if you get stuck in the elevator starting now.
Wait, very...
So everybody got a point on that last little bit, except Kenneth Williams, who looked most shocked of all. So I was had you in mind, actually, Kenneth, to try and put you a little bit further forward with this
That's
sort of
nice.
little gimmick. But you lost the opportunity there. You're far too generous.
Yes.
So you're still trailing behind Geraldine Jones, who's behind Clement Freud, who's behind Eric Nimmo. In that order, we carry on to the next round. Kenneth, it's your turn to begin. You might yet catch up, if you're keen. Interstellar space. That is the subject. I'll give you a second to think about it. And will you start now, please?
Interstellar space can be, of course, that region where you get the planets and your constellations, and it can be the space reserved for interring stellar. This has been referred to actually in your drama, because Shakespeare himself says, "Lend me your ears, I come to bury Stella, not to pray." What?
Clement Freud.
What?
Clement Freud, you challenged what?
Hesitation.
Yes, I'm afraid so, yes. Also very devious. He didn't come to bury Stella, did he?
Well, you know what I mean. I was illustrating the point with that. Of course,
Oh,
I'm no fool, Ducky.
You will be unless you keep your hand on your buzzer. You won't get any points. All right, Clement Freud, you have the subject, you have another point, and you have 43 seconds left for interstellar space, starting now.
The entire atmosphere over the cornfields and under the stars could reasonably be referred to as interstellar space, because space has no actual limit. Space is an oxygen-filled pocket of air which hovers over the earth and under the sky.
Kenneth Williams, why?
Inaccurate. It's true. The deviation, you see. Because there isn't oxygen in certain places, that's why you have to be in a capsule.
Would you like to say all that again a bit slower so we understand?
He said all of space, he said, had oxygen in it.
Yes.
Filled with oxygen. Well, it's not. That's why you have to have these, go up in these cubes.
It's-
Where you take your own oxygen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll leave it to you. I don't know whether there's oxygen anywhere in space. Will you please be the judges? Because you probably know more than any of us here about space and oxygen. If you think that Kenneth Williams' challenge was justified, will you please cheer? If you think it was unjustified, will you boo? Will you please all do it now?
Hooray!
You let forth your oxygen in great aplomb. So, Kenneth Williams, you have a point, and you have the subject with 35 seconds for interstellar space starting now.
Yes, well, this
You
space...
shouldn't have done it, you see. Clement Freud's got it back again. Why? Hesitation, you see.
I hadn't started.
I know you hadn't. And not only hadn't you started, it looked as if you couldn't start. So, Clement, you have another point. You have interstellar space starting. 29 seconds starting now.
Interstellar space.
Derek Nimmer.
Hesitation.
Hesitation for interstellar space. 27 seconds left starting now.
I remember the first time I met Stellar Space. What a dear girl she was. With her lovely blonde hair trailing down her back. We went off for a picnic, I remember, on the sandhills just outside New Brighton. And there I saw her lying in her bikini.
Kenneth Williams. why-
Deviation. There are no sand hills outside New Brighton.
I'm sure we'll get lots of letters from New Brighton, but as Kenneth Williams...
I went there. It was dreadful, done.
We're going to get even more letters from New Brighton. Before we get the whole of New Brighton marching down to Broadcasting House.
They are the most lovely sandhills, too.
Kenneth Williams, will you carry on with Interstellar Space for the last 8 seconds, starting now?
It's this space reserved for her, and at the obsequies they have stellarites who mum in 5s and 6s and 7s sometimes.
In spite of the remarks about New Brighton, Kenneth Williams, with his Interstellar Space, has jumped into second place, 1 point ahead of Geraldine Jones. But they're both trailing quite considerably behind Derek Nimmo and Clement Freud, who are still neck and neck, exactly equal. Geraldine, it's your turn to begin. Why I've given up stockings in preference for tights? And will you please talk for just a minute, starting now?
I'm not going to give any of those reasons which might be rather improper and embarrassing to the audience on the grounds of chastity for giving up stockings in preference for tights. Instead, I would explain simply that I have a very small foot and a very short leg, and most stockings don't therefore fit me. Because, you see, when I get the stocking on and pull it to the top, because my leg gets fatter and fatter towards the top, the stocking won't reach. On the other hand, they make tights which, when you put them on, stretch much more effectively than any stockings ever stretch, and they go right up to a nice, comfortable position. And this basically is my reason. I also have to confess that I'm extremely influenced by advertising, and I find it very difficult to resist all those glorious women who imply that if only you wear tights instead of stockings, you will not only look nice about the legs, but you'll look nice everywhere as well. This...
Oh, Derek Nimmo, she almost did it. But you challenged. Why?
Well, hesitation.
No, definitely not.
All right, then.
No. She went for 50 seconds, and why I've given up stockings in preference for tights for the last 5 seconds, Geraldine, starting now.
Also, I am a certain... It's rather...
Oh, you're browbeating her, Derek.
I'm not touching her. I've got my hand on the table.
As Geraldine is the only person to have spoken for such a considerable length of time without anybody challenging her, I'm going to give her a bonus point for that. She nearly did 60 seconds, she only did 50, but she has 1 bonus point. She became flummoxed at the end by being challenged because she was in full flood, and there are 3 seconds left for Derek Nimmo to talk about. Why I've given... You brought this on yourself, Derek. Why I've given up stockings in preference for tights, starting now.
Well, I really couldn't stand those beastly nylons, you know. Particularly nasty, I found.
So, with that last little flourish from Derek Nimmo, it's time for us, alas, to finish. With Kenneth Williams and Geraldine Jones almost equal in third place, a long way behind Clement Freud, who is only 2 points behind this week's winner, Derek Nimmo.
The chairman of Just a Minute was Nicholas Parsons. The program was devised by Ian Messiter and produced by David Hash. Present Kenneth Williams, Derek Nimmo, Clement Freud and Geraldine Jones in Just a Minute. And as the minute waltz fades away, here to tell you about it is our chairman, Nicholas Parsons.
Thank you very much. Hello, and welcome once again to Just a Minute. And once more, just remind you of the rules of the game. I'm going to give them some unlikely subjects and ask them to speak for just a minute, if they can, on this subject without hesitation, without deviation, without repetition. And if one of the other 3 think the other's guilty of this crime, they may press their buzzer, and if I uphold their challenge, they will not only receive a point, they will also get the subject to speak on, and if I don't, the person who's speaking receives a point. This is the way we score. The rest of the game, I hope, will become obvious to you as we play it. So let us begin this particular game with Kenneth Williams. All right, Kenneth?
Yes.
Good.
I suppose it is, isn't it?
Well, Kenneth, here's a good subject for you to start with. Can you try and talk for just a minute on the best hour in the week, starting now?
The best hour in the week is the one when you can sit back and forget the cares of the world and throw off the mundanity, throw off the dross, and switch on your radio and listen to the magic, dulcet, beautiful tones of Kenneth Williams. What better relaxation can there be to sit back and be transported into a world of blissful forgetfulness? Ah, I hear you say, would that I could bid this moment stay. Oh, would that I could enter into this great beauty. You write me these lovely letters. I say no, no, do not thank me. It is enough.
Derek Nimmo has challenged you. I'm awfully sorry to interrupt the flow.
Repetition.
Kenneth, Derek, why do you challenge?
Repetition. No.
No, I think
No.
Getting a little bit negative there. So you've, Derek...
It's a shame, that, really. I was throbbing away there.
Yes, I know you were.
It was so exciting.
We could feel it very, very... Derek Nimmo, you have gained a point. You have 18 seconds left for the best hour in the week, and you start now.
The best hour of the week is when one is able to turn off one's radio set and shut off the awful noise of Kenneth Williams' dulcet tones, carolling forth with our curiously and odd and strange.
Kenneth Williams...
Hesitation. Curiously and then and odd came very, very much later, didn't it?
You don't have to convince me. Yes. Sorry, Kenneth. You have another point, and you have 6 seconds left for the best hour in the week, starting now.
When you hear my voice, even a line like she walks in
Derek
beauty...
Nimmo, you challenge. Why?
Repetition. We've heard his voice before.
You undoubtedly have heard it to great effect, but you didn't hear it in this particular sequence of Kenneth speaking, so it's still with Kenneth, with another point and 2 seconds to go, starting now.
She walks in beauty...
Clement Freud, you challenge. Why?
Hesitation.
I know you haven't spoken yet, Clement, but that's trying a bit too hard, I think. Kenneth, you have another point, and you have 1 second left for the best hour in the week, starting now.
So let us pour it all
Geraldine
out.
Jones, you challenge. Why?
You haven't heard my voice before.
Well, we've heard it now, Geraldine. And I don't know whether to give Kenneth a point for just hearing Geraldine's voice or not. Shall I, ladies and gentlemen? Yes. They're your friends. All right. Kenneth Williams, you have half a second left for the best hour in the week, starting now.
So pour it all out.
Who does that? According to the rather involved rules of the game created by Ian Messiter, Kenneth Williams gets an extra point because he was speaking as the whistle went, so he now has 5 points. And we go on to the next round, which is Derek Nimmo. And Derek, it's your turn to start speaking on what to take away for the weekend. He's just writing it down, listeners. What to take away for the weekend, starting now.
Well, it all depends which end is the weakest. With me, my Achilles heel happens to be my nose. You may wonder why I call that my end. In fact, one might almost call it a point. But if one turns one's face up very high towards the heavens, then you will see this is the extremity of my body. My nose has always been really rather weak since the moment that I was tripped up as a wolf cub by my senior sixer, and I fell onto the floor and broke my nose. This was a cause of great sadness to me, and a great protuberance grew where my old nose had been.
Geraldine Jones, you challenge. Why?
He hasn't told us what he's going to take away with his nose yet. So, deviation.
Yes, it's what to take away for the weekend. So Geraldine Jones has 37 seconds, starting now.
Personally, I should prefer to be the thing that is taken away for the weekend, but if I have to go on my own, then I suppose I choose fairly mundane things, preferably people.
Derek Nimmo, you challenge.
Hesitation.
Yes, all right, Derek Nimmo, you see, I try to be as fair as I can, so you've got it back, you've got an extra point, and you have 18 seconds for what to take away for the weekend, starting now.
Potato crisps, sausages, tomatoes, apples, sleeping bags, little tents, campfires, bags of paraffin, bottles of lemonade, beer, sherry, whiskey, sarsaparilla, dandelion and burdock. Horace Picklewick, who was a great friend of my mother's.
Clement Freud, you challenged just before the whistle. What was your challenge?
Deviation.
Why?
Horace Picklewick is a human being, and it was what, not whom, to take away from the weekend.
That's true. Yes, that's absolutely true.
A very clever challenge, Clement, and I think it fully justifies a point. And you got in just before the whistle, so you have a chance to make another one, because you have half a second for what to take away for the weekend, starting now.
Cider.
So, at the end of the second round, Kenneth Williams still has his lead with 5 points. Clement Freud and Derek Nimmer both have 2 points, and Geraldine Jones has 1. And Geraldine, it's your turn to begin. Here is a subject which is very difficult for anybody. Speaking to the income tax man. Can you try and talk for just a minute, starting now?
I don't suppose really that speaking to the income tax man differs significantly from talking to any man. Even though his profession is rather an unpleasant one, the same rules apply. You first of all have to decide what sort of personality he has. You must...
Clement Freud.
Deviation.
Why?
They have no personality.
As I'm sure that we all wish to keep on the right side of our income tax men, I will give you, Clement, a bonus point for a very clever challenge, but keep the subject with Geraldine Jones, who now has 45 seconds left for speaking to the income tax man, starting now.
Contrary to what Clement Freud says, they do in fact have a very distinct personality. Often, of course, this is...
Derek Nimmer.
Often. Hesitation.
Hesitation is correct. Speaking to the income tax man, Derek, starting now.
This is the one thing that I've never really managed to do, but if I did speak to him, I should speak to him gently, quietly, and persuasively. I should look at him with wide-eyed innocence. I should hand him paper bags filled with bills, which I had taken from one of Clement Freud's.
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
The subject was deviation. The subject was speaking, not what sort of paper bags you're going to take.
Derek, can you very, very briefly justify your paper bag?
Well, I've got my script in the paper bag, you see.
That
I
is
needed to
reading
look
to
at
the
the script.
Actually, Derek, I did hear you say that you were going to have a lot of bills stuffed in your paper bag, so I think out of your own mouth
But you see,
convicted yourself.
But those were friends of mine, bills, you see.
You can all
Who's
be
going to help
clever,
me with
but
my
there are
case?
certain rules I have to try and stick to. Clement Freud has the point and the subject with 17 seconds left for speaking to the income tax man, starting now.
I say, one says.
Derek Nimmer.
Repetition.
I say, you're right, yes. And with an extra point, Derek, speaking to the income tax man, starting now.
How are you, my dear fellow, I would say? How awfully nice to see you in such good health. How's your wife and children?
Clement Freud.
How? Repetition.
Yes. There were 3 hows. Yes, he's not an Indian, is he, after all? Clement Freud, you have 7 seconds left for speaking to the income tax man, starting now.
Entering his office, I say to him, what an exceptionally nice time of the year it is for paying my income tax. And he looks at me and says, feel...
Well, Clement Freud's income tax man has taken him into the lead. He's now just in front of Kenneth Williams, who is 1 point in front of Derek Nimmo, and Geraldine Jones is, alas, still trailing a little. Clement Freud, it is your turn to begin. Getting the best of an argument. I'm sure this is a subject you can talk very eloquently about, but just a minute will do, starting now.
So the income tax man says to me, on no account can I listen to what you're saying because it is utterly untrue, at which point I fox him with a careful verbal thrust.
Derek Nimmer, you challenge. Why?
Hesitation.
Hesitation is correct. Derek Nimmer has another point. It's your turn to start on getting the best of an argument, 22 3/4 seconds, starting now.
Put up your fist, you varlet, I cry. You dirty swine, you pig.
Kenneth Williams.
Well, that's deviation. That's nothing to do with getting the best of an argument. That's fisticuffs.
It is, alas, one way of getting the best of an argument. So, Kenneth, what I will do is to give you a bonus point for a very clever try, but leave the subject with Derek Nimmo, who has 19 seconds left for this subject.
Could I have a bonus point for sitting next to him?
We'll all... I don't know whether that's a compliment or an insult.
Just a very clever try, I think.
All right, Derek Nimmo, 18 seconds left. It's gone down, isn't it? 19 seconds left for getting the best of an argument, starting now.
I kick him to the floor. I crunch his head in the dust. I get hold of an umbrella and...
Geraldine Jones.
Well, I was swinging the umbrella. I just brought it back to hit him.
You nearly hit Geraldine Jones. And that's... I hope that's not the reason you challenged, was it, Geraldine?
No, I challenge on deviation. This is not an argument, it's assault and battery.
You could have had it. Geraldine, you have a point, and you have 13 seconds left for getting the best of an argument, starting now.
Nobody ever gets the best of an argument, actually, by...
Clement Freud.
Deviation.
Why?
She's just denied the whole question.
I was in the
Getting the
middle
best of an
sentence.
argument,
Nobody
no
ever
one gets the best of an argument.
We only have one lady here with you three men. I'm going to ask if she can justify that. Geraldine, can you? Very, very rapidly.
I was interrupted in mid-sentence. I was going to say, by arguing. And then I was going to say how you do get the best of an argument.
That's
Can't
very
get the
well
best of
put.
an argument by
Negative.
arguing.
Negative.
Very
Negative.
well. Yeah,
Negative.
no, you can't. Actually, I think logically, Clement is right. And so he has the point and the subject and 10 seconds for getting the best of an argument starting now.
Ideally, you do this by out-arguing the person who is opposed to you in this particular discourse, and nicely...
Kenneth Williams, you
Well,
tell me.
hesitation, of course. Hesitation. Hesitation there.
Kenneth, you have another point, and you have 2 seconds for getting the best of an argument starting now.
You get the best of an argument by
Clement Freud,
seeing
you challenge. Why?
Oh, hesitation.
No, it was not. Kenneth, you have 1
Very
second
slow
for
off the
1
mark.
second left for getting the best of an argument starting now.
By saying such a great... Oh, my God. That's got me back in the lead, I suppose.
Not quite. It's got you very close. You're 1 point behind Clement Freud, who's still in the lead.
Neck and neck.
Derek Nimmer's in 3rd place and Geraldine Jones is still in 4th place. Derek, it is your turn to begin on what to do for cold feet. The subject I hope you can speak about for just a minute starting now.
Of course, mustard baths are awfully useful, you know, really. Nothing more enjoyable on a cold winter's evening than to plunge one's feet into a warm, hot, piping, delicious mustard bath. And there you sit, above them, looking down at your feet in the mustard bath, all glowing and happy and well. Or, of course, you can twiddle them, or twiddle the toes which are attached to your feet. This I often do, reciting nursery rhymes at the same time, such as, there's the church, and there's the steeple, there's the preacher, and there are all the little people.
Clement Freud.
Repetition, too many theirs.
Well done. We've got another point and 30 seconds for what to do for cold feet starting now.
Having got that off my chest...
Derek Nimmer, why do you
Deviation. He's talking about his feet, not his chest.
Oh,
Well done, Derek. Another point to you and 20 seconds left for what to do for cold feet starting now.
Of course, it all depends how many feet you've got, in fact. I mean, sometimes if one gets a long steel rule and immerses that in hot water, that's one way of keeping at least 1 foot warm. Perhaps 2 if you have 2 steel rules. And if you have 3 wooden rules, you could put them in front of the fire, and therefore you would keep 3 feet warm. It all depends really on the way you approach the subject.
Oh, no, Geraldine Jones, you challenged just before the whistle. What was it?
Repetition of it all depends, really.
Very good.
No,
Very good.
Rapidly, how?
Very good. So
Well, she
Geraldine
needs
has another
one.
point. She still has the subject. And she has 1 second left for what to do for cold feet starting now.
I suffer from cold feet.
Well, Geraldine, it is your turn to begin. Ah, yes, here's a nice subject. The times that I wear my bikini. Will you please try and talk for just a minute starting now?
I believe that it's the custom in convents for nuns to impose various forms of torment upon themselves from time to time for the betterment of their soul. Instead of using any of the...
Kenneth Williams, you challenge. Why?
yes, with nothing to do with bikinis. We're in the
Wait.
I have a strange feeling we were getting to it. Were we going to get to it, Geraldine? Can you just justify it very rapidly?
Well, instead of mortifying my flesh in the way that nuns do, I mortify my flesh by putting on a bikini and looking at myself.
Well done. She's won it. She's definitely got another point. All right. So, Geraldine, you have 50 seconds left for the times I wear my bikini starting now.
So the times I wear my bikini are those times when I feel oppressed by guilt, when I feel that my life has been following an aimless...
Derek Nimmer, why do you challenge?
Deviation. I never heard of anything so devious as mortifying her flesh. I mean, really, I think it's really absolutely
Well,
horrible.
all I can say is maybe Geraldine has this particular attitude to bikinis. Geraldine, you have another point, and you have 44 seconds left for the times I wear my bikini, starting now.
I stand in front of a mirror all alone and think how perfectly hideous I look. And this instills in me a very...
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
Deviation, she's beautiful.
I will give you 1 point for gallantry, Clement Freud, and Geraldine Jones, you still have 39 seconds left for the times I wear my bikini starting.
I don't see how you can give him a point for gallantry.
Don't argue with the chairman.
All right.
He was just being sloppy.
Well, I'm sorry.
There's nothing in the rules about points for gallantry.
Right, give Derek Nimmo a point for impertinence, and Kenneth Williams 1 for trying hard, and Geraldine Jones 1 because she's way behind. They've all got an extra point. So we're back where we started. Geraldine's still got her bikini on in front under the mirror somewhere. And you have 39 seconds still for the times I wear my bikini, Geraldine, starting now.
In justice to Clement Freud, it should be said that he's never seen me on one of those times.
Derek Nimmo, you challenge again.
Well, deviation, there can be no justice to Clement Freud.
I'm not going to give points all round again. I'm just going to say it's a jolly good laugh. The audience enjoyed it. We all did.
With a bikini?
I don't know. We'll find out in a second. Geraldine Jones, you have another point. You have 36 seconds left for the times I wear my... Gosh, she's been a long time in front of this mirror, hasn't she? 36 seconds left for it, though, starting now.
As I'm a rather arrogant person, it's very good for me to see myself looking so horrible, because this instills in me a humility.
Kenneth Williams, why do you challenge?
Well, nothing to do with times I wear my bikini. It's still myself and all this masochism and standing in front of mirrors and hating the look of it all. It's great. Nothing to do with the times I wear my bikini. Times.
You are concerned with the number, in other words, not just...
The times. Do you wear it in the morning or do you wear it in the afternoon? All that. That's what it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you think that Kenneth Williams' challenge is justified? And if you do... Geraldine Jones, I'm extremely sorry. I've done my best for you. You have very nearly caught up. You're well in the game again, so keep it up from now on, girl. And Kenneth Williams, you have a point, and you have 31 seconds left. You tried very hard, Kenneth, and you managed to pull it off. You have got this subject, and now you're on your own. Wait a minute, Derek.
Well, if he's managed to pull it off, he can't be wearing it, can he?
Kenneth, would you like to put it on again? You have 31 seconds left. You're on your own. The times I wear my bikini is starting now.
The times I wear my bikini are at night times in the privacy of my bedroom, because if I do it in the open air and the sun's rays get to my body, if I actually expose myself to the sun, I get this terrible skin... What?
Derek Nimmo, why do you challenge?
Well, deviation, all this exposing himself.
Would you care to justify your exposure very rapidly?
Of course. It's perfectly justified that, because if you were wearing a bikini, you would be exposing an enormous amount of flesh areas of
yes,
flesh.
You're quite right,
you
Kenneth.
Could have mountains of it all hanging there.
Well, don't make it obscene, or else it will be deviation. So, Kenneth, you have another point. You have 16 seconds left for the times I wear my bikini, starting now.
So I wear my bikini, as I say, in the privacy of my bedroom.
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
As I say, it's repetition. He's already said it.
He's already said it. As I say, is repetition.
It's a admission.
It's an admission.
True. I admit it.
So you want Clement Freud to have the
that's
bikini?
repetition,
Yes,
if
definitely.
that was.
Yes. Clement Freud, the bikini's with you now. It's been passed on. I hope it fits you. You have 13 seconds left for the times I wear my bikini, starting now.
The times I wear a bikini are very, very few and far between. But it has occurred one summer's evening on the beach of Saint-Tropez when my own swimming suit...
I'm rather pleased the whistle went. I was getting very worried about what happened at Saint-Tropez. Anyway, Clement Freud, you had another point for speaking as the whistle went, and let me give it the score, which is... Clement Freud, now you have a lead of 2 over Kenneth Williams, who has a lead of 2 over Derek Nimmo, who is equal in third place with Geraldine Jones. I'm afraid we only have time for one more, and it is Clement Freud's turn to begin. The subject is collecting silver, Clement, and you start now.
Collecting silver is something that I've never done, but I've collected a number of other things which I shall tell you about because the subject...
Derek Nimmo, you challenge, why?
deviation, obviously.
Why?
He's talking about things that he... Other things apart from silver.
No, let me justify.
You're supposed to be talking about collecting
Clement,
silver.
yes, would you like to justify it, baby?
Yes, I was going to talk about people who did collect silver. I was simply disassociating myself personally.
Yes, I think
from
you're
the
quite
silver.
right. Yes, I think you're...
Low cunning, I would say.
Whatever it was justified. In Clement Freud, you have another point, and you have 52 seconds left for collecting silver starting now.
A man called Hamish McConaughey of my acquaintance does collect silver, and I intend to tell you about him to some extent, or to put it another way, for 39 seconds which remain. Hamish McConaughey is a merchant...
Kenneth Williams, you challenge why?
It's all deviation. It's totally irrelevant. It's nothing to do with collecting. It's a load of rubbish. This Amish bloke doesn't exist. He's just making it up. It's all padding. It's just padding.
Clement, I allowed you to justify it last time. Can you very rapidly again justify your Hamish McDonagall, or whatever his name was?
23A Hatton Garden. And I should think his solicitors will call on Mr. Williams.
We can only wait until the next game to find out if what Clement Freud has said is correct. Until that, the threat of solicitors is enough to let me give it to Clement Freud. And if he's wrong, he will lose 2 points at the beginning of the next game. So, Clement, you have another point, and you have 40 seconds for collecting silver starting now.
No comment.
Derek Nimmer, you challenge. Why?
Oh, hesitation.
Yes, you're quite right. And you have the subject of collecting silver for 38 seconds starting now.
The most important thing to look for when you're collecting silver is, of course, the hallmark. Collecting silver...
Geraldine Jones, hesitation is correct. You have 33 seconds left for collecting silver starting now.
Collecting silver is something usually done by men in churches. For some curious reason, it's important to collect silver on green baize trays. You can't collect it on an ordinary plate, perhaps because the noise would impinge too harshly upon the holiness of the service.
Derek Nimmer, you challenge...
Hesitation.
Why?
Well, there's a gap between one word and another word. Room to get your scissors in, as they say.
All right, Derek Nimmer, you have the subject with 11 seconds for collecting silver starting now.
Sixpences and shillings, francs and pesetas, all these lovely...
Clement Freud, you challenge one.
Pesetas don't come in shillings. I mean in silver. I'm sorry.
You're quite right. What a clever idea.
They are in a silver colour.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
Oh,
They are in Uruguay.
After this program, if anybody has got any silver Uruguayan pesetas, we'd be very pleased to receive them, and we'll produce them as exhibits at the next show. And if Horatio, what's the name of that man of yours in Hatton Garden?
McConaughey.
Harold? No.
No.
What's it? Hamish McConaughey.
Can't remember it now. Can't remember.
And if Hamish McConaughey is listening to this program, we'd like him to come and watch the next recording of this show, because we would like to produce him and prove somebody right or wrong, which I cannot do at this moment. But for the rest of this game, there are only 7 seconds left. Clement Freud, you have the subject. Collecting silver starting now.
A pap bowl is a very good thing with which to start a silver collection, because it was made over the years by silversmiths of virtually...
Well, that, alas, is the end of this particular game of Just a Minute. And to give you the final score... well, this is very, very interesting. Because in second place, we have 3 people. Derek Nimmo, Geraldine Jones, and Kenneth Williams are all equal second. And they are just 4 points behind this week's winner, Clement Freud.
Chairman of Just a Minute was Nicholas Parsons. The programme was devised by Ian Messiter and produced by David Hatch. We present Kenneth Williams, Derek Nimmo, Clement Freud and Andre Melly in Just a Minute. And as the minute waltz fades away, here to tell you about it is our chairman, Nicholas Parsons.
Thank you very much indeed. Hello and welcome once again to Just a Minute. Well, as you just heard, 4 superb players of the game are going to compete in this battle of wits and try and speak for just a minute on some unlikely subject that I will give them without hesitation, without repetition, and without deviation. Going off the subject anyway. And they will score points or otherwise according to how well they do it. Well, let us begin this week with our only lady competitor, Andre Melly. Andre, would you try and talk on the enticing subject of gossiping, starting now?
Gossiping is lovely, and I just don't believe people when they say they don't like it. When someone comes to you and says, "Isn't it dreadful? Have you heard?" I believe everybody's eyes light up with a glint of malicious pleasure. My own family are absolute addicts. We have...
Derek Nimmo, you have challenged. Why?
Hesitation.
Yes, I think there was a slight hesitation there. So you take over the subject, Derek, of gossiping. You gain a point for a correct challenge, and there are 40 seconds to go, starting now.
I am an inveterate gossip. Every morning I go to the lady who lives in the cellar next door to me. Her name is Mrs. Mould. I knock at the door.
Clement Freud, why have you challenged?
Repetition.
Of what?
He goes there every morning.
The longer they play the game, the more clever they get at devising challenges. I think I must definitely uphold that. A very well-won point, Clement Freud. There are 35 seconds left for gossiping, starting now.
Gossiping is the passing on of uncompulsive information like how is...
Andre Melly, why do you challenge?
Hesitation.
I think there was a hesitation. You have 30 seconds for gossiping.
You've now had 5 minutes.
And we haven't heard from you yet, Kenneth Williams, but your time will come.
Sorry.
Andre Melly, you have the subject, gossiping, 30 seconds, starting now.
Have you any SBs, my brother says to me, which means spicy bits of information? This is an expression I don't think used in other families. Men are...
Derek Nimmo, you challenge.
Hesitation.
Hesitation, alas, yes. That means you get another point, Derek. You have 20 seconds for gossiping, starting now.
I once went to see this lady and I said to her, "How are you today? Isn't it a lovely day?" She said, "I want to tell you something."
Clement Freud challenge.
Hesitation.
Hesitation, alas, yes, because I think it was his natural eagerness which was overcome by his natural hesitation. And there are 14 seconds for you, Clement, to carry on with gossiping, starting now.
What do you know about the Boy Scouts? Well, hardly anything at all. Do you know anything about the Girl Guides? I know a little bit about the Brownies.
Derek Nimmo, you challenged twice.
Repetition. Too many youth movements.
Another clever challenge which gains Derek a point. Actually, there are an awful lot of littles, too.
But they're all
there?
different youth movements.
They're all different ones, but as yours was a clever challenge which won a point, I think it's only fair to give one to Derek. Derek, you have 7 seconds for gossiping, starting now.
I think one of the best ways to gossip, really, is to go...
Clement Freud.
Repetition. Too many words. I think it's true. You've upheld every other stupid challenge so
Well, all right. So the stupid challenges managed to give Derek Nimmo another point, and he has 3 seconds left for gossiping, starting now.
I think one of the most fascinating
Andre
stories...
Melly, you challenged. Hesitation. Yes, Andre, you have a point. There is 1 second to go for gossiping, starting now.
Women are supposed.
For those of you who may be new to the game, I must explain that whoever is speaking when the whistle goes gains another point. Clement Freud, will you begin the second round with seaside postcards? Try and talk for just a minute, starting now.
These are pieces of cardboard which are habitually bought by the seaside, Brighton, Bournemouth, Lowestoft, Yarmouth and Galston-on-Sea being particularly favoured for the purchase of these. You get mottos and indecent caricatures, invariably making people wish that they were there rather than where they are. The sort of message you get would be, wish you were here. This is a particularly interesting and entertaining thing to write on them. The charge by the post office for these is 4p.
Andre Melly, why do you challenge?
It's very boring.
Boring or not? Why do you challenge in just a minute?
Oh, because it's deviation. It's
No, you're
supposed
too
to be
late.
amusing.
Very cleverly tried, Andre, but I'm afraid I must still be with Clement Freud, who has another point, and 27 seconds for seaside postcards. Clement Freud, starting now.
I once received 4 seaside postcards from the French...
Andre Melly, why do you try?
Repetition, because he got 4.
All right, you were so close last time. And they've all had a clever challenge, which I So,
He'll sulk. He always sulks when he gets it.
he's, Andre, for your clever challenge, it's 25 seconds for Seaside Postcards now with you, starting now. Derek Nimmer, your challenge.
A hesitation.
Yes, Seaside Postcards, 24 seconds for you, Derek, starting now.
Seaside postcards are generally fairly vulgar, I'm happy to say. They usually have little mottos on them like, oh, what a lovely pair. And you turn over and there's a lovely picture of some fruit in a bowl. And then you write on the messages to your dearest friends. I always send a seaside postcard to my Aunt Beatrice. Her address is 14 Place Utrecht Avenue, Prestatyn, North Wales.
As Derek Nimmer was speaking when the whistle went, he gains an extra point and keeps the lead just in front of Andre Melly and Clement Freud. And Kenneth Williams, will you begin the third round with the subject of curiosity? Will you try and talk on that subject for just a minute, starting now?
Curiosity, it is said, once killed the cat, and many people are against it for this reason. They seem to think that curiosity is an unhealthy sort of thing to indulge in. But of course, the fact remains that curiosity is a very healthy thing. Why else, indeed, would Columbus have gone all that way if he hadn't been at the other end? The same thing could be applied, of course, to Copernicus and indeed Galileo, because they thought the world was round, as opposed to the opinion current at the time that it was flat, and that if you went to a certain place you would fall off. On the other hand, of course, some people say, oh, what's in there? And they're told, mind your business. You see, I have had this happen to me frequently. I have been very curious on more than one occasion and have had my fingers wrapped for it, you know. And there's a disgrace because everyone has the right to be curious and should be healthily encouraged in their curiosity.
Once Kenneth Williams has a go, he really has a go, doesn't he? He's got in there with a vengeance, and he's the first person to manage to speak for a full 60 seconds without being interrupted.
Have I leapt into the lead?
No. I'm just about to give you a bonus point for having spoken for the full 60 seconds. So you have leapt into a definite fourth place. But no doubt when you get in a game, you will surge further ahead.
Yeah.
And, Derek Nimmo, your turn to begin. Making the bed. That is the subject that's been chosen for you. 60 seconds will do for you to talk on it, and will you begin now?
Making the bed is something I do know quite a bit about, and I use the definite article advisedly. What I always do when I'm making the bed is I get into my motor car and I drive up to Ullswater, and there on the banks is a particularly beautiful coniferous forest. I go into the forest with my little saw and I cut down 4 pine trees. I'm making, as you probably guessed, a 4-poster bed. I cut the pine trees down and I peel all the bark off the pine trees and I... Hesitation.
Yes, it was so fascinating, Derek's bed, that I'm reluctant to leave it, but Clement Freud definitely has him for hesitation. 30 seconds with a point to you, Clement, making the bed starting now.
Ideally, you start with a mattress, which you turn, after which an underblanket is placed on the right side of it, and the sheet is then placed, and upon it a pillow and a pillowcase, and in some cases 2 pillows.
Derek Nimmo, why do you challenge?
Repetition of cases. Pillowcases and some cases.
All right, we'll be with you this time. Sometimes I have to give a second's pause and think, who shall I give the benefit of the doubt to? I've given it against Derek once, so I'll give it back to him this time. And there are 13 seconds for making the bed. Derek Nimmo starting now.
So back I drive to the capital city, clutching with me my 4 pieces of wood. I then carve them into beautiful shapes. One, I put little cherubs all over, actually, and then cover it with plaster, which they call gesso, actually, in the trays. And then I paint frames.
As Derek Nimmo was speaking when the whistle went again, he gains an extra point there, and he's making his lead quite a commanding one. Clement Freud, will you start the next round with a very definite subject concerned with cooking, duck clippers? There are 60 seconds for you to talk on this, starting now. Derek Nimmer, you charge.
I haven't started.
Hesitation.
I haven't started.
You have I know you haven't, and you didn't get off in time. Derek Nimmer, 57 seconds for duck clippers, starting now.
Duck clippers are absolutely essential. Anyone who has web feet will know that it's terribly important to keep the scales
Clement
well
Freud.
clipped.
Hesitation?
Yes, a hesitation. You have 47 seconds for duck clippers now, Clement, starting now.
If you have a duck, then you might find it essential to use clippers to
Andre Melly?
Hesitation.
Yes, duck clippers goes to you now, Andre.
My
Will you begin
teeth.
now?
Duck clippers. This is 2 words. The first one is spelled D-U-C-K. And as everybody knows, it's a certain kind of bird, there are various types, which can swim on the water. You can find them in the Serpentine or perhaps in Regent's Park. They fly in a particular V-shaped...
hesitation.
Yes, will you take back duck clippers? 25 seconds left, Clement, starting now.
Dissecting the wing from the animal is the first purpose to which you put your clippers, after which you attack the legs. As a result of wielding these aforementioned utensils, your serving dish now has upon it a couple of wings, 2 legs, and the breast carefully dissected.
Derek Nimmer, why do you challenge?
Dissecting twice. He dissected it before, and then he's dissected it again. So that is repetition.
Yes, it is. I was just trying to remember whether he had said dissecting twice, and I think you are
did,
right. So you have another point. You have 3 seconds for duck clippers. Derek, starting now.
Actually, there's very well known
Clement Freud.
Hesitation.
Hesitation. You have 2 seconds for duck clippers. Starting now.
The liver is a very excellent thing.
So, with the benefit of the doubt on that round going to Clement Freud, he's taken a lead of 1 over Derek Nimmo. And Kenneth Williams, as we haven't heard from you for a time, it is your turn to begin again. Let's hope we can have a repeat performance for the most dreadful thing that ever happened to me. Kenneth Williams, will you talk on that subject starting now?
The most dreadful thing that ever happened to me was in Ceylon, and I was sitting in this military establishment, and I must tell you that all the walls didn't quite meet the ground. There was a gap for the air to come in, and I was supposed to be typing. I was doing this, and I heard the hissing noise, and I thought it was a bit of paper blowing from the draft under these walls, you see. And I felt, when I looked up, to my horror, a cobra staring me in the face. I was appalled. It certainly was the most dreadful moment I've ever experienced, and my voice all seemed to shrink, and I said, "Sir, sir, sir." I'm finished.
Yes, need you say it, but I think you should.
No, but I feel rotten because I want to know what he said.
Oh, we can't let 3 sirs go. No,
I thought not.
I'm afraid your sir, you were so feeling it, weren't you? You'd forgotten. That, so... Andre has a point. She has 26 seconds for the most dreadful thing that ever happened to me, starting now.
When I was 7 and at boarding...
Clement Freud, why?
Deviation.
Why?
I want to hear Kenneth Williams.
All you've done is make Andre Melly, who doesn't listen with us every week, feel absolutely rotten.
Oh, he didn't mean to.
And
He
also
didn't mean to.
it
He's
is-
lovely, don't say.
For those of you who will listen at home, I must point out that Kenneth Williams and Clement Freud do sit side by side in this game.
Yes, it's a blandishment. It's only a blandishment.
Steady on. Some people might misinterpret that word. Andre Melly, you have another point, because that challenge was unjustified. You have 24 seconds for the most dreadful thing that ever happened to me, starting now.
I was caught.
Clement Freud challenge.
Hesitation.
So, Clement, you get another point, and the subject with 23 seconds for this subject, starting now. Clement challenge.
Hesitation.
With a little blandishment from Clement Freud, then, Kenneth Williams gains a point. He has 22 seconds for the most... I must point out that Clement Freud is so keen to hear Kenneth Williams finish about his sir, that he has helped him gain a point, and the subject with 22 seconds for the most dreadful thing that ever happened
Just
to me.
another point. Well, is he allowed to press Kenneth Williams' buzzer?
Whether he's allowed or not, he's done it. Kenneth has a point, and he has the subject, and he starts now.
Well, I was telling about this cobra, and I said, "Sir," because the commanding officer was next door, and he came to me and said, "What?"
You have 15 seconds left
Hesitation.
for the most dreadful thing that ever happened to me starting now.
Got caught stealing the toads out of the toad in the hole when I was at boarding school. Well, I hid them in my hanky at the bottom of the garden, and the geography mistress found the hanky because it had my name Melly attached. So
Hesitation.
Yes, you have 2 seconds left for the most dreadful thing that ever happened to me starting now.
The school cook gave me spot.
Derek Nimmo, it's your turn to begin. Derek, things I do when nobody's looking. That rather strange subject has been thought up for you, so I think you should have a second to think about it. So we get off on the right foot. And, Derek, would you begin now?
Well, of course, actually, I'm a great lamppost banger. What I do is I go along the street with my umbrella and I tap these pieces of street furniture. I go 1 on the first one and I go 2, 3 on the second, and 3, 4 on the third. And sometimes when I'm sitting at home and I think nobody's looking at all, you'll be surprised when I get up to I recite nursery rhymes, all by myself in a darkened room with a glass of gin in one hand. And I say, little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet, eating her curds and whey. There came a big spider and sat down beside her and frightened Miss Muffet away. And then I give myself a round of applause.
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
Repetition.
Of what?
2 ways.
Oh, look, I'll tell you what. Now, I think this is one of those...
Oh, no. The
Yes.
audience...
I'm still going to do it.
It's a pro-Nemo audience.
It's a Well, we'll see. We'll put it to the test, because I don't want to be the judge on this one because of the ways. If you think that Clement Freud's challenge was justified, will you cheer? And if you think it was unjustified, will you boo? And will you all do it together now? Their way is the Derek Nimmo way today. And so, Derek, they're with you. You have another point. You have 5 seconds for things I do when nobody's looking, starting now.
Sometimes I sit in a disused air raid shelter and I count. I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Andre
7.
Melly, why do you
No,
try?
repetition, because he was counting with those lampposts.
Indeed, he was counting with his lampposts.
yes.
So, Andre, you have another point, and you have 17 seconds for the subject, starting now.
I pull faces in the mirror. I like doing that quite a lot. I wouldn't dream of doing it if there was anybody there. I like to walk around with nothing on when it's nice and warm. Doing the cooking, like a certain television program I saw on that subject. And then I talk to my...
Kenneth Williams. Hesitation. So, Kenneth, there are 3 seconds for you to tell us what things I do when nobody's looking, starting now.
There's no point in doing things when nobody's looking, because the whole point is just doing when somebody's looking.
Well, at the end of that round, the position is still the same. Andre Melly, will you begin the next round with famous last sayings? That, I think, needs a second's thought. So, having given you time, will you please start now?
The most famous one, I suppose, is Nelson, who said, "Kiss me hard, dear." I never really quite knew why. And another one I know is my great-uncle Willie, who just before he died said, "Oh, hell," and then went. I can never understand about this famous saying thing, because I think when you're busy dying, I can't think how you have the time to think up something to say. And I believe that people really think before they die what they're going to have people say they said when they did.
Clement Freud.
Hesitation.
Famous last sayings is with you, Clement. There are 26 seconds. Derek,
No, just an accidental twitch.
Accidental twitch. 26 seconds left, starting now.
People, when they are about to go, tend to think...
Derek Nimmo.
Hesitation.
Your twitch was in time that time. There are 21 seconds for famous last saying, starting now.
The Lord Paget, who became the future Marquis of Anglesey, when he was dying, of course, by that time he was indeed ennobled, even further ennobled, he was actually a Marquis. What he said was very interesting. He said, "Would you please give me a large cup of green chocolate?" And the funny thing was...
Well, at the end of that round, Derek Nimmo has caught up 1 point behind Clement Freud, who's still in the lead. Clement Freud, will you begin the next round? My most important discovery. We're having a lot of long ones in this particular game. That's the subject, Clement. 60 seconds to talk about it, starting now.
My most important discovery was America, which I discovered 23 years ago. I got off a steamship landed, and said to a man who met me, "Are you an American?" And he said yes. And he's...
Derek Nimmer.
Hesitation.
Hesitation, my most important discovery, 45 seconds, starting now.
My most important discovery was Clement Freud. I had not realized until I actually was confronted with a genuine, dissipated, decadent Clement Freud that such nasty things existed in the fair city. It was to me a tremendous shock and something which I hope you don't mind me saying this, but I've never quite recovered from. He arrived, I remember, on this very stage, covered in green soup.
Clement Freud, why you...
Deviation.
Why?
We'd met long before this.
Not Never.
Yeah, I'm prepared to believe Clement Freud. He has another point. He has 21 seconds for my most important discovery, starting now.
"Are you Clement Freud?" said the American. "Yes," said I. "I have been discovered," said the American. "And this has gone down in many books as an epic event."
Derek Nimmer.
Hesitation.
Yes, my most important discovery, 12 seconds, starting now.
The interesting thing about him, too, is that he wears shirts. They are usually shirts that don't have a tie. Sometimes he does wear one, but not very often, really. His trousers are rather mud-stained. His shoes are never polished.
So, Kenneth Williams. A good subject for you, I'm sure, Kenneth. My first audition. Can you discourse on this for 60 seconds, starting now?
My first audition occurred when I was at school, and we were required at the end of one term to get up and speak a poem in the language we had been taught at the school. I mean, that is to say, apart from one's own language, which obviously been taught. And I got up on the stage and I declaimed, "Ich weiß nicht, was soll es bedeuten, dass ich so traurig bin, ein Mädchen aus seltenen Seiten, das kommt mir nicht aus dem Sinn. Die Luft ist kühl und ist dunkel und ruhig fließt der Rhein, der Gipfel des Berges funkelt in Abendsonnenschein, der Schiffe im kleinen
Clement
Schiffer."
Freud, why do you challenge? Clement Freud, you challenged.
Repetition.
Of what?
Hat ja zu oft gesagt, ich weiß nicht. Deswegen musste man sagen, dass es zu oft gesagt hat.
Was machst du?
Ik bijna was uten, kleine schwulten, van seine Fürsten. For all those of you who don't understand German, I must explain that I'm... that Kenneth Williams has won a point. That I'm still with Kenneth, you have a point. You have the subject still, and 31 seconds for my first audition, starting now.
And then we had to do a piece in English, and I did the bit about the barge. She sat in like a burnished throne, burned on the water. The poop was beaten gold, purple the sails, so perfumed. The winds were lovesick with them. For a very own personally decadent description, she'd lie in a pavilion, cloth of gold and tissue, or picture that Venus where we see the fancy outwork nature. And Antony, a friend of the marketplace, sit alone, whistling to the empty air, which but for vacancy had gone to gaze on Cleopatra too, and made the whole one boy. Did I get
in? In the middle of your flow, Andre Melly challenged. Andre, why did you challenge?
A deviation, because it's meant to be his first audition and he's giving it now.
It was. I had to do it in English and in German, my first audition.
Sure that Kenneth is so brilliant he did his first audition exactly like that.
Thank you.
Kenneth, you have another point.
Yes?
There's still 10 seconds left for you to go on about my first audition, starting now.
Well, at the end of it, they were absolutely staggered. Stunned would probably be a better word. And I immediately was asked to join the Tavistock Repertory Players, and I did. And the first part was a footman. Well, you wouldn't hear as much of a part, would you? But it hadn't...
Well, that, unfortunately, is the last round, and if you'd known that as I knew it before we began the round, you'd have realized how tense I was if you weren't. So let us say that Kenneth Williams came a very good fourth, Andre Melly was an excellent third, and Clement Freud and Derek Nimmo came a very fine equal first. Congratulations to our two winners.
Chairman of Just a Minute was Nicholas Parsons. The program was devised by Ian Messiter and produced by David Hatch.
We
present Kenneth Williams, Derek Nimmo, Clement Freud and Andre Melly in Just a Minute. And as the minute waltz fades away, here to tell you about it is our chairman, Nicholas Parsons.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Hello, welcome once again to Just a Minute. And in just a minute, these four clever people will try and speak for just a minute on some unlikely subject that I will give them without hesitation, without repetition, and without deviation, going off the subject in any way at all. And they will score points or otherwise according to how well they do this. So let us begin this particular game with Kenneth Williams. What to do with your vitality? That is the subject, Kenneth. Will you try and speak for just a minute, starting now?
Well, there are many views on what people should do with their vitality. Some people go to gymnasiums to work off their excess steam.
Derek Nimmo, you challenge. Why?
Deviation.
Why?
Well, it's a little correction. Gymnasia.
Well, all right. All I can say is here that while you are correct, I think colloquially a lot of people do say gymnasiums, and Kenneth Williams, your ums are gaining you a point, and so you have 1 point for me not upholding that challenge, and you continue with 50 seconds for what to do with your vitality starting now.
Yes, and Andrews.
Clement Freud, you challenged.
His ums.
His ums.
Well, it ruined me. It ruined the whole intellectual flow.
Yes. So having stopped in full flow, you couldn't get going.
Ludicrous.
You couldn't get your vitality going.
No.
Kenneth. So as Clement Freud's challenge is upheld, I then grant him a point, and he has 47 seconds for what to do with your vitality starting now.
One of the finest things that you can do with your vitality is go and see Derek Nimmo perform at the theatre, where he comes on in a pair of boots and prances around the stage, and the audience applauds and cheers and shouts encore.
Kenneth Williams, why do you challenge?
This has nothing to do with what you do with your vitality. It's just a plug for Derek Nimmo.
And you are jealous of your friend giving so much to Derek Nimmo. I agree, it sounds a very relaxed way to enjoy yourself watching Derek Nimmo. So, Kenneth, I grant you a point, and you have now 2 points, and you have 32 seconds for what to do with your vitality starting now.
What you should do with it is to channel it, and preferably, of course, channel it.
Andre Melly, why do you challenge?
Hesitation.
I think it was. I'm sorry, Kenneth.
Well,
you didn't exactly stop, but the sort of contortion of words was such as to interpret it as hesitation. So Andre Melly has a point, and she has 28 seconds for what to do with your vitality starting now.
Go in for different sports, like football, skiing, swimming's very nice.
Kenneth Williams. Andre Melly has another point because she didn't hesitate.
Yes, she did. Most certainly hesitate. They all heard it. No wonder I never win it. He's partisan. He's definitely partisan. You can see him ogling her here.
You won it quite recently. Kenneth Williams, you won it handsomely quite recently. You are brilliant at playing to the audience.
What's that, Buzz?
I'm buzzing deviation. He didn't win it handsomely.
Kenneth Williams won it. He can play to the audience. You can't challenge on an interruption. Andre Melly has another point, and she has 23 seconds for what to do with your vitality starting now.
Get up early in the morning and do exercises in front of an open window. Breathe in deeply, then touch your toes, jump up and down a bit, and then have a cold bath. That'll give you even more vitality.
Derek Nimmo. Hesitation that time, yes. Derek, you have 12 seconds for what to do with your vitality starting now.
Well, I don't know what you would do with your vitality, but I know what I would do with mine.
Deviation, if you don't know what to do.
That's one of those. You were all against Clement for a little while ago.
No, I've never been against him.
All right. Well, that clever challenge, I give the benefit of the doubt. That's any way I can put it to Clement Freud, who has another point. He has 8 seconds for what to do with your vitality, Clement, starting now.
Race around a football pitch, which is about 480 yards, and when you pass the goalpost, jump up and down.
Derek Nimmo, why
yes,
you challenge?
Because he's talking about what he's doing with his vitality. The question is what you do with your vitality.
This is advice to my people.
I actually did say to him what to do with your vitality, Clement, starting now. I think he was justified in interpreting the quotation that way. So Clement has 2 seconds for what to do with your vitality, Clement, starting now.
Sprint back along the greyhound track.
For those who may still be a little vague about the scoring, whoever is speaking when the whistle goes gains an extra point. On this occasion was Clement Freud, who now has a lead. He's actually got 4 points. Kenneth and Andre Mellet have got 2. Kenneth and Andre Mellet. Sounds like a double act, doesn't it? Kenneth Williams and Andre Mellet. Derek Nimmer's got 1, and Derek, you begin the next round. Changing the guard. Derek, that's the subject. 60 seconds, starting now.
I always start changing the guard at Edge Hill Station. This is a station near Liverpool, which is in the county of Lancashire. I go along there with 3 friends, armed with stout cudgels. We go down and meet the 4:37 train as it arrives on the platform. As the train stops on the platform, we go and pull the guard out from inside his carriage. He gets so surprised, you have no idea how surprised he gets. And then we proceed to change him. The last time we were changing the guard, we turned him into the...
Andre Mellet.
Hesitation.
Yes. It's a pity. I'd love to know what they did there. So, Andre, you take over the subject, having gained another point, with 23 seconds for changing the guard, starting now.
Christopher Robin liked watching this very much and went there with Alice to see the changing guard at Buckingham Palace every afternoon after tea.
Derek Nimmer.
Deviation, she is talking about watching it, not changing it. The subject is changing the guard, not watching the changing
but she
of the
was
guard.
not watching it.
No, but Christopher Robin was.
Christopher Robin was, and it is still the subject of changing the guard, whether you're watching it or doing it, or even being as devious as Derek Nimmo, physically taking a British Railways guard off and putting other clothes on him, which is a disgusting thought.
Yes, absolutely.
Derek Andre Mellet has another point, and there are 12 seconds left for the change of the guard, starting now.
When you have an open fire with coal and wood burning and you have a small baby, it's very advisable to change the guard in front of it, which you
Derek
had
Nimmo,
before.
why do you challenge?
Well, how many guards has she got?
I don't know, but she's gained another
Deviation,
point.
you see. She's only changing 1 guard, she's changing 2 guards.
She's changing the guard
From
in front
one
of
to
her...
another.
I'm on your side, Andre. She's changing the guard in front of her fire. There are 4 seconds left for the subject. She's gained another point, and she starts now.
I have a small one, and when my baby was born,
So the changing of the guard puts Andre Mellet into a very definite lead over all the others. She's now got a lead of 2 over Clement Freud, who's in second place. Clement Freud, you're going to begin the next round. How to make your own gin. Clement, would you talk on that subject for 60 seconds, if you can, starting now?
This is an entirely illegal thing to do unless you get permission from the proper authorities. Therefore, in order to make your own gin, you write to the customs and excise authorities demanding permission to install a still in or about your premises.
Derek Nimmer, why do you challenge?
Still, hesitation.
I think the only fair thing to say, it was a very clever try. I won't award any points for that, and just ask Clement Freud to continue with 45 seconds for how to make your own gin, starting now.
In the fullness of time, the commissioners will write back to you giving you permission to do so, provided that the returns are submitted every week. And you go out and purchase juniper berries, pure alcohol, sugar, and distilled water, which is essential to the exercise. You also go to a chemist shop and buy alcohol, without which the gin will not be as pure or as strong as it ought to be. You then have to decide whether the gin you prefer is gin which is dry, or the...
Andre Mellet, why do you challenge?
repetition, there are too many gins.
Yes, that is perfectly right. So Andre has the subject, and she has 13 seconds for how to make her own gin, starting now.
And the slightest idea.
Derek Nimmer, your challenge.
Deviation isn't the slightest idea.
Derek, you have a point. You have 12 seconds for how to make your own gin, starting now.
How to make your own gin is the subject of this question. What I always do is I go along to the blacksmith and I ask him for a piece of steel. I take along and I put it in the forge and I beat it with a heavy hammer.
As Derek Nimmer was speaking when the whistle went, he gains another point. He's now equal in second place behind Andre Mellet. Kenneth Williams, who's trailing a little, will begin the next round. Kenneth, things I write in my diary. can you go on for 60 seconds on that subject starting now?
Well, I can go on 60 seconds, and I don't know that I can be entirely frank. And, of course, that is the reason why I put these things in my diary. My diary could be called something of a father confessor. And I think it's very delightful to be able to put certain things in your diary which you couldn't possibly say in real life. How often one's dying to say, "Oh, you great bore, shut your mouth." But, of course, you can't. But in your diary you can, and you can put as much acrimony and spleen into it as you like. And needless to say, mine is full of it. I've known to stick pictures in it. I stick bits out of the newspaper in it, along with my very pungent comments.
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
Deviation.
Why?
The question was things I write in my diary, and he's now sticking pictures into it.
Yes, that is perfectly correct.
Yes,
it is
it's true. He's got a point.
He's got a point in more senses than one, and he has the subject with 17 seconds for things I write in my diary starting now.
The things I write in my diary are invariably quotations from Shakespeare. Oh, that we now had here but 1/10,000 of those men in England is what I put on January the 15th. On the other hand, October the 11th to be or not to be.
So, Clement Freud's diary, written in the future, puts him into first place, exactly equal with Andre Melly. Derek Nimmer, will you begin the next round preparing for the worst? That is the subject, and will you start now?
I always enjoy preparing for the worst. I actually started doing it about 7 weeks, 3 days.
Clement Freud. But Clement Freud buzzed.
Well, it's me simultaneously.
You mean Clement Freud is handing it over to you? Or?
No, I'm sorry if it was him first, but I give way. I certainly give way. That's the second part of my nature.
Well, I must go by the lights that come up here, Kenneth, and Clement Freud's light came up first, so Clement Freud has the subject preparing for the worst starting now.
What I do when the worst come to dinner is to prepare for them. I burn a potato soup. For this I use onions and butter, which I leave overnight in a saucepan until the water turns sour. Add stale flour and sour cream, and with this my guests are usually entirely satisfied. I then go on to the fish course. The fish, they say when they come to my house, is off, and they mean this in more meanings than one.
Kenneth Williams, why do you
meaning?
They said...
More meanings than one
Yes,
must be repetition.
Yes,
More meanings than one must be repetition. Kenneth, I pause because I'm in great doubt about it, but I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, and 21 seconds for preparing for the worst, starting now.
The thing to do is to get your sandbags and preferably knit them yourself, because then you know they are reliable, and mount them in a great bank until you have ample protection from any kind of blast or other misfortune that may be in the air. Then get yourself plenty of tin stuff in case you can't get out of the
Andre begins the next round. The subject is the ideal man. Andre, would you give us your ideas on this subject for just a minute, starting now?
The ideal man is my husband who brings me breakfast in bed without the toast 3 inches thick one side and dwindling to a mere burnt nothing the other. Of course, an
Kenneth
ideal...
Williams, why you trying?
deviation. We're talking about the ideal man, not making toast.
We're getting slightly to the stage, Kenneth, where as long as you challenge, the audience will applaud.
I haven't challenged for ages.
I know you haven't, that's why they applaud. Kenneth, I'm going to give you the slight benefit of the doubt on that. And you have another point, and you have 43 seconds for the ideal man, starting now.
The ideal man is something nobody can possibly envisage. I'm being put greatly at a disadvantage here with Clement Freud towering over me. Some sort of psychological...
Derek Nimmer, why do you challenge?
Well, the subject is the ideal man, and he's talking about Clement Freud.
To many people, I'm sure that Clement Freud could be the ideal man. So, therefore, their challenge is not upheld.
Thank you.
And Kenneth Williams, whether you agree with that particular statement or not, have 30 seconds to continue talking about the ideal man starting now.
The ideal man, being ideal, of course, cannot be visualized on this earth, but the nearest you will get is, of course, myself.
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
Deviation. We've already established that I am the ideal.
Clement Freud, I must tell you that we have definitely not established that. And I definitely said you might be some people's idea. And that might, some may be small or large, I have no doubt. There might even be Ian Messiter or Derek Nimmo. So... might even be that man in the audience.
That man was
Kenneth
Mrs.
Williams
Nimmo.
has another point. And Kenneth, you continue for another 20 seconds on the ideal man starting now.
The ideal man should embody the qualities, of course, of truth and goodness and beauty.
Derek Nimmo, why do you challenge?
Hesitation.
Yes, he was so getting carried away with his ideal man and that he lost that one on hesitation. There are 11 seconds for you, Derek Nimmo, on the ideal man starting now.
The ideal man should have hair on the top of his head, then have 2 eyes, eyebrows, a nose, 2 ears, a mouth, a good set of teeth.
Kenneth Williams.
Repetition.
Or what?
Always features.
Yes, well done. You have another point, Kenneth Williams, and you have 4 seconds for the ideal man starting now.
The ideal man is something approximating to the
Andre Melly, why do you challenge?
He said the ideal man an awful lot of times.
I know.
Repetition.
I know, but you are actually, Andre, allowed to say the title of the subject of
Each
the card.
time. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes. What do you dear?
Don't be vicious, Kenneth.
Well...
It doesn't become you.
I'll get off the ground.
You've got another point.
I get worked up my intellectual flow.
Yes.
I'm all intellectual flow.
And when we come back, your intellectual flow is gone. You only have 3 seconds to gather up your intellectual flow. Gather it up, whatever it is, Kenneth. And for 3 seconds, talk about the ideal man starting now.
The ideal man will materialize if I were able to walk into a mirror. And then I would know.
Well, that final narcissistic thought of Kenneth Williams makes him, oh, he really has. He hasn't said it himself, I'm going to say it for him. He has leapt into the lead!
Oh, let joy be unconfined.
Kenneth Williams, we want you to do as well as you have been doing, and the subject is absolutely in keeping with this now. It's where I get my inspiration. Your face has gone a pale green.
Well, it's so complicated.
Yes, well, all right. Just have a little thought about it, because I must be fair, and start talking on the subject now.
Yes, I usually get my inspiration from books and the sayings of great men. I often reflect upon the saying of Voltaire, I disagree heartily with what you say, but will defend to the death your right to say it. And what an inspiration that has been to me. And indeed, what an inspiration it has been for all democracies, as you know. Democracies, not of course in the sense of American democracy, which I don't think it ever had at all.
Free democracy.
Clement Freud has challenged you, Kenneth. Can I just interrupt you?
Repetition.
Of what?
Democracy.
Yes, all right. I just want to make sure we know what we're talking about. 30 seconds for when I get my inspiration. Kenneth Freud. Kenneth Freud. I've done it again. I said 2 weeks ago they were going to announce their engagement at the end of the series. I've now married them off. Clement Freud. You needn't give the audience the impression it's already happened, Kenneth.
I'm looking at you entirely.
Well, don't change your affection so rapidly. Clement Freud, 30 seconds for when I get my inspiration starting now.
I usually get my inspiration from Kenneth Williams, from the firm line of his lips, his clear eye, and his twitching nostril. And somehow I find that intellectually I work that much better and that much harder. Kenneth Williams is an inspiring man to anyone wishing to make a career.
Derek Nimmo, why do you challenge?
Repetition of Kenneth Williams.
Yes, we've had rather a lot of Kenneth Williams in that round. Not only did Clement, I think he did jolly well to keep going, because I must explain to the listeners that Kenneth Williams was breathing down his ear hole the whole time. Anyway, he said Kenneth Williams 3 times. Derek Nimmer spotted it. He has 12 seconds for where I get my inspiration starting now.
I go to get my inspiration to the middle of St. James's Park, and I sit on a bench and I watch the ducks swimming so gently around the clear, grey, muddy water.
It's a very interesting stage we're at, because for once all 4 of them are very close, and there's only about 3 or 4 points that separates any one from the other. This is the last round, so it's very exciting. Derek Nimmer is going to begin it, and we've got a long subject for him: what to do if you get your big toe caught in the bathtub. I'm sure Derek Nimmer can talk very ably on that subject. And 60 seconds will do, Derek, starting now.
I would like now to tell you what I do when I get my big toe stuck in the bath tap. I shout, help. And if nobody hears my cry, I lie back, and in my hand I have Kenneth Williams' diary. And I read it, and I look at all the pretty little pictures he's stuck in there, and you've no idea how entertaining that diary is. Other things I do, rather, is I have a little dish of food, which has been then...
Clement Freud, why are you shaking? No, I don't think so. No. He was just naturally playing to the audience. Derek Nimmo, you have another point, and you have 31 seconds for what to do if you get your big toe caught in the bath tap starting now.
And as I lie back in the water, I think...
Clement Freud, why...
Deviation. He's talking about himself. The question is what to do.
Well, I'm lying
yes,
back.
well, what to do if you get
stuck,
your...
you can't do much.
Oh, Derek, I can justify it. What to do if you get your big toe stuck in the court, in the bathtub. So if it's your big toe, it must be what he's doing. So Derek Nimmer has another point.
Yes.
And he has 29 seconds for what to do if you get your big toe caught in the bathtub, starting now.
I lie back in the rapidly cooling water.
Kenneth Williams.
Deviation, he couldn't lie back if he had his big toe caught in the tap, could he?
You don't know Derek Nimmo's big toes. And a lot of people who've seen them feel that he could do more than even lie back. So Derek Nimmo has another point. He has 26 seconds for what to do if you get your big toe caught in the bathtub starting now.
And I think to myself, what fun it would be to go on to Edge Hill Station and get hold of the guard on the 437...
Deviation, Edge Hill Station's got nothing to do with catching your foot in the tap.
I'm thinking about what I'm doing.
He's thinking what he would do if he got his big toe caught in the bathtub. So I think it's all... I think I must give him the benefit of the doubt for the last time, and he has 19 seconds for what to do if you get your big toe caught in the bathtub starting now.
And I think how awfully nice it would be...
Clement Freud.
Well, if that was the last time we were giving him the benefit...
Yes, that's very true.
Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, will you be the judge in this impossible situation that I'm regularly placed? Do you think I should give the benefit of the doubt to Clement Freud? If you think he deserves the benefit of the doubt now, cheer, and if you disagree, will you boom? Will you all do it together now?
Yes, the cheers, Paddy, the cheers.
Kenneth Williams is always the judge. He's utterly partisan. Clement Freud has another point. He has 18 seconds for what to do if you get your big toe caught in the bathtub. Clement starting now. What? Derek Nimmo challenge.
Deviation. I don't think that Kenneth Williams ought to be able to award points to his fiancée.
You're absolutely right, Derek, absolutely right, but as Kenneth Williams is not officially engaged to Clement Freud, he is not awarding points, so I'm still with Clement Freud. 19 seconds for what to do if you get your big toe caught in the bathtub. Starting now.
What to do when you get your big toe caught in the bathtub is to have it amputated. You shout and get someone else to phone for...
Andre Melly.
Hesitation.
Yes, indeed there was. Andre, what would you do if you got your big toe caught in the bathtub? Last 6 seconds coming up, starting now.
What I would do if I got my big toe caught in the bathtub is to get hold of the soap and rub the whole of my foot with this soap, including the toe.
Well, that whistle was the final whistle, and what an interesting result we have. It really was, for the first time, very nearly a draw for all. But let me read backwards. I prefer it because I can't read forwards. And Kenneth Williams will start acting to the audience. They might concentrate on what I'm saying. Because the result of the game is that Kenneth Williams and Andre Melly are in a very commanding 4th place. And 3rd place, equal. And just 1 point ahead of them, in 2nd place, is the one and only Derek Nimmo. And just ahead of him, only 2 points, is this week's winner, the unique Clement Freud.
The chairman of Just a Minute was Nicholas Parsons. The program was devised by Ian Messiter and produced by David Hatch. We present Kenneth Williams, Derek Nimmo, Amy MacDonald, and Clement Freud in Just a Minute. And as the minute waltz fades away, here to tell you about it is our chairman, Nicholas Parsons.
Thank you very much. Hello, welcome once again to Just a Minute. And as you've heard, we welcome back once more the lovely Amy MacDonald to try and do battle with these three clever exponents of the game. And they're all going to try and speak, not all together, but separately, on some unlikely subject for just a minute, without hesitation, without repetition, and without deviation. And according to how well they do this, they will score points or otherwise. So let us start off this week with Amy MacDonald. Amy, would you try and speak for just a minute on the subject of how to be good, starting now?
Well, it depends very much on what you want to be good at. If you want to be a good doctor, then you go to school and then you go to university for a very long time. And if you work very hard and...
Clement Freud, you challenge. Why?
Hesitation.
Hesitation, alas, yes. Clement Freud, there are 44 seconds left for how to be good, starting now.
The best way of being good is by not being bad, by cutting out one's dirty, vicious, and nasty habits, looking up towards the heavens and promising to put sin in its right place and plight oneself to all the right things in life.
Derek Nimmo, you've challenged. Why?
Hesitation.
Yes, I think there was a slight hesitation there. Derek, you have 26 seconds to talk on how to be good, starting now.
Well, when I feel particularly good, I go to my wardrobe and I take out my good suit. And I put that on. It's particularly lovely.
Kenneth Williams.
Deviation. This is not about goodness at all. Good suits, good doctors. It's not about the subject. How to be good. That's the subject. It's all deviation.
You make your point with such emphasis, Kenneth. Well, all right, Kenneth, I will award you a point, and you have 19 seconds for talking about how to be good, starting now.
The way to be good is to follow one's conscience. This has been proven historically. That is the only way in which you can be good and lead a proper life. Ask yourself daily at the end of the day how
Clement
much...
Freud, you have challenged. Why?
Repetition.
A repetition of what?
Ask yourself daily is repetition.
I think the only fair thing to do here for that rather clever challenge, Clement, is to give you a point for cleverness and leave the subject with Kenneth Williams, who continues with 4 seconds on how to be good, starting now. Derek?
I haven't started.
Hesitation.
Was it you?
All right, yes, 1 second has gone, so probably, and Kenneth didn't speak, so you have another point, Derek Nimmo.
And hitherto I've regarded him as a friend.
Perhaps you'll have a chance to get your own back, Kenneth. Derek Nimmo, you have 3 seconds on how to be good, starting now.
I think the best way to be good, rather, is to read the second chapter.
He just fixed it so that he was speaking without...
I should explain for those who may not know the game too well that whoever is speaking when the whistle goes actually gains an extra point.
Yeah, and didn't you know it?
That was Kenneth Williams referring to Derek Nimmo, who has a slight lead at the end of the first round. Kenneth Williams, will you begin the second round for us? Something I'm sure you can tell us a lot about, because you always seem to give this impression.
Yeah.
Kenneth, the subject is things I say when I'm happy. All right, I haven't said now. You have 60 seconds starting now.
The things I say when I am happy are manifold. I look in the mirror and say, you are Fabe, you really are. Yes, I'm am beautiful, simply beautiful when a rose sees me coming it wilts. Oh, my physical charms are so ample. I set Ellen of Troy an example. Those are the sort of things I say when I'm happy. I've even been known to do the odd dance. I do the odd pirouette, you see.
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
Deviation is things when I say. I mean, things I say when I'm happy.
And he's
Not
some of
dance.
the things he does,
Yeah.
exactly.
Oh,
right,
he's
Clement
right,
Freud?
yes.
You have a point. And Kenneth Williams has admitted defeat, and there are 33 seconds for things I say when I'm happy, Clement, starting now.
I usually look in the mirror and say, mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of us all? And my mirror, who is extraordinarily honest, says, Kenneth Williams. This is a blow, but in no way stops me from my natural flow, so that I go to my small wife and my large children and say, little ones, I have words to say unto you. I am cheerful and optimistic.
Kenneth Williams.
There's a definite hesitation.
All right, Kenneth, all right, yes, you've got a point. And you have 5 seconds left. You ready?
What's the subject?
Things I say when I'm happy, starting now.
And then I...
Clement Freud, you challenge.
Hesitation.
No, there was no hesitation. Less than half a second when Kenneth Williams has another point. Are you standing by, Kenneth? I have to warn you, I think it's must watch out, you know. And things I say when I'm happy, starting now.
Well, sometimes
Clement Freud, you challenge.
That was
That was hesitation, yes, indeed. There are 3 seconds left for you, Clement Freud, to talk about things I say when I'm happy, starting now.
It is a far, far better thing.
Derek Nimmer, why do you challenge?
Hesitation.
I think you carried it too far then, Derek. I think to be utterly fair, it's still with Clement Freud. He has 2.5 seconds for things I say when I'm happy, starting now.
Send her Victoria's happy and glorious locker room.
Well, as Clement Freud was speaking when the whistle went, he gains an extra point, and with the other points, some of which I think Kenneth helped him get on that round, he has taken a small lead at the end of the second round. Derek Nimmer, will you begin the third round for us? My favourite zoo animal. Can you talk on that subject for 60 seconds, starting now?
My favorite zoo animal is Mr. Blenkinsop. He is the attendant in the reptile house. His Christian names are Clement and Kenneth. He was called the first name because his father was a tremendous admirer of Lord Attlee, and his mother called him by the
Amy MacDonald, you challenge.
Oh, deviation. Definitely he's onto politics now.
Well, I think that was a very clever challenge, Amy. So we give you the subject now of my favourite zoo animal with 41 seconds left, starting now.
Oh, at last. And my...
Derek Nimmer.
Deviation, she said, now at last. She wasn't talking about the
And also hesitation, yes, yes. So Derek Nimmer, you have another point, and you have the subject back again of my favourite zoo animal, and there are 39 seconds starting now.
And his mother called him Kenneth because she was frightened by the wind and the willows. One of the interesting things about this chap in the reptile house, every day when he comes out, he has little packet of sandwiches with him, and when he opens it up, you'll never guess what's inside. He has a copper
Kenneth Williams, why do you
Deviation, this is nothing about my favourite zoo animal.
Kenneth Williams, you have the subject. You have 26 seconds for my favourite zoo animal, starting now.
My favourite zoo animal is, of course, the elephant. Where else in the world do you see such lugubriously good-natured things? Only...
Derek Nimmer, why
Hesitation.
Hesitation. Derek, you have the subject back of my favourite zoo animal. 14 seconds left, starting now.
The subject of my favorite zoo animal actually is a very interesting one because people have different opinions of what is exactly their favorite.
Kenneth Williams, why do you...
Deviation. People have different opinions. There's nothing about what we're talking about.
They can have different opinions about the zoo animal. I think it wasn't quite justified, Kenneth, so Derek Nimmer has another point. There are 6 seconds left for my favourite zoo animal, Derek, starting now.
So, in the reptile house, he opened a packet of sandwiches.
Clement, why do you challenge?
I don't know, I didn't seem to have said anything.
With all this... You're absolutely right, you haven't for quite a long time. Maybe the subject's inhibiting you in some way, Clement. But all that happens is that Derek has another point, and there are 4 seconds for my favourite zoo animal, starting now.
And he has a very dear wife, and they went to Bognor for their holidays this year.
Amy MacDonald, why...
Deviation.
Yes, yes.
Bognor. I mean...
Yes.
I may say, we're still talking about my favourite zoo animal.
And you've been going on rather too long.
established.
Amy MacDonald
and
has a point for
agreed.
deviation, and there's 1 second left for my favourite zoo animal, Amy, starting now.
My favourite zoo animal...
At the end of that round, Derek Nimmo has a lead of 1 over Clement Freud, and Kenneth Williams is in 3rd place, and Amy MacDonald is in 4th place, and Clement Freud, it is your turn to begin. Clement Freud, the common touch. Will you discourse on this for 60 seconds, starting now?
One of the commonest touches I ever made was when I went to my bank manager and said, "How do I stand for an overdraft?" And he said, "You don't, you grovel." As a result of this, I got no money at all, so I had to make another common touch. I raised my right hand and placed it firmly on Mr. Kenneth Williams' left knee, which many of you will agree is a pretty common touch. As this is the subject, I'm allowed to repeat it yet again, a common touch. But there are many other actions.
Kenneth Williams.
Hesitation.
Yes, indeed, there was, yes. I thought a little while ago when you were rather hysterical, it was also rather devious. 25 seconds, Kenneth, for the common touch, starting now.
This is a phrase which I take to mean if you can keep your head when all around are losing theirs and still retain the common touch. These are, of course, the words of the poet.
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
Deviation.
Why?
If you lose your head, you have nothing to guide your hand.
A very clever challenge, Clement, but that was your common touch that you were talking about. We're on to a different type of common touch that Kenneth Williams is talking about. So Kenneth has another point, and he has 6 seconds for the common touch, starting now.
And in a way, the man that wrote those lines did indeed have the common touch, because he had mixed with princes and great statesmen and...
Since Kenneth Williams joined us, he's used a phrase which has gone to many people's heart. Have I leapt into the lead? And this time he has leapt into the lead.
Oh, joyful day.
Alongside Derek Nimmo.
Oh.
And here's a good subject for you to talk on as you're fully worked up.
Oh.
The subject is pulling faces. Having pulled a very good one at your thought of it. Kenneth, would you talk on pulling faces starting now?
This is something I frequently do in front of a mirror, and I have been assured by men in the medical profession that it is very good for the skin, because you make it even more elastic with each, so to speak, acrobatic gyration that you make with your face or your facial muscles, as the men of medicine would have it. Now, the pulling of the face, obviously, is generally to achieve a comic effect.
Freud, you're challenged.
Hesitation.
Yes, I'm afraid. I must explain.
No, I was demonstrating.
I know. He was demonstrating, but I'm afraid it still means a pause in this game. If all of them were to demonstrate some of the subjects they'd had, we'd be in a very queer street by now.
I've been in a queer street for ages. I see your point, actually. And I do think you're a very good chairman, actually.
Oh, I'm overwhelmed. Anyway, at the end of all that, Clement Freud has another point. He has 25 seconds left for pulling faces, starting now.
You get your face on a rack, putting one ear into a vice, and you pull at the other ear until the nose splits down the middle.
Derek Nimmo, why do you challenge?
Absolutely disgusting.
Yes.
Horrid, revolting, degrading.
No need for filth, is there?
Absolute degradation.
However
Typical of a
filthy,
man.
degrading, revolting, obnoxious it may be, within the context of the rules of the game, it is not devious, and therefore I must still be with Clement Freud, who has another point, and he has 17 seconds for pulling faces, starting now.
As you engage your right hand in the left ear,
Amy MacDonald, why do you challenge?
Who's talking about hands and ears now? Deviation.
Very good. Putting his hands in his ears is very devious, isn't it? Amy MacDonald, you have 13 and a half seconds for pulling faces, starting now.
Well, the best way and the easiest way is to get a bit of plasticine, you see, and make a little face on it. And then you can pull it all sorts of different ways, see? And in doing this, you can have all hours of entertainment.
Derek Nimmo, a very erudite subject for you. What Socrates said. Can you talk about that for 60 seconds, starting now?
Socrates said many things of tremendous import and fascination. One of the things I suppose that he's most remembered for, really, was one of the things he said just before he died, when he said, "Before I take this poison, I am going to bath myself, to spare the women the toil of washing me down when I'm dead," which I really think is a very nice thing to do, don't you? And most considerate and kind. Also, every morning when he used to get up, he used to look across the water and say, "Oh, look at the wine-dark sea this morning." It was quite a catchphrase. It was terribly popular, it was, around and other things that he used to say were, "Hello, what ho," and the Athenian for Hong Kong.
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
Deviation.
Why?
He didn't say what ho.
Who am I to say that he
really
said...
didn't.
How do you know?
Well, you could always say, because he didn't speak English, he didn't say what ho, sir. Who am I to judge on such a subject as that?
Oh, come
All
on,
right.
what ho, really?
What ho?
In ancient Greece, what ho?
Probably
sure
the
that it was
colloquial
so.
translation into modern English of some Latin phrase is what ho. So, audience, would you like to tell us what you think about this what ho business? If you think that Clement Freud's challenge was justified, will you please cheer? If you think it was unjustified, will you boo? And will you all do it together now? Derek Nimmo, your what ho gives you another point, and you have 20 seconds for what Socrates said starting now.
Towards nightfall, he used to stand on the rock and say, "Honk, honk."
Kenneth Williams, why?
Deviation.
Why?
Towards nightfall, he used to stand on the rock. We're talking about what Socrates said, not where he
Well, what
stood.
he did. All right, Kenneth, you have another point. You have 16 seconds for what Socrates said starting now.
What he actually said was trip over to craggy Ithaca, where
Derek
the
Nimmo,
UA...
why did you challenge?
Hesitation.
Hesitation. Derek, you have another point, and you have 11 and a half seconds for what Socrates said starting now.
My dear wife, would you...
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
Hesitation.
Hesitation. Clement, you have a point, and you have 10 seconds for what Socrates said starting now.
What ho, I must get into my bath.
Kenneth Williams, why do you challenge?
Well, obviously, you challenged it formally. How can he now repeat it?
I lost. It was ruled that he did say what ho.
So, Kenneth... I think you didn't quite understand what the challenge was.
Yes, he did.
Did he?
Yes.
All right, Kenneth, by not paying attention to the game, Clement Freud has another point, and there are 6 seconds, Clement, for what Socrates said starting now.
He also said...
Kenneth Williams. Hesitation. Kenneth, you have another point. You have 5 seconds for what Socrates said starting now.
He said, trip over from that very quickly, the ancient Grecian Spartacus, where the UA Ulysses, the waxwell stuffing in the ear drove in order to pass the siren safely.
And I thought Kenneth was right. That was perfect Latin he was speaking in the end, and that's exactly what Socrates said. So, Kenneth, you have increased your lead somewhat. You now have 2 over the rivals. Clement Freud wants to say something.
Deviation. Socrates was Greek.
What did I say?
Latin.
But you see, all Latin is Greek to me.
Yeah. I thought it was rather plebeian.
Well, Mr. Plebeian Freud, it is your turn to begin the next round for us. And there are 60 seconds for you to talk on the subject of judging a baby show starting now.
This is something which I have been asked to do from time to time. It involves looking at children who mule and puke in public places. You take their limbs one by one and begin by counting...
Kenneth Williams, why do you challenge?
Well, I think it's a disgusting load of filth. Take their limbs one by one.
So you're challenging on what score?
The deviation, of course.
Yes, if you're going to dismember them, that is deviation.
Exactly.
So, Kenneth, you have the subject. There are 47 seconds for judging a baby show starting now.
What you go by when you're judging the baby show is health, a general appearance, of course, natural features like lovely blue eyes and blonde curls. So after health and disposition and...
Derek Nimmo, why do you challenge?
Repetition after health. We had health before, do you see?
All right, Derek, you have a point. You have 32 seconds for judging a baby show starting now.
I love judging baby shows, actually. It's one of the fascinating things that one is asked to do sometimes, right? And you get all these beautiful children there in front of you.
Amy MacDonald, why do you challenge?
Well, he's stopped talking about babies and he's talking about children now.
Yes.
Yes, very good.
Deviation.
All right, Amy, you have another point, and you have 23 seconds for judging a baby show starting now.
Well, I never...
Clement Freud, why do you...
Hesitation.
Damien MacDonald has another
I was
point. She
only
didn't
breathing.
hesitate. No, it's all right. You have 22 and a half seconds for judging a baby show starting now. No, she... Has another hesitation. Well, all right, Clement, you got it this time. There is 1 point to you. 21 seconds for judging a baby show starting now.
It is essential that all children should have 10 fingers and 10 toes, otherwise their chances of success...
Kenneth Williams, why do you challenge?
Luke, nobody could have 10 fingers.
You're quite right. You were certainly paying attention that time, weren't you?
Yeah, I've never heard anything like 10 fingers.
Have 10 thumbs next.
Yes, exactly.
So, Kenneth, there are 16 and a half seconds for judging a baby show starting now.
After the general appearance of the child, and, as I say, the disposition of the child, you next consider the way he speaks. If
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
Deviation is a baby show.
Yes, we've had it. I've given it once, I must give it again. Yes, we're talking about babies and you're onto children. So Clement has another point. Clement, Freud, there are 9 seconds for judging a baby show starting now.
It is essential there are 10 toenails and also 10 fingernails, all of which should be in good condition.
Kenneth Williams.
This is disgusting. We don't want to be at fingernails and toenails. Sounds like a positive witch's cauldron, the whole thing.
Why are you challenging?
Because it's deviation.
Why?
Disgusting.
Why is it devious?
Load of
Quickly,
filth.
tell me in 10 seconds. Why is it... You can't challenge him for filth.
Oh, well, because I want to speak then.
I don't think you're justified. Clement Freud has another point. There are 4 seconds left for judging a baby show, Clement, starting now.
It is usual to have at least 4 judges, some of whom are male and some female.
At the end of that round, it is a very exciting situation. Kenneth Williams still has the lead, but only 1 in front of Clement Freud, who is only 3 in front of Derek Nimmo. Amy MacDonald is trailing a little, but now comes her chance with the subject of the last time I played hockey. Amy, I'm sure you can tell us a lot about that. 60 seconds will do, starting now.
Well, the last time I played hockey, a very strange thing happened. You see, we were all assembled on the field and about to start to play, when all of a sudden, the captain, the hockey...
Derek Nimmo, why do you challenge?
Hesitation, alas.
It wasn't hesitation.
I was stuttering, I didn't...
Yes, but she said the cup captain.
I know.
And it was her cup captain, you see, so she has another point, and there are 47 seconds for the last time I played hockey, Amy, starting now.
Well, the last time I played hockey, as I said, a very funny thing happened.
Derek Nimmo.
Repetition, as I said.
Yes, that's a clever challenge, which I can only award to you, Derek. There are 45 seconds for you to take up the subject. Are you quite finished playing with Amy MacDonald?
Put me down.
If you'd like to put Amy MacDonald down. Now, will you talk about the last time I played hockey? Derek Nimmo, starting now.
The last time I played hockey, I said, ha, 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 ha.
Clement Freud.
Repetition.
Of ha, ha,
Of ha, 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 ha.
Clement, the last time I played hockey, 40 seconds, starting now.
Was in a muddy Berkshire field where I went to school and was told to play in a purple and green shirt against another side which was called Bracknell. My position...
Amy MacDonald, why do you challenge?
Hesitation.
Yes.
I don't think I can give it to you this time, Amy. I'd like to. So, Clement Freud has another point. He has 29 seconds for the last time I played hockey, starting now.
My position was left half, and I was ordered to hit the ball to the right back in what was called a bully off, which we did with some skill. Our sticks went up and down, met 2 more...
Derek Nimmo, why do you challenge?
Repetition, sticks going up and down.
Oh, no, yes.
No,
Very repetitive.
Yes. As I think this is the last round, and we want to make it as keen as possible, Derek Nimmo, you have another point. You have 18 seconds for the last time I played hockey, starting now.
I was on a patch of gravel in Famagusta in Cyprus. We only had 7 men on each side because we couldn't boast a full team.
Kenneth Williams, why
You
do
only had 7 men on each side. He wasn't playing hockey, therefore it's deviation.
Yes, indeed. He was playing a very strange kind of hockey indeed.
Indeed it was. I bet his hockey is strange, too. I can tell you things make your hair curl, dear.
Well, you have 10 seconds in which to tell us about these things, Kenneth. Work them into the last time I played hockey, starting now.
The last time I played hockey, my heart was young and gay. I saw the blossoms in the field.
Derek Nimmo, why do you challenge?
I shouldn't think his heart was ever young and gay.
Some people think that Kenneth Williams' heart is forever young and gay. So Kenneth has another point, and he has 4 seconds for the last time I played hockey, starting now.
And I saw the laughter of my heart in every street cafe. I saw the same old
Well, Kenneth Williams' laughing, gay heart has done something for him once again this week. I'll keep the surprise to the end. I'll read backwards and tell you at the end of the final round, Amy MacDonald came a good fourth, and a little in front of her was Derek Nimmo, who was in second place. Clement Freud was in third place. And this week's winner by 1 point, 1 precious point, was our Kenneth Williams. This week's winner.
Chairman of Just a Minute was Nicholas Parsons. The program was devised by Ian Messiter and produced by David Hatch.
We present Kenneth Williams, Derek Nimmo, Clement Freud, and Geraldine Jones in Just a Minute. And as the minute waltz fades away, here to tell you about it is our chairman, Nicholas Parsons.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Hello, welcome once again to Just a Minute. So let us begin this week with the person that we welcome back, Geraldine Jones. Geraldine, the subject for you is how best to colonize the moon. Can you try and talk on that for 60 seconds starting now?
The only possible justification for the enormously expensive space exploration is the possibility that by indulging in it, we shall be able to colonize the moon with all the people we hate most. Top of my list would be people who write leaders in newspapers telling us what we should think, and close behind them would be the people who write letters to those papers, beginning pompously, surely that your correspondent knows so-and-so, so-and-so.
Derek Nimmo, you have challenged. Why?
Repetition. So-and-so, so-and-so, so.
You're quite correct. That was a repetition, so Derek gains a point and he takes over the subject, and there are 30 seconds for how best to colonize the moon, Derek, starting now.
I think the best way to colonize the moon is to go off there on a little rocket, and when I landed, I would pitch a little tent and get out my billy can.
Clement Freud, you've challenged. Why?
Repetition.
What?
Little.
And I get there. Yes, he did. He went in a little rocket and he pitched a little tent. You're quite right. Clement Freud, you've gained a point. You have the subject. How best to colonize the moon starting now.
The best way of colonizing the moon is getting hold of the Chinese and sending them all there, every single one of them.
Derek Nimmo, you've challenged. Why?
Repetition, every single one.
Every single one is repetition. I wouldn't know at all. I don't think it is correct.
600 million of them. It's very repetitive.
I think you're confusing it with...
It's a very clever challenge, Derek, but I think you're confusing the two issues of the Chinese who have been repeating a certain function to produce...
I think you meant reproduction, didn't you?
Well, the Chinese have been repeating themselves.
Yes, I know.
But
Clement Freud, in this instance, I don't think was repeating himself, so he has another point for having an incorrect challenge against him. He has 4 seconds for how best to colonize the moon starting now.
The best way of colonizing the moon is getting the Japanese not to go there.
Kenneth Williams, will you begin the second round for us? The subject is evolution. Kenneth, can you talk on this vast subject for 60 seconds, starting now?
Well, roughly speaking, of course, this means the process of growth and development, you see, in the world. Of course, you could apply it to many things, but most of us think of evolution in terms of the world, you see, and how...
Derek Nimmo, you've challenged. Why?
Repetition of juices.
Yes, there was 2 you sees, I'm afraid. Derek Nimmo gains a point. He gains the subject. 45 seconds left for evolution. Derek, starting now.
Evolution means the development of a particular species over a period of time, and it's involved...
Kenneth Williams, why do you...
A deviation doesn't mean that at all.
Well, actually, it can mean the development of a species.
Yes, he said it means that, meaning it only that, because it doesn't, you see. You should have said that, otherwise it's not
I think you're trying to browbeat. You're trying very hard, but I'm not going to be browbeaten. There are 40 seconds for Derek Nimmo to continue on evolution with another point, starting now.
The best way to illustrate to Mr. Kenneth Williams what evolution really means is for him to get a jar of little fruit flies, and if he separates all the male flies from the lady ones and puts them in separate pots and then mixes them together...
Clement Freud, you buzz first. Why? Hesitation, alas, yes. Clement, there are 26 seconds for evolution with you now, starting now.
One of the lesser books of the Bible is, of course, called the Book of Evolution.
Derek Nimmo, why do you challenge?
It's so minute that it doesn't exist. Deviation.
Derek Nimmo has a point. Evolution, in that sense, is not in the Bible. Derek Nimmo, you have 21 seconds for this subject, starting now.
It's for the theory of evolution.
Yes, Geraldine Jones, you challenge. Hesitation. 20 seconds for evolution with you, Geraldine Jones, starting now.
Evolution is a development that has developed rather...
Clement Freud, you challenged.
Hesitation.
Clement, 17 seconds for evolution, starting now.
None of the books in the Bible are called the Book of Evolution. But had there been such a one, it might well...
Kenneth Williams.
Deviation is a supposition. We're concerned with evolution. He's saying, had there been a book
of evolution?
This is supposition. We are discussing evolution. We're not discussing supposition.
It's all right, Kelly. You try and browbeat your points out of me.
Should I go on?
No, I'm going to give it to Kenneth. 10 seconds for you with evolution, Kenneth, starting now.
Evolution is in itself the most extraordinary example historically of the foolhardy nature of anyone thinking that the way things begin is the way they're going to end up.
As Kenneth Williams was speaking when the whistle went, he gains that bonus point. Derek, Victoriana, a delightful subject which I'm sure you can talk about very ably. 60 seconds will do, and starting now.
The Victoriana is one of those rather nasty words with the suffix ana attached to them, like Americana. But in this case, it means an interest or a collection of things of the Victorian era, things peculiar to that particular period. All sorts of things, I think, can be described as Victoriana. For instance, Valentine cards. Although they were known before that period, they came into their real eminence during that particular passage of time.
Kenneth Williams, why did
Hesitation.
Hesitation?
Yeah.
I think you kept going fairly consistently. No. So Derek Nimmo has 32 seconds to continue on Victoriana, starting now.
St. Valentine, as you know, was a martyr which was killed by the Emperor Claudius II, and the commercialization
Geraldine
of the
Jones,
Valentine
why have you
card.
challenged?
Deviation.
Why?
Well, he's not talking about Victoriana
I
at
talk
all.
about Valentine
He's on
cards.
hagiology.
Yes, indeed. I consider that Geraldine should be given the benefit of the doubt. She has 25 seconds for Victoriana, starting now.
There are some people who believe that Victoriana is a dirty word which involves an obscene interest in all sorts of hideous...
Kenneth Williams...
Deviation. We're discussing Victoriana, not a load of filth. Come here to a load of filth. Nothing in newspapers. You don't want to hear it here?
Well...
People expect something decent, don't they, for goodness sake?
You made a very good point, and the audience are completely with you. I think I can only bow to their consideration of the situation and give a point to you, Kenneth. 19 seconds for Victoriana, starting now.
Wally represents some of the most beautiful things you could possibly lay your eyes on. You've got your Albert Hall and, of course, your Albert Memorial. Now, what could be more lovelier than that? When you come upon the Albert Memorial, as I very often do...
Derek Nimmo, what challenge?
Repetition, he came on it twice. The Albert Memorial.
But he came on the... He didn't come on, he didn't...
What's Albert Memorial twice? It's repetition. Albert Memorial.
I see, I thought you said he said, come on twice. He did say Albert twice.
I wouldn't do that, no.
So, Derek Nimmo, there are 7 seconds for you to continue. Victoriana, starting now.
Papier-mâché objects were very popular during that period. They're made from waste paper, and they can be pressed in the shape of tables and trays.
Well, as Derek was speaking when the whistle went, he gains another point, and he's taken a lead of 1 over Clement Freud. Geraldine Jones, will you begin this round? Taking photographs, 60 seconds, starting now.
When I went to America, I was given a very expensive camera with which to take photographs. On the way out, I tried all sorts of different views of the ocean, upside down, sideways, long ways, from the left side of the boat and the right side in the morning and at night. All these photographs were so unremittingly boring that I swore never again to take any, and have since left the job of doing it to professionals. My best experience of how they go about it was when I had a picture taken of myself for a glossy magazine. I was led into a rather shabby room by a little man who was aided by minions.
Clement Freud.
Hesitation.
Yes, we'll never know what happened in that shabby room. What a pity. Clement Freud, baby, you've saved Geraldine some embarrassment. There are 27 seconds for you, taking photographs, starting now.
Taking photographs is one of the instant ways into the aristocracy. Many men who have done this have ended up in Buckingham Palace no less, and some of them in Westminster Palace no more. I should like to say that I myself have only a cursory...
Kenneth Williams, you're challenged.
Well, not any hesitation, but I myself.
Well, all right, one will do, Kenneth. Hesitation was quite sufficient. Kenneth, there are 9 seconds for you. Taking photographs, starting now.
Taking photographs is very interesting and delightful pastime. I frequently do it when I'm on holiday, and the great thing
Clement
to
Freud,
remember...
why have you challenged?
I frequently do when I'm on holiday.
Yeah, but he challenged you not for I, he challenged you on hesitation, and that's why
I've challenged him for repetition.
And there's nobody challenged you on the eyes. I must give the benefit of the doubt in this case to Kenneth, who has another point, 2 seconds for taking photographs, starting now.
The great thing to remember is that you must have a good light. Oh, I must be in the lead now. I must be in the lead, eh?
No, you're still in a definite third place, Kenneth. But you have caught up on the 2 leaders. Kenneth, hypnotism. That's an exciting subject for you, Kenneth. Will you talk on that now for 60 seconds, starting now?
Well, hypnotism, as I understand it, is controlling a person by looking at them and making certain movements with the hands or the eyes, and thus getting them to go under your power or become under your spell, so to speak, you see.
Geraldine Jones, you challenge.
Hesitation.
Hesitation? I call it a full stop.
I didn't hesitate, I was laughing. I just remember the last time I was put under somebody's power.
Well, I'm glad you've lost the subject in that case, because we would like to move on at this point. Kenneth?
Yes, we better move on.
If Kenneth can constrain himself for a second, I'll ask Geraldine Jones to continue with the subject of hypnotism for the next 43 seconds, starting now.
Kenneth Williams is probably the only person in the world who can practice hypnotism on himself and so render himself speechless in giggles. Normally, however, it's done by rather evil people who like the idea of getting other people completely in their power. And once...
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
Deviation.
Why?
Because it's a medical science, not practice.
Yes, it is not necessarily evil. There might be evil people who practice it is not generally evil. Clement, you have 29 seconds for hypnotism starting now.
A lot of doctors who practice hypnotism are absolutely rotten doctors. I think I ought to make that quite clear. But the thing to do is to get a man or woman under your power by waving in front of him a bright object, a watch, even a tassel, possibly...
Very Numa, you challenge. Why?
Well, he hesitated on his tassel.
He did indeed.
How else can you hypnotize people? It's no good flashing a tassel.
I think it was a very good place to hesitate. So Derek Nimmo has a point. He has 12 seconds for hypnotism starting now.
Hypnotism is an art which I quite frequently practice in my little small parlour. I get a little fellow in there, I say, come sit down here, chap, and I switch off the light. Fix up the
Williams, why do you challenge? Yes. I'm afraid once you got in your parlour, you did hesitate, Derek. There are 4 seconds for you, Kenneth, on hypnotism starting now.
This is done entirely...
Clement Freud, you challenge.
Hesitation.
No, Kenneth Williams has another point. He has 3 seconds for hypnotism starting now.
This is the will pervading...
Derek Nimmo, why do you challenge?
He said it twice, you see. He said it once before he was challenged and just after he was
challenged. Yes, but once he
again.
starts again, he can say a little word like this another time. Kenneth has another point. He has 2 seconds for hypnotism starting now.
The domination of the will through the eyes.
Well, what a thrilling state of play we're at. That last round has put Kenneth Williams into the lead.
Oh, hooray! Oh, hooray! I never win usually.
Alongside Clement Freud and Derek Nimmo. That's why the situation is so exciting, Kenneth. So you'll have to keep your wits about you and see how we go from here. Clement Freud is going to begin the next round. A fascinating subject, stuttering. Can you try and talk in this game for 60 seconds on that subject, Clement, starting now?
Stuttering is a certain defect in the speech process which causes people not to be able to speak fluently and must on no account be mixed up with hesitation. I will therefore give you a short...
Kenneth Williams, you challenge.
Oh, yes, hesitation.
Yes. I thought he was going to say give you a short demonstration. I mean, almost he'd have got away with it. Kenneth, you have 45 seconds for stuttering starting now.
A very eminent man once told me that this never occurred during the recital of lyrics or any form of poetry or song. And he moreover added that during a conversation with animals, one would...
Clement Freud, why do you challenge?
It's so dull.
Just because he's losing, you see. Oh, isn't it rotten? Can't take it, you see.
Dull is not a game, a point at which you can challenge this game, so I must automatically give it.
Thank you.
I'm not a ducky, Kenneth Williams.
Well, I mean, Daniel, come to judgment. Good for you, love, yes.
Ducky Daniel, rest. Kenneth, you have another point. You have 25 seconds for stuttering starting now.
Those were a couple of instances I've just given you where stuttering does not occur, because you see the reason for this in the first place is fundamentally, of course, nervousness. And if one is nervous, one will...
Derek Nimmer, you challenged.
Double nervous.
Double nervous. Derek, you have another point. You have 10 seconds for the subject of stuttering starting now.
It's something which I've been afflicted with all my life. More recently, however, I've been able to find that by stuttering I can pick up...
Kenneth Williams, why do you challenge?
Well,
no, actually, he was stuttering, and that is the subject, so I must, on this particular occasion, give it to Derek... And the audience agrees, so you needn't look like that.
They're only sorry for his impediment, Ducky. Getting the sympathy.
Well, if you want to be like that, then his impediment has gained him a point on this occasion.
So I shall come on with a crutch next.
Please keep your crutch out of this, Kenneth Williams, and we will get on with the game. Derek Nimmer. You've already taken your shoes off. That is quite enough to interest the audience. 4.5 seconds for stuttering, Derek, starting now.
It's very interesting when you come through a door, instead of just saying hello, and if you say the six.
Derek Nemo, would you begin the next subject? It could almost be connected. It is called habits. I'm not called. That is the subject, habits. 60 seconds starting now.
Habits are garments that are worn by people of various monastic orders. The Carthusians, the Salesians, the Franciscans, the Benedictines, the Dominicans, and so on. They tend to wear these medieval clothes, but not only men wear them, ladies wear them too. If a woman goes out riding, she wears a habit. Also, you have good ones and bad ones. A bad habit of mine, for instance, is to come along here one day a week and try to speak for 1 minute without hesitation and repetition and deviation on some unlikely subject that would be given to me.
Clement Roy, why have you challenged?
Repetition of the opening announcement.
Brilliant. Well, that, I think, is a very clever challenge that entirely deserves a point, Clement. Don't you agree, ladies and gentlemen?
Well, shut your mouth. An absolute disgrace.
Clement has a point. He has 20 seconds for habits, starting now.
One of my unfortunate habits is stuttering, which I was going to tell you about a little.
Derek Nimmer, why do you challenge?
Repetition of stuttering. By your definition.
Now, you see, this is a very difficult situation.
Well, you've landed yourself in it, darling.
All right, lovey, I'll give it over. All right. As Clement, I gave the benefit of the doubt to Clement last time. You have it this time, Derek Nimmer. You have another point, and you have 13 seconds for habits starting now.
Sometimes I go into a greenhouse with a little can of water and I squirt it onto tomato plants. This is a rather curious habit that I've fallen into in recent years. Other times, particularly on Wednesday...
Well, once again, Derek Nimmer was speaking when the whistle went, which gives him that bonus point, and gives him now a lead of 4 over Clement Freud and Kenneth Williams, who are equal in second place. Geraldine Jones, who is trailing a little, but perhaps you can make it up this time on the subject of sewing. A delightfully feminine subject, Geraldine. 60 seconds, starting now.
Sewing is something I was forced to do for 2 very miserable years at school. I never in my life managed to finish a garment. I began a great number. Usually after a few weeks I'd take them home and thrust them upon my mother and say, please will you finish it for me? And as my mother is quite an accomplished seamstress, she found it almost impossible to do so because I'd made such an incredible mess of the thing in cutting it out all zigzag and awkward and sewing it up very uneven. The sewing mistress...
Derek, no, your challenge. Hesitation. Derek, there are 33 seconds for the subject of sewing, which we'd like you to talk about starting now.
There's nothing I enjoy doing more than sewing, particularly on a warm summer's afternoon, to go out into Hyde or even Green Park with my little sampler, my needle, and my little bit of cotton, and I thread it very delicately, and I put it into the piece of material, and I weave patterns of such beauty that you would be amazed. I have sewn pictures of garlands of flowers.
Geraldine Jones, why do you challenge?
Deviation, this is embroidery, not sewing.
I think that's a very clever challenge.
Derek.
Oh, she's clever.
You have 6 seconds, you have another point, and the subject is sewing starting now.
Sewing is, of course, an enormously useful thing to be able to do, and this is partly why I always avoid doing it, because...
Derek Nimmo.
I thought I heard a bijou hesitation.
Yes, I thought you were extremely unchivalrous to challenge.
Yes, most ungallant, isn't it?
But you have 2 seconds for sewing starting now.
So when I run into an aerodrain...
So once again in that round, Derek has taken more points than anybody else, giving him an even bigger lead. Kenneth Williams, will you begin the next round for us? The subject is the rush hour. You seem all ready for it, so would you begin starting now?
I have had personal experience of the rush hour, and I'm here to tell you it's not funny. You get shoved up against people, they get shoved up against you. The BO is and moreover, in a spell like we're having recently, which is, you must admit, comparatively mild for the time of the year, yet the heating's all left on, just as if it was really freezing, then, of course, the smells are even more obvious. And I stand there and I find it appalling. Of course, I try to walk instead, but this often isn't convenient. You know, often we have to take public transport. Now, don't we? You'll agree about that. You take it yourself, I
Cameron, why have you challenged?
Deviation.
Why?
Well, he's talking to you instead of talking about...
Kenneth
Russia.
Williams can talk to whoever he wishes as long as he keeps to the point. So Kenneth has another point, and he has 17 seconds for the rush hour starting now.
And, of course, down the tubes they rush in their minutes like a load of ants, and it's quite incredible how politeness goes to the wind. I've stood in a cigarette queue. I mean, a ticket queue. I didn't mean cigarette queue. And this woman in front of me said she wanted to go to Bosca di San Giovanni, and I said, you can't go there, dear.
Clement has challenged you. Yes, there was absolutely everything, I think.
But it was quite good. I should do that again.
Lovely, yes.
It was quite good. They were liking it.
I wish we could ask you to finish, but I'm afraid you were guilty of a lot of crimes in this particular game, Kenneth. So Clement Freud has another point, and he has 3 seconds for rush hour starting now.
It happens between 8 and...
Kenneth Williams...
Hesitation.
No.
He didn't come in when you said from now.
He did indeed.
No, Derek Nimmo, you'll bear me out there. He didn't come in, did he?
No, he didn't.
Stop bringing out the...
There's a definite faction in this audience egging you on.
Yes, it
There's
is
a faction
you.
here egging you on.
You are egging me on, and I'm not going to be budged. Clement Freud has another point, and he has 2 seconds now for rush hour starting now.
And at 6 o'clock at night, there's a lot of...
Clement Freud, it's your turn to begin the next round. A subject that I think has been specially chosen for you, computerizing the kitchen. Can you talk on that subject? 60 seconds. You cannot refuse the subject, I'm afraid, so don't shake your head. You can start talking now.
Computerizing the kitchen is what some people call getting the saucepans in one end of the kitchen and the frying pans in the other. This is not, strictly speaking, what is meant by the subject. The idea of having a computer is to cut out the work that a housewife does by planning operations in such a way as to economize on time generally spent therein. And a computer set to cook breakfast, lunch...
Kenneth Williams, why do you challenge?
We've had to work computer several times. And moreover, the whole thing's very dull.
Then if you don't have
have to play to the audience to get your points.
It's the subject.
No, computerizing the kitchen, Clement, is the subject, and you use the word computer twice. So Kenneth Williams gains a point. He has 33 seconds for computerizing the kitchen, starting now.
Yeah, well, this means, of course, that a robot will take over doing what the housewife did formerly, and I do not think this can be described as a good thing. Any housewife will tell you... Oh, I repeated myself.
Clement Freud.
Hesitation after I repeated myself.
All right, you're being extra clever, Clement. On the same basis of the housewife, you have the subject back for 22 seconds for computerizing the kitchen, starting now.
Having cut out a card which is fed into this machine which is used to computerize the kitchen, you arrange to get breakfast, lunch, tea and dinner served to the family at regular intervals, fried crisply, boiled softly, garnished as you want it to be, and served by a number of people at exactly the right... Oh, do blow your...
Whistle! As Clement Freud was speaking when the whistle went, then he gains another point. And the result, because that, I'm afraid, is the last round in this particular game, is reading it backwards. It's a very difficult job, but I always have to read the time backwards, so I'm getting used to it. Geraldine Jones was in 4th place this week. Clement Freud and Kenneth Williams were a very definite equal in 2nd place. And our winner this week by just 3 points was Derek Nimmo.
Good old Derek! Hooray!
The chairman of Just a Minute was Nicholas Parsons. The programme was devised by Ian Messiter and produced by David Hatch.